And my partner in crime, Zach McCarley, is going to be joining us here soon. So a little bit of a change for everybody, just so we're all aware. We're actually going to be starting day 2 with the Burn and Turn. Very unique event. I'm really excited to feature it. Zach and I talked a little bit about it at the end of the stream yesterday. And when he gets here, we'll have a little bit of a back and forth on that. But the goal here is for the athletes. They're going to have a Rogue Echo bike, and they're going to have a certain amount of calories that they need to be able to hit before they get to have fun, right? They get to pick up a sandbag and carry it back and forth as long as they can. The total time is 90 seconds. The reason why we're really excited about this and why I'm pumped about it, and we talked about this a little bit last time at the end of the last stream, was it was really cool for me to see the CrossFit Games this past year, and they featured a total of 8 strongman implements in what they were doing. The yoke, farmers, there was a max log press, a sandbag to shoulder. I was so impressed with what I saw there, and it reminded, our team here at Dungeon how important it is to be able to showcase strength from a kinetic and a static perspective. And I'm really excited to be able to see the athletes be head-to-head here, because at the end of the day, I want to see if we get any athletes that are able to get under 20 seconds for their calories. Now, from novice all the way to pro-am, it's anywhere between 10 calories and 30 that they have to hit. And of course, their sandbags are heavier as they go. You might see a couple folks pass out today. And that's the beauty of this event. But we're excited to bring it. This is a very unique event, and we're going to be getting started here in about 5 minutes. So it's just why I'm Ryan Terry. I'm owner of Dungeon Strength RX, the promoter of the Rainier Classic. Thanks for tuning in. If everybody saw the stream from yesterday, and if they were trying to watch the recording last night, there's a little bit of a sound errors. The picture quality was a little bit down. It's a really big upload, and so you have to give YouTube a couple days for it to catch up, and after a couple of days, it's going to make a little bit more sense on a couple of things on the stream. So we wanted to make sure that we shot it with as much quality as possible for everybody. Also today, we heard your feedback from yesterday. We're going to be focusing on the arena a lot more today. And so anyways, with that being said, we're starting to get the first athletes out. And once again, I'm so excited. We're kicking off each event with our Special Olympics team. And as I mentioned yesterday in the stream, we've had the pleasure of coaching the Special Olympics powerlifting team for the past year and a half or so, and just a wonderful group of individuals. We have 8 total athletes, I believe, that work out at Dungeon, and 4 of them are competing here today. There's multiple reasons why I love coaching these guys. Number one, their love for life. No matter what, they're smiling, they're enjoying themselves, and they're honestly an inspiration to us as athletes that even if you're more of a general fitness athlete or, a more serious athlete, it's always a joy to have them around because they remind you what's important, right? And that is to enjoy life and to have a blast while you do it. And that's the whole reason we get into the sport. And so right now, the Special Olympic athletes are getting their seats set up to make sure they can be as optimal as possible for this event. Have a sip of my coffee here. Also, for those that are watching, I hope that you've got some. If you're out on the East Coast, have you got some lunch there? If you're watching from overseas, thank you. If it's midnight, you're watching. Hope you enjoy this. It's a beautiful day out here in the Pacific Northwest. I've got my coffee, and this morning was fantastic. For those of you that don't know much about towing, I had the great opportunity of loading a little over 10,000 pounds of cargo into the trailer last night, and then this morning driving it and having to take it slow because you have to respect that kind of weight. And, at the end of the day, I'm going like 45 miles an hour on the highway, and I've got people passing me saying, what in the world are you doing? And then actually, I saw a couple of faces while I was getting past, and guys actually know what it's like to tow poundage and have respect for it, and they were just kind of giving me a look like, okay, because we had 8,000 pounds of stones in the back of the trailer. But they're here. I'm alive. I'm excited for today. World champion and national champion Zach McCarley is going to be joining me, but currently he doesn't have any clothes on. Which I know that's what you want to see, but we have a professional. You know, the Filthy Filming team and I. This is a professional broadcast. I know you want to see me with my shirt off while we're doing this. We're not going to do that, and I've told Zach that, but he just refuses to listen to my people.
All right, Lucas is going to do his last double check of the equipment there. We are going to get started.
All right. So we're about to kick off here with our Special Olympics team, and I'm so excited for today. This event is sponsored by Thomas Steingried with the Northwestern Mutual Group. Thomas and I have been friends for many years, and I love him as a person because he truly cares about the individual and cares about their long-term life and what they're planning for. I had a chance to sit down and have an interview with him a couple weeks ago, and I got to sit down with the Filthy Filming's production crew, and we have a one-on-one interview that I'd love to share with you. We'll do that at the end of this event. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, we're good.
All right, athletes.
All right.
Here we go.
All right, here we go. In lane 1, we've got Damon and lane. Wait, hold on. I think they're still trying to get it figured out. Oh, good. You put a shirt on.
Should I take it back off? Are we gonna get more views?
Well, I told them, like, listen, I know we would get like 5 times as many views, right, if you did that, but we're a professional broadcast. I mean, listen, I know that's what they want to see from me, but we can't. We have to keep our integrity.
Yeah, no, it's true. We can't just do that here.
Can I get the camera back on us really quick? Remember, they want to hear from up here. Not from here. Okay, that might be
I need to be lower. Except for here. Maybe here.
Yeah.
Right here.
Oh, yeah, from your sternum, yeah.
Yes. I have a strong sternum. Dropped a lot of stones on it.
You have dropped a lot of stones. You have endured a lot of heavy things.
This is true. All right. Excellent.
All right, so I gave everybody a review of what we're doing. We're starting with the burner turn today. Now, yesterday we were going to start with the keg press. We're being very intentional here, actually, with the change, because we want to make sure. We thought about it a little bit more, and a lot of athletes are getting fueled up and rested from the day before. Right there, right. This is where we're going to have the most energy, right? And we want them to be able to use the most energy on this event. So we're getting started here. We got Chandler Ray in lane 4. We got Zane Terry, I believe, in lane 3. And Dante from the Special Olympics team in lane 1.
And
Brianna Nasman in lane 2.
Yeah, so have you gotten a chance to explain this event to the people at home?
Yes, I did.
It's such a grueling event, and it's very unique. It is, I know we talked about it yesterday on the broadcast, but this is an incredibly unique event that's never been done in strongman before. And it's going to test these athletes, not just in a 60-second time domain, but a 90, which is really pushing a lot of these athletes' fitness levels to the absolute maximum threshold of what you can perform in that glycolytic metabolism. So it's very exciting to see, and we're going to see a lot of performances that are going to be the absolute maximum of their body's performance.
Now, Dante here from the Special Olympics team at Dungeon Strength. The team name at Dungeon Strength is Dungeon Beasts. That's their name. And once again, I was just telling the folks, we love having them at the gym. They're great. We love their energy, and we love how hard they push themselves.
Absolutely.
All right, it looks like Zane is healthier. He's looking healthier from yesterday. It looks like he's doing okay.
Yeah, I wonder if he was just having some muscle cramping yesterday. I know he was holding his leg, and that's always concerning in a strongman contest because these athletes are training really hard to get ready for a contest, and sometimes you train a little too hard, you train a little too close to the contest, and you get to the contest and the weights just are a little too much, and the body says, hey, you know what, I don't like what you're doing, and you get a little injury, So the fact that he's out here today is a really good indication that maybe it was just a cramp.
And lane 2, we have Eric.
I agree.
In lane 3,
so just a quick clarification what you were saying on why we have the Echo bike. Number one, it's one of the hardest bikes. Everyone thinks the Assault bike's harder, the Echo's harder, actually. And
agreed.
It's so neat to be able to see maximum output in a short amount of time. I was telling them before you came on, I want to see if somebody can get it under 15 seconds. So I was training for this myself and dying and loving it. But the fastest I was able to get 30 calories was 22 seconds.
That is flying.
Now that's but yeah.
For the people at home, that's flying on, and it's like, okay, so people might not know the difference between the assault bike and the echo bike.
Yeah.
Like the assault, I'm just going to explain it really briefly. The assault bike, which is probably more common, it is made with more metal components, and so it gets more inertia when you get it going, and so it glides further, and once you get it up to speed, it holds its speed better. The echo bike isn't made with those same materials. It seems like it's made with probably a little bit of metal, but also some plastics. And so when you're pushing the air, it's a higher level of resistance, and it doesn't have as much inertia in the components. So when you're pushing, the fan that is on the front of it is really having to push a lot of air, and it doesn't have weight to it. So you're having to be the one putting in the effort. So it doesn't glide as far in the calories. And that is to say, the assault bike is easier than the echo bike. And what you just mentioned, 30 calories in 22 seconds, is very challenging on the assault bike, let alone the echo bike.
Yeah, but yeah, it killed me on the sandbag carry, right? And that's what's going to count here. All right, in lane 1, we have Aaron Baker from the Special Olympics team at Dungeon with the Dungeon Beasts. We got Erica Toth in lane 2, Isaac Wellman in lane 3, and Luke Young in lane 4. Now, see,
Luke came
Young
off
is
that
tall,
bike
tall and
fast.
crazy basketball player, right? He burned through that. Now let's see if he's got the energy to keep going.
Yeah, and he is a brand new athlete to the sport, and he has been a joy to have in the gym as well. He's a really hard worker, and he does not mind getting very gritty with these kind of events. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him just keep going. From a technical aspect, I see him leaning forward just a little bit. I'd like to see the hips in a little more, shoulders back, so it can rest over his hips a little more. But him walking backwards like that says that this is not a very challenging weight for him. He's just a really strong guy.
And Erica and Isaac are finally, they got the bag up and they're starting to, the grueling walk.
Yep.
Aaron just finished up the bike.
Yep.
Let's see if we can get Aaron Burns from Dungeon Beasts.
Yeah, it looks like Isaac's starting to struggle a little bit, and he's dropped the bag. They got a little bit more time left, so we'll see what happens with that. Erica's still going. 20 seconds to go, so they still got time to pick the bag back up and keep it going. Luke is over there just logging the trips back and forth. I hope he's getting some frequent flyer miles with that, because he's going to get a free trip at the end of this event. Wow, he's flying. Impressive, super impressive. He pushed that really hard.
I agree.
He's going to be really hard to beat in this event for that field.
He told me when he was training for this, hey man, I'm going to struggle with the overhead, but watch me on that burn turn. I'm like, I can't wait.
Man. Yeah, seeing him come out so fast on that bike, part of me was really impressed and like, oh, let's see what happens. And then the other part of me was like, uh-oh. Let's see what happens. Because we are going to see some people today come out a little too hot, a little too fast, a little too confident on the bike, and they're going to get pulled into deep water, and they're going to get to that sandbag, and it's just going to bury them. Like, they're going to start carrying it, and their legs are going to be burning, and there are going to be a couple people here today, I'm sure, that are going to take a couple steps and just drop the bag and cannot pick it back up.
You're 100% right on that. In lane 1, we've got Damon from the Special Olympics team at Dungeon Strength. And then in lane 2, we have Mariah Duncan gutting it out here. And then in lane 3, did I say lane 3? I'm in lane 2, Mariah Duncan. Lane 3, Joseph Call. In lane 4, we have Anderson Ross. 230 on the sandbag in lane 4, 200 in lane 3, and 135 in lane 2. The Special Olympics team, they have their own weights.
Looks like 100, if I'm not mistaken.
It looks like a 100 bag. Yeah, that looks like our 100 bag.
Yeah, not listed on the board, but we know our sandbags at the gym.
We do. Unfortunately, we do. We've gotten to know them really well over the past.
Yeah. All right, here they go.
Anderson Ross is right. Like, look at that. Now, Anderson's tall and big. I expect him to burn through this.
Yep.
Now, Joseph's taking more of a steady beat. So is Damon. All right,
look at Mariah.
Yeah.
She's off the bike fast. I think that I think it's going to be very interesting to see a couple of these new athletes coming out and just performing, because there has been a surge of fresh talent in the Pacific Northwest recently. I mean, we've got Luke, as you saw in lane 4 in the last heat. We have Mariah in lane 2 in this heat. She is an absolute, she's just a monster. She was super strong, very gifted athlete, and also a hard worker.
Yes, and we understand at Dungeon. Listen, if you want to teach strongman, you have to teach strength of will. We talked about the body, we talked about endurance, but there are grueling events in strongman, and part of coaching is teaching people how to break mental barriers.
Yep.
How can you just keep going? How can you get that extra 4 or 5 feet when nobody else is willing to do it?
Yep. And so this is a tricky one. We have Joseph in lane 3 over there getting a carry down and back, and then he dropped it on the line and just could not get it back up, waves off the judge, takes off. That's going to be a tricky part of this event, is getting out of the backfield. A lot of people are going to get stuck at 0 feet. They're going to get stuck at one side, and they're going to get stuck at two runs back and forth. You don't want to be stuck on the edge. And yeah, we saw
Anderson Ross took it for a dive. I love to see it. That's commitment.
Absolutely. And that's how you want to finish. He just went until he could not go anymore. Big respect for Anderson on that.
That was fantastic. I love seeing that. And I love seeing it from our novice athletes, because the novice athletes, the amateurs and the pro and people that are watching, these are the athletes that are going to inspire them for later. These are new athletes that are going all the way. I need to be doing the same thing.
Yep. Could not agree more.
A lot of, and it's something that also bothers me as we're getting ready for our next heat. That bothers me about shows these days is a lot of people want to separate novice along with the same competition in amateurs and pro. I wholeheartily disagree. If you want to be able to have a great competition, then you need to be able to learn from people that know what they're doing. You can also be inspired by new people.
Mm-hmm. No, I completely agree.
All right, and sorry, really quick. Lane 1, we have Joey Beltran. Lane 4, we have Emma. Lane 3, we have James Terry, and lane 4, we have Rich Babson. I got Rich, not Donald.
Yep. You say you chatted with him?
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. How's he feeling?
He's like, it's Rich.
Yeah.
No, he's such a nice guy.
Yeah, a brand new athlete as well. This is his first contest coming out here, competing, and like I mentioned, we have a lot of talent that is fresh in the field. Fresh in the Pacific Northwest, fresh to the sport.
1 minute. We got
Mr. Terry.
Mr. Terry, no relation to me, because he's doing a lot better than I would.
He looks very composed after that bike. He just looks like he has a very workman-like attitude. Just time to pick this up and carry it.
I love Tommy Burns.
Yep.
Tommy Burns taking step for step. Keep going. Keep driving.
And Rich is digging deep as well.
Yep.
You can see him trying to move as quickly as possible with that bag. That's going to be one of the tricky spots in this is, do you come out and try to run as fast as possible, or do you come out and pick a nice steady pace like Mr. Terry in lane 3?
Joey Beltran for the Special Olympics team is about to complete his second lap.
Wow, yeah, and he is tough. We talked about him quite a bit yesterday, as well as Emma, lane 1 and 2. Both of those athletes very tough.
Very smart from Emma, taking a second, putting on her knees. Let's see if she's got the strength to keep going. Let's see if she can get a couple more.
Gotta keep getting feet, gotta keep going.
Terry. Come on, James.
That's a good move.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, we're done. Now, this is something to remember. A very key strategic part of this event. If you want as best as possible, if you're going to get to the end, to not drop it on the line. Because it doesn't matter what part of the bag drops the line, it counts as a solid 50 feet. So this is a game of points, right? We talked about this yesterday. If there's multiple people with 100 feet because they all dropped it on the line, that's a tie. That's points off the board.
Yeah, and so that's that's something that we saw in lane 3 earlier with Joseph. He dropped it after a 100-foot carry. We saw it just now. Somebody dropped on the line. I think Rich may have dropped on the line after a couple 100 feet of carrying. It might have been 200 if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, those, you really got to get out of those 50-foot increments. Even if you just touch the line with your foot and then turn and drop it, drop the back of the bag into the field, that extra couple inches is going to really count for several points, because there will be ties at 50 feet, at 100 feet, at 150 feet, sometimes even at 200 feet. So you really have to differentiate yourself and get that extra little push, because in that circumstance, that extra foot or half foot really counts, and it counts for a lot. It can be the difference of several points.
Get set. Lift.
And so that's some of that situational awareness that we talked about yesterday, and as well as strategy. It's really important. But right now we have a couple more athletes up.
We got, I'm sorry, I apologize. We have Anthony Ingracia in lane 3, and we have Brian Morcade in lane 4. Now, Brian is a big, strong man, burned through the bike, and now he has to be smart here.
Yeah, he's getting his breath. I think that's wise, because when you burn through the bike so fast, you have plenty of time to get your air and then make sure you get a really good carry. Both of them took a little bit of time to get ready, make sure they have a great carry going.
How about those leopard skin pants there by Anthony?
I really like the leopard skin pants. I also like the technique he's using. His hips are in, his shoulders are back, his eyes are clear, and he's touching the line with one foot, turning effectively. He's got his fingers locked around the bag, which is a really helpful technique for a lot of athletes. And it looks like he could carry a little higher on the body.
Brian's trying to see if he can get an extra couple feet. Go ahead.
Yeah, it looks like Anthony could carry a little higher on the body, but he's making it work. He's got those hands locked, and they are not coming undone. We got Brian over there trying to get that bag back up. He knows that he cannot have that bag on the line. If he gets the bag up, there we go. That was a very wise move, a very high situational awareness for him.
And the athletes are lucky. I was just checking the weather here today. It's going to be another sunny, beautiful day. But thank goodness we got some cloud cover coming in here for a little bit, and a little bit of wind. So there's a little bit of natural air conditioning out here for these guys. They're doing a really hard cardio.
Yeah, the wind is blowing a little bit, and it's just it's kind of a nice day. We came out this morning and it was very sunny, and now we're getting a little bit of cloud coverage, which in my opinion is nice for this kind of event. You don't want to be dripping sweat when you come out to the field, because that sweat is going to interfere with your ability to hold the bag. So a little bit of cloud cover, a little bit of wind is actually really nice for this event for these athletes.
I'm so excited for these athletes, and I love the commitment to the event. I've been watching them walk off, and I love watching their faces. It's 3 or 4 seconds of like, I may die, followed by this joy in their face. Partly for 2 reasons. It's done.
Yeah.
And then number 2, they did it.
Yep.
And that's great. I can't wait for them to take that energy into the last 2 events.
I absolutely agree. And this is a fun one to have first in the day. It is a very tough event. Again, it is a 90-second time domain for work, and this is a really just maximum power output in 90 seconds, which is this is a bit of a unique event in strongman. Again, never been done before.
Correct.
But we see it here at the Rainier Classic.
Let's keep it weird.
Yeah,
in
we love
3,
it.
We have Vladimir Filinkoff, and in lane 6, Dan Stevenson. Dan is an athlete. Okay, I expect him to kill this. He and Tasha train together. They're partners, and they push each other hard. And you saw Tasha yesterday; she's a monster, right? See, there we go, right off the bat. I don't know. I'm gonna call 3 laps. I bet Dan gets 3.
I think he's going to go quite a ways. He looks confident. The pick was easy. He's moving fast. I think his knees are a little soft, in my opinion. That can lead to a little bit of instability, but he might just be so strong it doesn't matter.
Yep, and Vladimir's got the bag. Good pace so far. He took his time on the bike.
Ooh, Vladimir has a very confident stride on him.
He does.
Yeah, that looks very comfortable. It looks like he could go for quite a ways if the hands can hold.
45 seconds left.
And they got a lot of time to work. This is only halfway through this event. 45 seconds left was just announced.
Yep.
So they can just keep working. And, looking at Vladimir, I think that is a really low carrying position, but I think that he has nice long arms. He's got a pretty slim, muscular build, and that can be a strong carrying position for some athletes.
20 seconds to go, fellas.
And Dan's grinding.
Yep.
Just taking a step at a time. Want to make sure he gets that in. Now let's see if he's got the energy to turn around and at least get a couple more.
Yep. Very wise to get out of that backfield. Very wise. And that's going to separate him from a couple athletes. Yeah, being able to get back into the field field a little bit right there.
Good job.
And I do not know who got further in that one. It was a kind of tortoise and hare
Next up, we have
situation.
one lane going.
I wish we could see who got further. I know they're not in the same class, but it would have just been fun.
I think Vladimir got one extra lap.
He did get one extra lap. Okay.
Because Dan was grinding for that last lane right there.
Yeah, absolute tortoise and hare kind of situation. Maybe a little bit of strategy right there.
Yeah, I agree. He took his time on the bike, right? And then I think he knew that he had those long arms, just like you said, to save himself some energy.
Yep. Yeah, and he's just comfortable to allow that bag to sit a little bit lower on the torso, and he's able to lean back with the shoulders, kind of counterbalance the weight, and just allow the weight to pull him forward enough to create a steady pace through the entire event.
And listen, I mean, once again, I'm very proud to be right here next to you today, yesterday and today here, Zach. But I mean, there's a reason Zach has done what he's done here in the past, and I've seen him grind through Husafel carries and sandbag carries, and everything that he's mentioning about, not having soft knees, keeping it above your hips. Every single one of these techniques is feet, and feet equals points in points. So really appreciate your feedback here. So in lane 3, we have Joe Faulkner. He's going by himself. Yeah,
holy cow, he's coming out fast.
Look at all that shock coming off his shirt. Why is he have shock on his shirt? It's probably from yesterday.
It's probably for a little bit of extra friction on the shirt for the sandbag. But
he's just a man on his own.
Yep. Wow, that was fast. Holy cow, that was fast. So if I were him, I would honestly take about 5 or 10 seconds, which it looks like he's doing. Get your air back, get a little bit ready, and make sure that you are going to pick up this bag and not put it down for an entire minute. Just announced 1 minute left. He's coming out nice and quick. I like his body position. First couple steps were a little forward, but then he shifted his hips forward, shifted the shoulders back. That's a really nice position. He does look a little too upright to my eye from where we're at, but we're going to see how the performance goes.
Just sitting down, getting his breath. Very smart. Love that strategy.
Yeah, and that's a tough spot to be in as well. Sitting like that and re-gripping can be very taxing. It's still time under tension. And that time under tension is going to lead to more fatigue.
20 seconds left.
So I wonder if him coming out so fast on the bike may have been a detriment to him. It may have been better to take an extra 10 seconds, even 20 seconds on the bike, and then be able to create a steady, consistent pace on the sandbag. He's losing forward, and he's dropped on the line, like you said. And a tremendous effort, but it looks like he's going to wind up in some kind of tie. And that's going to mean he's going to have to split the points. That means there's going to be a larger gap between him and the next person getting a slightly further carry. So that's one of the strategic components and the awareness components of this event. There's not just a performance component. There's not just a skill component, but there's also a strategic and awareness component.
Hey, Dan, you want to say? Can I talk to you for a second?
Hey, Mark.
Is Tasha coming out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Lift.
So after this event, I want you to say a few words.
All right, here we go. Got another athlete up.
All right, so we got Gino. We got Gino Santa Maria up here. And I've got Dan Stevenson here next to me, and we were just talking about. I just want to hear from his perspective.
All right. And Gino's off the bike onto the sandbag. Doesn't look like he's taking quite so much time to get ready. He just pops it up and wants to go. Interesting choice of hand placement. It looks like he has long enough arms to lock, but he's opting not to lock his hands. He's got really quick feet. Shoulders are back, hips are in, and he's just moving those feet real quick. It kind of looks like he has a distance in mind. He may have been paying attention to the previous competitors, may have been watching exactly how far he has to go to take this event. And so it'll be interesting to see if he stops before the 90 seconds is up, because he may know the mark to beat. But wow, I'm very impressed with how far he is carrying this with open hands on the bag. A lot of times you would see somebody lock hands on this bag and really settle into the carry a little higher on the chest. He's carrying right at navel level with open hands on the bag, hands not touching. And this is just a technique that works for him. This is his technique.
Yep, it's just he's grinding, dude. Yeah. This type of position would kill me without him.
Yep.
Come on, Gino.
And that's one of the fun things. Well, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Yep. So he ended on the end, but that was a really far, that was a very impressive distance, and I'm not sure that will result in a tie. I think he may have taken that event.
So I got Dan Stevenson here who just did that last heat. Dan, what was going through your brain whenever you were doing that? I want to know, how was that event?
Oh man, that was pretty brutal. The bike, terrible, but kind of paced myself on that one.
Yeah.
Just knowing that that's a heavy sandbag right after.
So. Yeah, honestly, the way we were just talking about how you were gripping it, making sure that you had a really good pace on the bike, and we were just talking about you and Tasha train together a lot, and so you're very, very strategic in the way you think about strongman, and the reason why this is cool. So what was your goal on the bike going into the sandbag carry?
For the bike, I was thinking around 20 seconds, but we've also been training on assault bikes.
Yep. Okay.
So the Rogue Echo bike's a little bit different.
Yep.
But yeah, I think I hit it in 15.
Okay.
I think so.
I think we were trying to time it. Yeah. Well, I don't want to keep you because I know you need to. Get Tasha. For a video for her, but I just want to get your perspective, man.
Oh yeah.
Awesome.
That's a great event.
Job, man. I can't wait to see you in the rest of the show. Yeah. I got to bring back my partner in crime here. That's awesome. I'm loving that I got a chance to just get some feedback from Dan on that. Respect him as an athlete, I respect his opinion. So.
Absolutely. Yeah, I love that we got to grab one of the athletes and bring them aside and kind of get their thoughts on the event.
That, by the way.
Yeah, that was totally impromptu, and I think we're going to have to do that again.
I think so.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Okay, so in lane 1, we have Adelaide Shoulderman. Lane 2, Jamie Navarro. Lane 3, Leah Meredith. And lane 4, Ashley Leandre. Now, Ashley, we were talking about her yesterday. Man, she's been grinding on this.
First contest.
Your athlete. Your athlete. Yep. I know you're proud of her. And we got Jamie and Leia here. We were talking about how they're going back and forth here. They're fierce competitors, 1
minute left.
And Leia's loving it. She's like, bring it.
Yeah, she is one of those athletes that just has so much fun competing. You can see her toss off that hair tie, say, hey, you can't hold me down. It's time to carry a sandbag, and I'm going to get after it.
Yep, I love it. Love the passion.
45 seconds left.
All right, so as so everyone's now trying to figure out the sandbag. Who's got the grip? Who can pick it up and keep going? All right, in lane 1, we got Adelaide. She's got it. She's got it up, and now she's moving. Now here's the grind, man.
Yep.
How long can you keep going?
In lane 1.
Now she's gotten some good traction. Oh, Leia's giving everything.
Yeah, and that's a heavy bag. That's a 175-pound bag. And it looks like, even getting into the field gets you points. Ashley's struggling in lane 4 a little bit. That's a 200-pound bag for her first contest. Quite an impressively heavy bag.
No, I couldn't be more proud. She just kind of sits on it. And I know her well enough to know that she just needs to know how proud of her we are and how much work she's put in. I've seen it myself. And her cutting for this, I mean, she went through the ringer, man. But she stuck with it, she made her weight, and she's here competing.
Absolutely. And that, sometimes you're able to show up and everything goes perfectly, and other times, it's a day 2 event and you've already worked really hard on day 1. You're a little pre-fatigued, and then you get to that 200-pound sandbag, and it's maybe a little too much on the day.
Yeah.
And I think that fatigue was probably a factor for her, and we're gonna see that from time to time, and that's something that happens in the sport, and it's something you gotta plan for.
For sure. Okay, now so the judges were getting measurements here. In lane 1, we have BJ Cigar. In lane 2, we have Tasha the Wolf Whalen. Lane 3, we have Laura Hanshaw. We were talking about this matchup earlier. This is going to be a very intense one. It's going to be a grind for them for the rest of the show. And then lane 4, we have Nicole Schutz.
All right, here we go. Athletes ready. Take a mark. Get set. Lift.
All right, here we go.
Go, cheer them on.
All right, these athletes are moving.
Trying to get the crowd more involved here. I mean, they need them. They need the crowd here. I mean, they need as much energy as they can get in order to power through here. And I will say Tasha and Laura here are excellent athletes, and Nicole as well. Excellent athletes, endurance athletes in the past. I'm curious to see how they translate power into endurance here. And BJ's grinding on lane 1 as well.
All right, so Nicole in lane 4, a very impressive athlete. She's off the bike first, and looks like she's going to get to that sandbag carry.
Yep, CrossFit background. Nicole's used to that bike.
Everyone's off to the bag. Here we go.
And
All
Tasha's
right.
being so smart. She didn't go fast on the bike. She took her time. She knows how much she can endure stuff like this. I've seen it in contests. She's competed at OSG last year. She knows what she's doing.
Yeah, absolutely.
30 seconds
An
left.
absolutely veteran athlete at this point. Shown that she can perform at extremely high levels and shown that she is an absolute gamer. Excellent at strategy.
Yeah, BJ's grinding here. Grind. Love it.
Yep.
Come on, you got it. Can she get there and turn around?
She's got to hit. Yeah, she's got to turn. She's got to turn and get back to the field. Yes.
Oh, that was so
yes,
hard.
that was excellent. You can see her I wanted to say coach, but her judge, professional strongwoman and world champion Erin Murray.
Murray judging in
Just
lane 1. Yeah.
Judging, but also cheering her on, saying it is important that you get this bag turned around. She was right there, and while she's going to hold those athletes to the highest standard of performance, she is also going to be there cheering for them.
Agreed. That's well put. Once again, I'm just so excited to have the level of judges that we have here today. We have Tommy Burns, long-time strongman competitor and state chair in California. He did a great job repping for the world record that was broken twice yesterday by Inez Carrasquillo. We're glad to have him here again today. Lane 2, we have Andrew Letty. He's the state chair of USS out in Oregon. And then, of course, as you mentioned, world champion, strongest woman, Erin Murray. She's going to be at the Arnold Classic this next year. Huge accomplishment for her, winning the Arnold Amateur Open Heavyweight.
All right.
Yeah, and she is not a heavyweight competitor. Like, that's not even her weight class.
You need to understand how impressive that really is.
Get set.
All right, so we have the timeless wonder that is Anita Vargo in lane 1, one of our inspiring athletes in Dungeon. Everybody looks up to Anita. She's the general in the gym. If you complain, she won't let you.
Absolutely.
It's so
Extremely.
true.
It's always a pleasure to watch her perform. And she competes so frequently. It's very impressive.
It is. And then we have Jenny Draper in lane 4. Now, Jenny Draper is partners with Connor Gordon, who had to drop out, unfortunately, for the show. He was going to be competing in the pro-am. But I was talking with him before the show, and he was excited to see her. She's gone up a weight class here because they, it doesn't matter why. But, she's competing at a heavier weight than she thought she was going to, and she's been doing a great job. All right, here we go, Anita. Now I know Anita won't mind me saying this.
Here comes Anita.
And once again, I need someone to make sure I'm not wrong here, but Anita is, I believe she's upper 50s, low 60s in age, and she's so impressive. I swear, I think she competes like 25 times a year. It's incredible. Powerlifting, strongman, doesn't matter. She's such an inspiration to everybody.
Yeah, and she's got a lot of grit. She's a tremendous athlete. We got Jenny Draper over in lane 4, getting what looked like almost 150 feet, possibly more. But she's dropped that bag and she is down. She's saying, you know what? I'm going to just work on my breathing right now.
Yeah, exactly.
One for the bag, one for Jenny.
And that's what we expect to see with this kind of event. It is an event that is going to level a lot of people. You might not see it out on the field, but a lot of these athletes are going to finish up. They're going to get to the back where their equipment is and a couple snacks, and they're probably just going to lay down for a couple minutes.
I mean, that's a smart move.
Yeah, they're just going to lay down.
What advice would you give athletes? So, you've already had 3 tough events from the previous day. You're in day 2. You're sore. You're tired. Maybe you had an ice bath. They just got done with this event. What advice are you giving them if you're their coach? 30 seconds. What do you tell them?
30 seconds to tell them and
Sure,
give
yeah,
them
30
advice.
seconds. Like, what are you gonna tell them? Because we have the next heat coming.
Yeah,
putting
so
you on the spot.
I'd say pace yourself on the bike. Make sure you get a good pace, but also not too fast. If you have plenty of time, if you have, we'll say 60 to 50 seconds, take a 5 to 10 second breath before you get to that sandbag, and then pick it up, and do not put it down until they force you to put it down.
Great
Just
advice.
keep moving, and you're gonna really start to suffer around 20 to 30 seconds into that carry, because you've been working for about a minute. But you can make it. You can push your body that far if you are so driven. And I think that's what we're gonna see with a lot of these athletes.
Yeah, we have Caroline Friedenfeld going in lane 1 on her own. And everybody, if you're hearing a little bit of wind in the background, we apologize. Like I said, the wind's picking up a little bit. But Zach and I are going to do our best to make sure we're as close to the mic. We're giving you, play-by-play as well as we can. All right, so Caroline's grinding here on the bike. I love that advice. What I was thinking more of is your athlete just got done with this event.
Oh, okay.
Like what, they're getting ready. You mentioned like people are laying down back there. What are you telling folks that are just getting done with this and they still have to do cake press and stuff? As Caroline picks up the bag and gets going.
I would say lay down for 5 minutes, spend 5 minutes stretching, and then start hammering water and electrolytes and food. I know you don't feel like it. I know your stomach hurts. I know you might even feel pukey, but we need to get some calories back in you. We need to get some water in you. We need to get those electrolytes in you so you don't cramp, and need to make sure that you can keep performing today, because we still have 2 events.
Correct. That's coming from the best. Caroline's grinding. She took it.
That was super impressive. She took it the whole
way. And it's so great that you were able to give that advice as she's doing that, because I hope that in a way she may have heard you. I don't know. She's walking off. Go lay down, right? Take your time to stretch. Your time to sit right. Eat, drink. You're not going to feel like it. You have 2 more events left.
Yep. And with that kind of schedule, in 15 minutes, you will have gotten a little bit of your air back. You will have stretched and made sure that you're not too tight from that kind of extreme fatigue. And then you will also have gotten some electrolytes, some water back in you, and plenty of food.
Yeah, and we got another competitor coming in here to compete by herself. Honestly, one of my favorite people. I don't have favorites, I promise, but one of my favorites, because I have a lot of favorites. But Michelle, and we talked about, I wanted to give her a nickname for this show, and we agreed on the Punisher Pena.
Yep.
And I can't say enough about this lady. An inspiration to people at the gym, always looking out for athletes in the gym. If they're struggling with anything, she's the first one to be there. And also, she's a fierce competitor.
Yep. Looks like she's coming out at a good pace, but it doesn't look too hard. It looks like she's very composed, and I think that she is probably keeping track of exactly how quick she's going. She's done this event several times before. I know she has. I've seen her doing this, and I'm excited to see her perform here. I believe this is her first strongman contest. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yep.
Yeah, and so powerlifting background.
She might have done like a fun show with us, like at the gym, just kind of a mock, but this is her first, I believe.
Okay, yeah. So she's from a powerlifting background. She has plenty of power and strength, and it'll be interesting to see how the endurance component of this comes in. And I think she's made some very impressive strides the last several months, and I think that she's going to carry this quite a ways.
Yeah, and I mean, we've talked a lot about what these athletes are going to deal with. I mean, your blood pressure is going to spike, your heart rate's going to spike, and you have to be willing to keep going. And that's one of the reasons that when I was talking to Thomas Steingreen about sponsoring this event, we felt it was very important, because a lot of people don't plan long term when it comes to their health. And I can't think of a better event to remind ourselves to take care of yourself for the long term. And so I'll have my interview with Thomas playing after this event, and it's Michelle just grinding. Love it every step. Doesn't surprise me. She worked her butt off for that.
Absolutely. Came out very quick feet, and it just looked like a lot of that bike was catching up. This is a lot of work to be able to accumulate those calories on the Echo bike, and then to pick up a sandbag and have it sitting on your stomach where you would typically breathe. If you breathe correctly, you're breathing with your stomach. You're not breathing into your chest. And so if you're used to breathing into your stomach and you have a sandbag sitting on your stomach, it's going to make it a little bit harder for you to get that air back. And so this is a doubly taxing kind of event, because it's not just attacking your conditioning, it's attacking your ability to breathe while you're performing.
I'm really glad you brought that up, and that's one thing that as a coach I have a lot of, it's one of those light bulbs that's harder for athletes to turn on. It's the idea of breathing with your stomach and your shoulders. Because I tell them, if you're breathing with your chest, think about how many pounds that is being on top of you while you're using your lungs, right?
Yep.
And you think about how your shoulders and your chest are coming up, right? Versus you're just breathing with your stomach, you're bracing with your stomach. It's so much more efficient if it looks like this.
Absolutely.
Shauna Russell here in lane 1, Deacon Morales in lane 2. We have Todd Barker, the man, the myth, the legend, and Pablo Ivanusa in lane 4. Now, Pablo, he's a grinder, man.
These athletes.
He struggled a little bit yesterday, but I think he's been waiting for this event, honestly.
And I also think, so Pablo and Deacon both came out really hot on this.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to see who, okay. We got Pablo off the bike first. Deacon came out very hot, and we actually see him slowing down. I think that may be a strategy that he's employing.
Yeah, great call.
So he flips the bag over, decides to carry it long ways, and he's quick up with that bag.
Now, Todd Barker is a Masters athlete coming out here and just competing. He just was at USS Nationals here a couple weeks ago. But we might have, Sean may have tweaked something there in her left arm, I'm not sure. We have a great staff here if she needs help. Helix Sports Team here, partnered with Maverick Sports Rehab. We've got an excellent team here taking care of athletes.
Yeah, it looks like Pablo. Yeah, and it looks like Pablo's made it about 100 feet with that 250-pound sandbag. Deacon is coming around 200 feet with that 225-pound sandbag. And he's just plugging away. He's just saying, I'm just going to keep strolling.
Deacon is I enjoy talking with Deacon. Deacon's a deep sea diver he does construction and he does it in the deep sea. I don't know what he does down there, but I do know, hearing him talk about his work, it doesn't surprise me that he's got a grind that's good for this event as he levels off.
Absolutely. Yeah, that does not surprise me at all. It looks like he almost got 300 feet on that carry.
This shirt comes off.
Tarps off, baby.
Tarps off, baby.
You earned it. You earned it, Deacon.
And don't worry, folks. We've heard your comments, I don't care if they're not there or not. Don't worry. We'll surprise you. Zach will take off his shirt for like 3 minutes. We'll surprise you when that time comes. They won't see it coming.
Yeah, you have to stay tuned.
You have to stay tuned.
Just one in the middle of one of the advertisements. just like it cuts. Yeah.
I love these Cerberus sandbags. Whoa. Just give the people what they want, man. Take the Ron Burgundy approach.
All right. So we got a couple more athletes coming out. The loaders and spotters, can't say enough about those.
No, I'm really glad you brought them up, and it actually brings up a really good point. They're doing an amazing job. All these athletes at weigh-ins had their seat adjustments. Every single athlete is getting their seat adjusted by these volunteers before they come out to make sure they're as comfortable as possible and they're in the most optimal place possible to make sure they're getting as much power. Couldn't be more proud of them. I crashed pretty hard last night, but I made sure to get a text out to the team just saying that what a beautiful day. And I can't say enough about how proud I am of them. So we got Dr. John in lane 4 with Maverick Sports and Rehab. Dr. John, our in-house sports chiro at Dungeon. I believe that's Jeremy Eccles, right? In lane 3, yep. Scott Sherman in lane 2, and Tara Simonson in lane 1.
Tara is really fun to watch in the gym. She goes hard, and that does not surprise me how quick she's coming out.
It doesn't surprise me at all. And she trains super hard, so she goes super hard to come.
Yeah, no, I'm not worried watching her coming out that hot. All these athletes are really coming out super hot.
I'm about to say, you got Dr. John with his endurance running background. And he's he's an ultra competitive guy, and so he's told me I'm going to pass out or throw up on this, and I believe him 100%.
Yeah.
So I can't wait to see what happens here.
Yeah, so something interesting about Dr. John over in lane 4, I actually got a chance to speak with him this morning, and he mentioned that he strained one of his erectors. It's a borderline potentially torn. So we're talking like a grade 1 strain or a grade 2 muscle tear, potentially. And, he knows the people to get to for treatment on that. Good doctors know good doctors.
Yep.
And it looks like he's still able to perform through that. He's a wise guy, so I know that he's not going to be putting himself in danger. But I think that is something that should be mentioned, is he's elected to just go out there and get after it.
Well, see, this is even more impressive because he's about to complete 2 laps, right? That's Dr. John. He will push himself. And Jeremy has been practicing this technique for a while. Leaning back, he's a big guy, keeping it above his stomach, and sitting down, getting his breath back, and keeping it in the ground.
Yeah,
Scott is just every step.
I was gonna say Scott has been grinding. It looks like, yeah, and everybody's in the points. Everybody got the sandbag into the field. So, you know, that's one of the tough things about this event as well, is there's going to be a couple people that get done with the bike and they come to the sandbag and they might not get the sandbag carried. They might not be able to get it up there. You know, maybe their legs are blown out, their back's blown out, maybe the weight is just a little too heavy for them.
Yep.
But if you do not get the sandbag into the field, carried any distance, it is a 0 for the event. So you did all that work and it's a 0. That's a tough
Great
one.
call out. That's such a great call out. And in the CrossFit world, if you're doing a WOD, a workout of the day, yes, that's right. I'm a strong man that knows that terminology.
All right, our next flight.
CrossFit's a good sport. I have no complaints. I got in great shape doing it. But whenever you're doing a WOD, you know, there's buy-ins, right? You have to do a certain thing in order to buy into the workout, right? And it's meant to, in a workout, it's meant to, most of the time it's meant to get your blood flowing so you're prepped for what's about to happen. Same kind of principle here, right? And so from a judging perspective, you got to buy in, right? You got to get the calories in, you got to move that bag if you want any points.
Yeah, and in a CrossFit contest, the term that they would use, if I'm not mistaken, is a minimum work requirement. If they don't perform a minimum work requirement, they don't get any points.
Yep, well said. That's right. All right, in lane 1, we have Maria Marwig. Lane 2, Richard Brocker. Lane 3, Eric Shetty, I believe. Yep. And lane 4, we have Dylan. And
Arlo.
No, that's not. That's Arlo. Arlo, I apologize.
No worries, no worries. A lot of athletes going through today. Everybody's coming out pretty hot. We got a lot of people with heads down. That's a sign that you are going really hard on this Echo bike. When you have your head down and you are not just pushing with your legs, but you are pushing with your arms and you're also pulling with your arms. You're trying to get that wheel flying as fast as you can so you can knock out those calories as quick as possible. I think it may be not in the athlete's best interest to go extremely hard on that bike most of the time. Some of these athletes are going to have the conditioning to do that, but I think a lot of people are going to underestimate how hard they have to go for those calories, especially if they've been training on a different kind of equipment.
And Maria being smart here, she left her belt off to do the bike, left it on top of the bag. So that tells me that she knows she's probably not going to get that far with the bag, but she knows she has to get something.
Holy cow. And Maria's bag is a 225-pound bag.
Awesome.
Whoa. That is a heavy bag, and she's not making it look that heavy. She's just on a stroll. She's like, okay, gonna belt up, and here we go.
I love the grind from Jared. Come on, Arlo. Just grinding.
Excellent. Yep.
Love to see it. And let me tell you something. If you want to watch some really fun things, and if you're thinking to yourself, man, this is a weird event for strongman. Well, good, first of all. But this isn't weird, man. Go check out World's Strongest Man in the 80s and 90s. Look up on YouTube, Plexiglass Fan Strongman. There was a World's Strongest Man where they had one of those push boats with a big old fan on the back blowing down a field, and then they gave the athlete a big piece of plexiglass and they had to walk as far as they could to get points. I mean, that's the beauty of the sport, right? Keep it weird and keep it fun, and that's why I love that we have so many unique events. But and I also want to make sure trust me, we still have the standardized events. We have to prep you for the the bigger shows, but it's so much fun to watch this. And I have to say this really quick. So Dylan wanted to make sure he gave me, and I'm going to tease him a little bit here. He wanted to make sure that I get his name right today. And I was saying Lasich yesterday. And
we got the cheat sheet right here.
Pronounced Lasich. So, you got it, Dylan. For this whole time where you're going to be miserable, I'm going to call you Last Itch. And I'm going to say it just like that.
Last Itch.
Well, we have Last Itch. Go ahead. I'm just teasing you.
Over on lane 4.
I had a chance to
Mr. Lasich.
Yeah, just after Lasich. Yeah, lane 4 we have Dylan Lasich, and we have in lane 3 Eric Shetty.
Both of them coming out nice and hot, heads down.
Absolutely.
Again. So they must be very confident in their conditioning to be coming out this hard on the bike.
Yes, agreed.
You know, you gotta, and these athletes, they're gonna have to accumulate more and more calories, so they're gonna have to be biking harder. But when you have your head down like that, you're closing off a lot of your breathing, and you're actually making it a little harder to get that air back in you. So it's a little bit of a, it's a little bit of a known thing, at least in the CrossFit community, that you're gonna wanna try to open your chest as you're going.
Yeah.
And you wanna be able to still breathe as you're performing this movement. So
thank you for sharing that. We have a 250-pound bag now. You just got off a bike, you got to sprint. Now you got to carry a 250-pound bag as long as you can.
Yeah, and it looks like Eric came out nice and hot. He got on the sandbag first, logged 100 feet, and he just dropped the bag and said, you know what, I think I'm going to go take a nap real quick. I'm gonna get some water.
And Dylan currently is tied with first here in the 90 kilo. And so he understands he needs every foot. It's a very competitive weight class.
You know, and we can't reiterate this enough, I think. That's a 250-pound sandbag that both of those athletes are carrying. That is 250 pounds of sand in a bag that does not want to move. And when you go to pick it up, it just likes to move whichever way it wants to move. It is not like a barbell. It is a sandbag, and as such, it moves like sand. If you've ever tried to really move a loose sandbag, you'll know that it is a pain. Even 80 pounds can be a real pain to just deal with. And they are lifting over 3 times that amount of weight.
Agreed. And so that was a great performance by, I'm going to count down from 3. We're going to say the name right.
Okay.
That was a great performance by 3, 2, 1. Dylan
Lasich. There we go. We got it.
I get it. I don't want people to get my name wrong, but I have the most simple name in the world. I have 3 first names. Ryan Michael Terry. I literally have the most American, I guess, whatever you want to call it, name ever. It's so simple. There's nothing complex about it. Okay, so we have our last athlete for this event for the amateurs.
Yeah, Matthew Earhart.
Matthew Earhart. And I was impressed with Matthew yesterday. We didn't get a chance to really talk about him. But I'm excited to see what he does here. He's a good athlete. He's a great athlete.
Yeah, he's fantastic. I really enjoy him, and he's also just a fantastic human being as well.
Agreed.
But, something interesting about him is he is, this is his first contest back after an Achilles tendon rupture.
That's right.
Yeah.
Incredible.
And so I think that that's really impressive, and it's really in the strongman community. You have people that have been around a while, and then some people will kind of go out of the community for a while and come back, and it's just really nice to see people kind of coming back into the community. And sometimes you forget that you miss someone until you see them.
Yeah.
You're like, oh yeah, you're back.
You're back. Hey man, what
happened? I didn't see you. Yeah, and Matthew is absolutely one of those people.
Yep.
So,
and it's so great to see someone be able to take care of themselves, be able to come back to the sport, and know that they're taking care of themselves for the long term. And once again, segues really well into our sponsor for this event, Thomas Steingreed, here, local representative of Northwestern Mutual. I'll have an interview to play for you guys here at the end of this event. A great guy, someone that's going to take care of you. As Matt just continues to grind.
Yep, just grinding. He's got a really good motor, and it looks like those legs are starting to give though.
And
he says, "Hey, you know what? That is a good carry."
That's a good carry. All right.
And lane 2, Abdullah Adahi.
Oh no, we're not done.
Yeah, we still got a couple athletes, so that wraps up our 200-pound male athletes. Next up is going to be the 231 athletes. We're going to have Abdullah in lane 2, Christian in lane 3, and Chance in lane 4. So lane 2 is going to be a 231-pound male class. Lane 3 is going to be the 265-pound male class. And lane 4 is going to be our open men. We're going to see some big boys lifting heavy weights.
I'm so glad you corrected me here. We haven't seen the biggins.
The biggins.
We're about to see the biggins.
Athletes, go ahead and head out to your lane.
Now, Chance, remember, stands 6'9", 340 pounds. So you're about to see the first big man on a bike. And a former semi-professional football player. Love those pit vipers. And he knew right coming into this that he was going to have, he's coming back from a lot of injuries, right? But he wanted to get back and get in the rhythm of competing again because he has big goals that he wants to hit. I'm very proud of him, and great guy to have in the gym at Dungeon. Just look at that on that bike.
I have a feeling we're going to see him moving that bike really quick.
And I think the calories for open men are, I think they're 25.
I think you're right. I think it's 25.
Yep. Yeah, look at that man rumble. And Abdullah's taking a consistent route.
Yep.
The big man's rolling. He can't even lock out his legs all the way. I love it. And it just shows how durable these bikes are too. Shout out to Rogue.
Yep.
Hey guys, answer my email.
Yeah.
We need to talk for next year.
Come on, man.
All right, so no surprise there. Big man got done with it. Smart. He kept his soft belt not cinched up. Now he cinches it up. Put chalk on the sandbag in a 300-pound bag.
That was a fast 25 calories.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
That was really fast.
Yeah.
So we have all three athletes off of the bikes. We got Abdullah with the 275-pound bag. Looks like he's struggling to get it quite in the lap. It looks like he's going to try to get it into the field. He might have gotten that into the field.
I think it's still touching the line. Well,
he got it.
I think he's good. Oh,
he got it up and got it carried. Looks like Chance has carried the 300-pound bag.
He almost went into the crowd.
50 feet. Oh, yeah.
But now he's got it back. He's going to try to pick it up. Come on, Chance. Get it past the line.
He says, I'm not done. I'm not done.
This is the competitor in him. Come on, Chance.
Last efforts are coming.
Yeah, we got Christian Berghoff in lane 3, struggling to get that bag back up. I think he's past the line, though, so he's in the points.
He is in the points.
No, this is a heavy bag. It's 300 pounds. That is 300 pounds.
Well, for him, it's 275.
Oh, it is 275. Sorry, I was reading the wrong one.
No, it's fine. But it's still heavy, right?
Yep.
And Christian was smart, just like we talked about. So was Abdullah. Just get it out on the field, get your points. You don't want a zero, and you talked about this yesterday. Why is that important? I mean, just as a reminder, why is that important?
Yeah, so when you get a zero in a field, it is a huge disadvantage because there's a large gap between you and the next placing. In the sport of strongman, typically between placings, there's 1 point difference. But if you zero an event, you don't get any repetitions or you don't perform a minimum work requirement, you get 0 points, which means the difference in points between you and the next person is often several points. And so that is a huge disadvantage. You could take first in 4 out of 5 events, and then on the last event, if you zero, there is a high likelihood that someone is going to beat you, and you would not take first in that contest.
There's nothing more frustrating than if you're competing against 5 athletes, and there's one that wins overall, second, third, and fourth tie, and you get 0. You're behind by 3 to 4 points, depending on the scoring system that they're using. Just for not being able to complete a rep, it's super important.
All right.
And what do we got? Lane 2, we have Darren Rubito. Lane 2. Lane 1, I apologize. No,
it's lane 2.
Lane 3, we have Charles Trinidad, Chuck Trinidad. And lane 4, we have Dustin Tubbs, the showman himself. Look at that hair going all over the place.
All right, everybody stop.
There's a little bit of a misunderstanding.
I mean, hey.
These things happen.
Hey, these things happen, right? And our staff is trained to make sure that we reset appropriately. I mean, this is part of strongman, right? You have to have the mental capacity, to make sure. Now, I don't know. I'm not sure what happened here.
So, it looks like and I think that this is wise. It looks like there was a misunderstanding in the start of the athletes for those 3. And so what's going to happen is, since they started, they are going to have some time to recover, and we're going to bring that heat back out later.
I see. That makes sense.
So they get time to rest, because they all came out on that bike real hard.
Correct.
And this is our mistake as the people putting on the contest. So we're not going to punish the athletes for that.
Right.
We're going to let them get their win back, get their recovery in, and then they'll get a chance to come back out and put forward their best performance when they are recovered. So,
and that's why I'm happy that General Manager Lucas Hatton is games master here, and he's getting to that world-class type of athlete, and he has experience competing in big shows. He has seen this before. He's got the experience to know how to judge it. So good job, Lucas, leading the team there.
Yep.
So now in lane 2, we have more of our middleweights. Nolan Schutz. We saw his wife out there earlier, Nicole. Justin Johnson here in lane 3. and Aaron Burns in lane 4.
Set. Lift.
Now, Aaron yesterday showed us some great static strength. Now let's see what happens here on the bike. Now, Nolan's a great
Nolan. Yeah, I was gonna say I'm excited to see Nolan in this front
I
carry.
agree.
He's got a tremendously strong back, tremendously strong hands, and he came out hot on that bike. His conditioning is very good as well.
It is.
So I would not be surprised if he was in the running for this event.
Absolutely. Now he's being smart. He's taking his time. Now this
Yeah.
is a heavy bag. This is a heavy bag for Nolan, but he's practiced. He understands what he has to do.
Well, if it's heavy, he's not making it look very
Because
heavy.
he's practiced. It's because he's practiced. That's just why I'm talking about why I'm proud of him. But he has to work. This is where he has to be careful. He's not allowing, so he's grabbing the bag on the top to keep his hips free, right? So he's levering the bag off of his hips so he can still walk. That's very smart. Aaron Burns.
I really like that turn that Nolan did right there. He stepped behind the line, he sat down, he readjusted his hands. The grip that he had coming into that first 50 feet was tenuous. It was looking a little loose.
Now, Justin
And then he
Johnson-
stopped and re-gripped, really strong grip. I like what I saw.
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, no worries.
But Justin Johnson here using the work gloves. First time we've seen gloves today.
Yeah, that is allowed in strongman. You can use the work gloves.
And he wisely takes that turn and puts it down.
6.
And Nolan,
4.
Nolan is giving everything he can.
Excellent work by Aaron Burns.
Aaron Burns put everything into that.
Everything.
I love, and this is why
And
I
that's
love
just
our
a good-
volunteers. They're
yeah,
just
that's
getting
a-
the belt off him.
That is a good volunteer and a good, an aware volunteer, we'll say, because as you're carrying that bag, if you got a belt on, it can really just sap the life out of you, especially when you're trying to breathe. A lot of times you have that belt on to support your midline. Well, like we said, if you know how to breathe properly and brace properly, that is modifying your midline. So you're going to be breathing into your midline, you're going to be bracing with the midline, which is that stomach, but that belt constricts the stomach so it can constrict your breathing. And that can lead to all kinds of fun when we're talking about performing for 90 seconds.
Yeah, and that was Logan Sad that was actually helping him up. Very strong. I've competed with him before, and he understood what he was going through. And of course, Austin Flynn, our photographer, also he's a powerlifter and a powerlifting coach, as well as a great photographer. They both understand. They both help him up and say, "Hey, great job. Go rest."
Absolutely, and this is going to be a fun heat. We're going to see, we're going to see one of our returning champions from last year perform in this heat in lane 4.
20 years old, Zach. 20.
One of the strongest 20-year-olds on the planet, no question, period. Possibly the strongest.
Yeah, Todd Gilliam.
Is very impressive athlete.
And we have in lane 3, James Moore. In lane 4, Derek Brooks. Derek, I didn't get a chance to talk about him a lot, but an incredible athlete, former military, Army Ranger, and he also does some private security work that he's not allowed to talk about.
Ooh.
So,
A man of mystery.
Yes, he is a man of mystery. But I'll tell you what, so Lucas Haddon coaches him, and Lucas can't give him RPEs. Now, if you don't know what RPE is, that's rate of perceived exertion, right? And it's a way for a coach to tell their athlete, hey, only push yourself so much. But his level of pain tolerance is so much higher than everybody's because of his background. And so Lucas has to give him specific weights when he's coaching.
Yeah, sometimes you got to make those adjustments as a coach, and that's part of being a good coach.
That's right. And that's
So
Derek
again, we got Derek in lane 2, we got James in lane 3, and we got Ty in lane 4. Looks like Derek is flying.
Yeah.
We got James just getting a carry. He got about 25 feet in. It looks like he's breathing a little heavy. If I were a judge, I would get on him. It looks like he might be a little lightheaded.
Yep.
And then we got Ty over in lane 4, still carrying that bag.
Just grinding, man.
Just grinding.
And I know Derek. Derek will refuse to put the bag down. he won't put it down.
Just say no.
And if it does, it's
Fight me.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he will sit there if he needs to, but he will not let go of that bag. It's just who he's. It's how he's built, man.
I hope he gets this turn. I want him to get this. Yes, yes, yes.
I love the commitment by James in lane 3, and it's exactly.
Wow,
not surprised.
that was that was easily one of the most impressive performances on this event.
Agreed.
From Derek right there. I really enjoyed that he busted that bike out, got onto the bag, picked it up, and just carried it the whole time.
And James, I got to give a shout out to James Moore as well. Just, I love the commitment to just like, I'm not going to let it go, even if I have to fall forward. And he fell on the bag and tackled it.
Yep.
Tackled it right around.
Absolutely.
Just great effort. And
athletes that win in that round where we had to restart, you'll be going in 2 more rounds.
All right, so we have 2 more heats here. I'm actually correct this time. We've got Tristan Lee going in lane 2, and we've got Zach Hash going in lane 3, representing 231 and 265 respectively.
Fantastic.
Once again, thank you to Thomas Steingrieb with Northwestern Mutual for sponsoring this event today. An amazing individual. Once again, you'll get to hear my interview with him at the conclusion here in a few minutes. Thank you, Thomas. Appreciate your support. He has sponsored the show every year we've had it. You know, we dreamed about putting on a show like this. In our first year, we had a lot of people and a lot of trust in us, and he was one of those that believed in us from the beginning that we could grow the show to where we have at this point. As we get started here, Tristan Lee is a great athlete. It's not surprising to me that he's like close to the top of the leaderboard here. I believe he's in second behind Melvin. But I'll tell you, this is where he's going to shine. He's a grinder, man. And speaking of grinders, Zach Hash competed last year at the Arnold World Amateur Championship, but actually it was the world's strongest firefighter. And we were there to root on athletes. We had a lot of athletes there this past year. And both of these athletes are no stranger to the grind.
Absolutely. So we got both athletes with a 275, both very impressive athletes. It'll be fun to see. Oh, and they got different carrying styles, so it'll be fun to see who can get a little further with this. I think Tristan has a mild build advantage. He is a little bit better built for this event. He's got the long arms. He's got really good levers for carrying and for picking things up. And he's already accumulated 150 feet, coming up on 200 feet. Yeah. Zach's over in lane 3 with about 100 feet, trying to re-grip.
Just rocking the jorts, baby.
Yep, and I much prefer the technique that Tristan is using in lane 2. I think that being able to wrap your arms around the bag and grip your own hands is a huge advantage in this kind of event.
That's coming from the best.
Yeah, but I also think that, depending on, very well done by both athletes. Depending on your build, depending on the size of the sandbag, depending on all of these different circumstances, you may not be able to reach your hands around the bag.
Right.
You know?
Yep. All right, we have our last, so we get to see the leaders of the 265 and 231 weight classes coming out. We got Melvin. I'm just going to take a shot at it. Mweba. I'm sorry, Melvin. I love him at Dungeon.
Mweba?
And he's going to be so sweet to me, too.
Did I get it? Mweba?
Can someone confirm that? From the team, let's talk about that later.
If I nailed that, I'm gonna be really impressed because I've never even heard the pronunciation of it.
And then we have Nathan Heddick in lane 3.
Yeah, I just gotta gush about Melvin a little bit though in lane 2. He is such a positive guy, and he is always just vibing in the most awesome way. It is a joy to share a gym with him and be around him because when he's in the gym, he is just all upbeat, positive vibes, and he knows how to bust his butt and work hard.
Yeah. And one of the things, and as they're grinding here on the bike, and I'm going to gush as well, one of the things I love about Dungeon is it doesn't matter if you're an elite athlete or you're just starting. Melvin's a good example of this. He talks to if you're a novice, he talks to them just like he would talk to me or you. And he gets, he works in with those people too. And you have no idea what that means to a new lifter when you have someone as elite as Melvin in some movements doing that. All right, so they're now getting situated on the sandbag. Here goes Nathan. Now Nathan, I mentioned Kyle Brockway and Richard Brocker earlier. Now Nathan is one of the Whidbey Island boys as well. He's here competing rather than volunteering, but he's a great guy. All right, here we go. So Melvin's rocking the Converse as well for this.
Love it. I'm still, Converse, I'm looking your way. Still haven't given me that sponsorship. What do I got to do?
Well, I mean, how many championships does he have to win?
I know.
Melvin just puts it down. He's
Yeah, it did look like Melvin was carrying the bag a little bit forward, in my opinion. Knees looked a little bit soft, and shoulders were a little bit more forward than I'd like to see for him, for his build. That being said, still carried it quite a ways, and that's 275 pounds. That is a heavy sandbag.
Yeah, and Nathan Hedrick just grinding every step. Can he get to the end here? Can he get to the end?
Can he turn? I want to see him turn. And, well, you know what? That is further than putting it down 10 seconds before the time. You know what I mean? He carried it all the way through the time limit.
That's fair. Okay, well that wraps up event 4 of the Rainier Classic, meeting of day two, excuse me. What a excellent start. All right, so this was the event that everybody feared. It's done.
It's done.
Everybody.
Now it's just fun.
It's just. I mean, it was fun to watch, and I want everyone to know. Oh no, I'm sorry. We forgot these guys. It was the. We have one more.
Yep. We got one more heat.
Vito in lane 2, Chuck Trinidad in lane 3, and then Dustin Tubbs in lane 4. Remember, Zach was mentioning earlier, there was a default in this heat earlier, so we're going to run it back. We let these athletes rest.
Yep.
Good call on your part. And now we're going to see these guys are rested up, and this will be the last. I was wrong twice. I'm sorry.
Okay. That's okay.
Here we go.
Hey, even we get it wrong sometimes. Nothing wrong with that. Hey, we're good.
There you go. So I want to see. I can't wait to see the showman Dustin Tubbs here.
Yeah,
air flyer.
he likes to go hard. Wow, all these athletes are coming out pretty hard.
Yep. And Chuck, Chuck and Lucas trains Chuck. Chuck has worked really hard on the pace here. He understands he's a big man, very statically strong, and he needs to pace himself for this event. This does not surprise me at the pace he's going. And, and Darren understands that as well.
Yep. Looks like Darren slowed down a little bit to get his air. I think Darren and Anthony are in a duel. I think Darren and Anthony are in a duel for the best shorts of the day.
I agree. I completely. You didn't mention I was going to.
Yeah, Anthony was in the leopard shorts earlier, competing for the lightweight novice men, and Darren here competing in the 231s. With the tie-dye shorts.
I know Dustin could lift this, but once again, he's here to have fun and support the community, and that's who he is, right? And so, and it was not mentioned in the rules that you can't use straps.
Oh,
he's
wow.
using figure 8 straps.
Holy cow, okay.
It was not brought up in the rules meeting, and that's the thing about Strongman. If it wasn't brought up, you can do it. I don't know if he's going to be able to do anything with it.
Ooh.
But I can't, we have to respect the grind that Darren and Chuck are putting on here. But I love
It's kind of stealing the show. If I were him, I would step forward, though. Get into the field. Get the zero. You know, make sure you don't get the zero.
Look at that.
Wow.
Just look at that. Come on, Darren. Keep going. Oh, and Chuck just. Oh, he fell hard on that sandbag.
Love it.
Get the belt off him. Andrew Letty, a very experienced strongman, I understand. And Dustin just getting the. I'm so glad Dustin went last. He's going to give the crowd a great energy to go to the next event.
Absolutely. He's fun to watch. He's just such a fun guy to watch.
Now, Chuck landed pretty hard on that sandbag.
Looks like he's hopping up. Looks like he's a tough guy.
He's a tough guy. In football and rugby, we have to tackle dummies quite a bit. I know what it's like to put your full body on a tackling dummy. And I want to be clear, sandbag is not as soft and as cushiony as a tackling dummy. It's hard when you hit the ground.
Yeah, that packed sand in the bag is, when you hit that bag, you feel it.
You do, yeah. Well, yeah, and so as we were saying before, is now we're done. Right? But once again, so the athletes, I think there's going to be so much energy coming off this event. They're done with the hard, right? Now we get to see even more fun stuff. And personally, my favorite event, and one that I was hell-bent to have in this show, the Chaos Keg Press. And you and I will talk more about that when that comes up. But what excited you as someone that's been there at the highest level and also seeing our show that's continuing to grow? What stood out to you about the athletes from a novice perspective and from a more experienced amateur perspective?
Well, I think the consistency and the technique, the pacing, a lot of the strategy stood out to me. Mm-hmm. We saw athletes coming out with a different mentality. Some of the athletes in the beginning kind of came out with a very, we'll say, a little bit of a shy demeanor or like a slower pace. They were maybe concerned a little bit more. But as you get into a little bit more of the advanced side of the sport, you know your physical limitations and you know your mental limitations a little bit more, and so you can come out and you can go really hard and you know exactly how hard you can go. So we did see some of the athletes coming out, it's so hard that I personally was concerned that they were going to blow out, but they said no, I've done this dozens of times. I've done this literally dozens of times at this point. I know I can go this hard. They went that hard, and then they went onto the sandbag and they carried for almost 60 full seconds. So I think that's the big thing, is pacing, knowing your limitations, and knowing the level of performance that you can sustain for that duration of performance.
It's coming from the best, folks. World champion, national champion Zach McCarley here. I'm Ryan Terry, with the ownership team here at Dungeon Strength, promoted the Rainier Classic. Really happy that you guys are here. I hope you guys, we're not even close to being done. We have two more events for the amateurs. We get to see the Pro-Am athletes go later on today. But I want to take this opportunity, as the team is getting set up for this next event, to once again thank our leadership team that's leading the volunteer staff. Kayla Roper, our event coordinator, who's just been killing it. She's the general out on the floor and doing a great job keeping everybody fed, watered. She has such great awareness for everybody, and I appreciate her and what she's doing. We got our social media coordinator that's been helping me help promote this whole time, Rachel Peterson, who's also competing, here today. We've got Noah Bond, our executive producer, just indispensable in helping us with all the technology side and helping you and I look great on camera.
You don't need a lot of help.
I know. I know I don't. I'm glowing and it's not a sunburn. But I know Noah next year might get us a makeup guy. I don't know. And then just continuing, we've got Saul Peterson, also part of the ownership team at Dungeon, doing a great job as master of ceremonies. And honestly, I was talking to him yesterday. He's just having fun with it. And if you know Saul, he loves having fun. And no matter what he does, he's not going to get stressed about it. And that's what I love about him. And then I couldn't ask for a better partner as well. It's someone who is a great general on the floor, leading the arena staff, general manager Lucas Hatton, also pro athlete, and just making sure, other than that little snafu we had earlier on the bikes, it's been running perfectly.
Yeah.
And he's to thank for that, and he's the head judge as well, and making sure that our standards are set, right?
Yeah, and those kind of small mistakes do happen.
Yep.
And when they happen, I think one of the differences between a good show and a great show is how it's handled.
Yes.
And there was a contingency plan for that. All of the staff was ready for that incident were it to occur. It did occur one time, and it went perfectly to plan. Once that kind of thing happens, the athletes are told to stop working, come backstage, recover a little bit. You're going to get to come back out. You get time to recover. They were given about what seemed about 10 minutes to recover fully, and then they got to come back out and give their best effort and perform to the best of their ability.
Yes, I agree.
And that is the best circumstance for that kind of event happening.
Absolutely. And the last person I want to mention here is Austin Flynn with Upper Left Lens.
Catch him on Instagram.
Yep, catch him on Instagram. Experienced competitor and doing great with photography, and he always wants to make sure he gets great shots. If you come to one of our shows, we do our very best to make the experience as great as possible, and we invest our own resources into that. And honestly, it's why we charge a little bit more for premium to come to our shows, because we will treat you, I promise you will not have a better experience at any other show. Absolutely. We're well taken care of. We've got the warm-up area we designed specifically for you. We don't just throw equipment back there. We've got extra canopies back there to hide you from the shade. We have chairs back there for you. I mean, we've got extra snacks and water if you need it. Headshots during, weigh-ins. We got, and now I think I'm talking about Austin Flynn with Upper Left Lens. We do this because we love you, the athlete, right? And we want you to succeed. We want to provide you with more opportunities. So I really encourage you, as you're thinking about this show for next year, give it some real consideration. We're not an easy show, but I promise you'll have the time of your life. And if you ask anybody that's been here and has been with us, there's a reason they keep coming back, and it's because of how we treat them. So thank you to the athletes that came out, and I hope that you're enjoying your time. And the friends and family at home, I hope that you're enjoying you couldn't maybe make that trip from New York, like Joseph came from New York, right?
Yep.
And you can't make the trip, and I'm hoping that we're doing a great job of giving you the best experience possible to support your friends and family that are here. I think that we're getting set up here. for the lanes. I think it's time for you and I to take a little bit of a break. Once again, thank you once again to Northwestern Mutual for sponsoring this this last event.
Yep.
I'm getting there, and then so we're gonna go ahead and play that interview with Thomas and I, and then we'll see you guys here in about 10 to 15 minutes.
Excellent. So yeah, go get some water, go get some food, hit the restroom, do what you got to do, and we will be back in 15 minutes. We expect to see you back here too.
Sounds great. See you soon. Terry with Dungeon Strength. I'm here. This is Ryan Terry with Dungeon Strength. I'm here with Thomas Steingreeb here from Northwestern Mutual. Thomas and I have been friends for years now, and he has been a staple like in the Rainier Classic, and he's been with us since close to the beginning. So honestly, without your guys' support, like our show wouldn't be able to happen. We wouldn't be able to have pros up here, be able to offer prize money, and give amateurs a real shot at what they're wanting to pursue in the sport. So thank you. So Thomas and I, since we've known each other, a lot of people don't know this about me, because everybody mostly knows me from like strongman at the gym and stuff like that. But I used to work at Northwestern Mutual, so my internship out of college was Northwestern Mutual, and honestly, it was a great experience. It was a challenging one for me, just because honestly, if you're working specifically in the planning field, you have to love people on a different level, and I say that as kind of a cliche, but it's just the truth. Like planning, people don't think about it, and you have to, when you talk to them, you have to reveal that they do need to be thinking about it, and when they do, they're realizing like, wow, I have a lot to think about. So with that in mind, tell us a little bit about the firm that you have here locally. I mean, you've worked with the strength community quite a bit, but tell us a little bit about what you're doing here locally and where your offices and everything like that.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're located in downtown Tacoma. We've been there for about 3 years now. And really when we started to design this practice, we wanted to change the way people thought about planning. I think traditionally finances and planning, it's a very taboo topic. Not a lot of people like to open up about it. And really from our perspective, it's a conversation that just needs to happen. And we really try to have a relationship with the client first. And we want to work with them for 40 or 50 years, even generationally. Just bringing a different conversation around planning to where it's not stressful anymore. We want clients to walk out of our room and walk out of that Zoom call feeling better, feeling less stressed about their finances than more.
Yeah, that does make sense. And that kind of brings up to the event that you guys are sponsoring for the Rainier Classic. I think this just makes all the sense in the world. The event that you're specifically sponsoring is the Not CrossFit Medley. That's what we're calling it this year. The CrossFit Games they've been putting in a lot of strongman implements in their shows, and we just wanted to keep it fun. And the assault bike is something that allows an athlete to be able to show how much power they can put out in a short amount of time. Now, a lot of the athletes were like, we don't want to have to do that, right? But the people that are here and are making it happen, like, it's awesome. But they have to do that sprint. Then they have to pick up a heavy sandbag and carry it for as long as they can, and the whole thing's for 90 seconds. And when I was creating this event, I was thinking about you and we were talking. I thought about what I did from a planning perspective. So I'm 6'5" and 420 pounds, and I've been a big guy all my life. And one of my mentors growing up, and he's still a mentor of mine, used to work at an insurance agency as well. And he said, Ryan, while you're younger, get your whole life put into play earlier so your rates are better. Because when you're older and you're big, there's no way your blood pressure is not going to be what it was. And that's true. Listen, I'm still like the healthiest. My doctor laughs at me sometimes because he's like, yep, you're still the healthiest 420 pound person I know that has normal-ish blood pressure. And I'm like, all right, let's just keep that going. But no, so I took out a whole life plan every year since from 23 to 28. And so obviously sponsoring an event like this, you're kind of reinforcing how important planning is. So what are some examples of, what folks aren't thinking about? You're not thinking about right now that you need to be thinking about, for the future?
And Ryan, that's a great question. There's really 3 areas that we see day to day where they're just not being talked about enough. The first one is the risk management, something you did just from a health perspective, planning for those what ifs. What if I'm disabled? What if I pass away too early? What if I lose my job?
What if I pass out on sandbags?
Yeah, pass out on sand or the assault bike. Just having those contingency plans in place and being open to that type of conversation, knowing that life isn't all sunshine and rainbows. We have to plan for that. The second area we see a lot of people not planning for is taxes, both today, but more importantly, taxes in the future. So making that plan to help keep a family or a business's hard-earned money inside the business as much as possible. The third place we really see not a lot of people talk about is the estate planning, right? And a common misconception, you don't need to have millions and millions of dollars to have an estate plan. Our job as advisors working with a client's attorney is make sure the transfer of wealth happens how you want it to. Not how I want it to, not how the government to, but you. Those are the three main areas we see on a day-to-day basis when it comes to that planning.
I think when we talked, part of sponsoring the show is you're actually offering free consultations to anybody that gets in touch with you over the next couple months, right? So, just tell the community a little bit about what's the best way to get a hold of it and how to get that process started.
Yeah, absolutely. So best way to get in touch with myself and our team is one of two ways. One, we have a full website built out. You can just Google my name, Thomas Steingrieb, Northwestern Mutual. It'll be the first search engine. What'll happen from there is there's actually a blurb about our team and where we offer and where we serve the community. And you can go directly to my webpage and schedule a one-to-one consultation with me through that webpage. The other thing that we'll have available is throughout the show, all my contact information will be available at my booth via business cards or a pamphlet that we're going to hand out. Those are typically the best ways to get in contact with us.
All right, well, let's get back to the pain. All right, everybody, welcome back. We've got the stage set up here for the 5th event here at the Rainier Classic 2023. My personal favorite event for this one, and everyone either is going to love it or they're going to hate it. It is the Chaos Keg Press. We designed each one of these kegs for these weight classes specifically on purpose. So I'm really excited here. We're going to get our Special Olympics team. We've got Aaron Baxter here in lane 1, and we've got Dante Peoples in lane 2. And I can't say enough about how excited I am to watch these guys. They're once again such an inspiration to the gym, and they're such great people to have. And I'm excited as Aaron Baxter I love it. Aaron's just so naturally strong, and I love watching it. And also, just remember, folks, they were mostly doing powerlifting before they started at Dungeon, and now we've gotten them on strongman. So, good job, Dante. Love watching this, and I'm just so excited that we can celebrate these athletes. And just the crowd to get behind them too. I love watching it. And so they both, I believe these are pretty decently heavy kegs too. And Dante gets one more rep here. Just love watching. So yeah, 60 pounds for each keg. So as a reminder for everybody, let me give the details. So as I was mentioning before, each one of these kegs was specifically designed to be as difficult as possible. So if you're wondering, man, like that's actually not a lot of weight for somebody to be pressing. Trust me when I say that's only half the battle. It is going to be, there's a lot of difficulty here that comes with it as we have our next 2 athletes from Dungeon Beasts, our Special Olympics team. We have Big Damon here in lane 2, Damon Rauscher, and we have Joey Beltran in lane 1. Once again, I am excited for Damon going into this next year.
Let's go.
We're gonna put Damon in. He's gonna compete as an open athlete here very soon, and it's one of our goals. And this isn't even an issue. What is this I have in my hands? Should I press this? I guess I will.
And he is so strong. He does not mind going kind of into deep water.
Not at all.
And just busting his butt.
Not at all.
It's really fun to watch.
And just Joey will always show intensity. Always. It doesn't matter what he's doing. Come on, Joey.
Roll it up, Joey. Come on.
Yeah, that is a tough clean. That's a tough technique he's using as well. When you have your hands on both sides, he's trying to get it up so he can give that keg a little bit of a hip. But
there's no quitting it, but you have to be able to adjust your hands.
Yep.
As Damon just casually just keeps
It's different for him. He's just like ridiculously strong. Both of them are ridiculously strong.
It's so
but
true.
I will say that these kegs, what is moving inside of them is water.
Yes.
Which makes this very challenging because it's so unstable, and we're going to see that more and more as these competitors keep coming out and the weights keep going up.
Yep. And so once again, thank you. And they're showmen first, right? They want to make sure that they put on a great show for the crowd. So as I was mentioning, each one of these kegs was designed. So when we were designing this event, how can we make these kegs as chaotic as possible? Because now another part of Strongman, and why we put this event in here is me personally, as a fan of the sport, I've been watching with my dad ever since I was 5 on ESPN late at night, right? Is when I've seen the keg press, and most keg presses are done with mixed grip. You know, if you go and you look at different shows, I've always, and we talked about this yesterday, I never liked that because most athletes would get it to their shoulder and then it would just be a tricep extension, right? I never really saw it as a really cool thing, but when you press it from both hands underneath, it's a completely different challenge. And honestly, it's one that I love, and it tests your stability as well as your static strength, right? But it's going to be cleaning every rep and clean and press every rep, right? So you have to have some endurance involved as well. As we have Brianna Nasman here in lane 1 on her own here, and in lane 3, Isaac Wellman, and in lane 4 we have Zane Terry. And so you're going to see a lot of athletes. And now kegs aren't a common thing you'll find in the gym either, right? So
Correct.
And so you're kind of having to figure out, how am I going to deal with this weight that's unstable, and how am I going to make sure I don't let it hit me in the head? But Zach, what do you think? What are your thoughts on this as we're watching these guys rep it out?
We're seeing some of these athletes able to hit repetitions pretty swiftly, and then we're seeing some of these athletes that it appears that maybe they've never gotten the opportunity to actually lift a keg like this. And as you said, this is a very awkward implement. It is not a common implement that you can find in a general gym. You have to go typically to a gym that is equipped with this kind of strength equipment, like Dungeon Strength RX over in Federal Way. These kegs are especially challenging because it is not like a barbell that's evenly loaded, and it's not even like a log where the weight is centered. You have to grab the outside of this implement, and the center of mass is several inches above where you're pressing, so above your hand. If you are off just the tiniest bit, if you're off by a single inch on where you're pressing this, the weight is going to go whichever way it's going to want to go. And so you have to be very well balanced on this implement to be able to press it and stabilize it overhead and then get that down call, demonstrating control. So again, we have these components of strength being demonstrated. We have the component of skill. We also have the component of control. You have to be able to control the weight and display that to the judge. The judge can give you the down, you can get the repetitions, and you can win the contest.
Absolutely. In lane 2, we have BJ Sagan. In lane 4, we have, Maria Duncan in lane 2, Joseph Call in lane 3, and Joe Faulkner in lane 4. Now, Joe has got this figured out, right?
Joe is doing great on this
but
keg.
You got to watch, right? Tommy's going to be strict. You have to show control at the top. See, there we go. So the keg's going to kick on you at the top. You have to be able to show stability at the top.
Yeah, it looks like, well, that's the first slip up from Joseph Called today.
Yeah. And Joe's been practicing, and he's got a very unique clean technique, but he has really worked hard to improve his overhead strength, and you can definitely see that he's grinding.
Yeah.
And if you're wondering to yourself, hey man, are we going to see a keg explode today? You might.
You might. Yeah, you just might.
But as a team, we've thought of everything. We have extra kegs on standby, just in case.
And that was excellent work by all those athletes. But I do want to highlight Maria right there. Yeah. She lost the keg. It started rolling away. She brought it back. She put it back on the platform, and then she lifted. She proceeded to lift it one more time. I think that's pretty awesome. That's one of the things about strongman is, you have to demonstrate control, and a lot of times if you lose control of the implement, it's your job to get it back into place before you can lift it.
Right.
So you're kind of penalized for losing control of the implement, and all three of those athletes did tremendously well. We saw different techniques, and at this point we've seen at least 3 techniques. We've seen people grabbing the same side that they're going to press. They grab it, they clean it up, and then they press it immediately. We've seen people go staggered grip for the clean and then adjust to same side press. Then we've also seen people going same side and flipping it vertically into that pressing position, then pressing overhead. And I'm sure that we're going to see 4 or 5 more techniques. There's so many ways to do this.
There's so many ways to skin the cat. All right, so we have in lane 1, Emma Dorgiu, lane 2, Erica Toth, lane 3, James Terry, and in lane 3, Anthony Ingracia. Now, I have been very impressed that both Erica and Emma work out in Dungeon. And for the ladies of Dungeon, they have shown a lot of grit training for this. And they've gotten so much better, as you're seeing here. And they've been able to practice and do it well.
Yeah, they are flying. So you can see that Emma and Erica are just cranking out these repetitions. And for them, it looks like it's going to come down to who makes a mistake first.
Yeah,
that fatigue is going to accumulate. You might find someone dropping the weight before they actually get a down call. And if that occurs, they're going to be losing a repetition. And when you're doing reps for the entire minute, that lost repetition is what separates you from first to second. And since there's no tie breaks, sometimes that's going to separate first and fourth, because there might be a 3-way tie for first place because everybody got like 10 repetitions.
Absolutely. Yep. And this is
they're still moving. That is incredible.
People have trained for this show. I'm so impressed with how in shape everybody's coming in. All of you as athletes, when you're watching this later, you have Zach and I's respect. It doesn't matter if you're a novice or a more elite athlete. We can tell that you put in the work and you've taken the show seriously. And I love seeing it.
Yeah, I love to see it. I'm actually very harsh on people's conditioning. I really like to hammer people's conditioning.
You.
I make my athletes.
Champion Zach McCarley.
Yeah, I make my athletes do like 200 and 400 foot farmers, and I am very mean about it. But I'm mean to myself too. I do like 600 foot farmers, and I'm not. I don't hold back on it. So.
You don't.
It's one of those things that once you've done a couple of those events in a truly challenging way, you look back at the way that it's tested in contests and you just have to laugh a little bit. Because after you've done, say, a 600 foot farmers, you look at a 100 or 200 foot farmers and you just laugh. Because you know that it's just, you're like, I've done so much worse than that. I've done so much harder than that.
It's so true.
And I think a lot of these athletes are in the same boat. They've been training with a little bit heavier weight. Now they've come down to a lighter weight and they're ready to crank these repetitions out.
Absolutely. In lane 2, we have BJ Sagan. Lane 3, Vladimir Filenkov. And in lane 4, Gino Santamaria.
And Gino is busting these repetitions out very swiftly. He's doing what we would call a Viper clean and press style. So he is actually taking it from the lap and then cleaning it up, not waiting at all, and pressing straight through the rack position, which is that shoulder position that you see some of the athletes holding the keg in.
Yes. I will, and I will say I've been talking to a few of the athletes during the break after the burn and turn, and I've got several athletes saying, I don't know if I'm going to have the energy to keep going. But I told them the same thing as you. Listen, I've been there before, just like you, Zach. Eat, drink. You're going to have your rest, right? Because you went later in the event. If you're a heavier weight class, you won't have to go until the lighter weight classes are done, right? Take your time, recover, stretch. Zach, you talked about how important that is. And as these athletes get done here, I got to say, I had a lot of fun building these. And a lot of these kegs are coming from our sponsor, actually, Puget Sound Pizza.
Excellent.
And it's just right around lunchtime, so this is perfect. So if you're here at the show, or if you are bored here on a Sunday, you're just getting out of church here soon, come on down here. Yeah, come down and enjoy the nice weather, great pizza. But
yeah, we're at Burien Chevrolet.
Yes, Burien Chevrolet here in Burien, Washington.
Yep.
And to build these kegs takes a little bit of work. You have to be able to empty them out and do it the right way because they come pressurized, and you have to. So it's a little bit of a hazard, but you have to smell a beer the whole time.
It's true. It's true.
So there's a silver side to everything. All right. In lane 1, we have Anita Vargo. Lane 2, we got Michelle, the Punisher Pena. Lane 1, Chandler Ray, the workhorse.
Lane 3, sorry.
Lane 3, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Worries.
And then lane 4, we have Rich Pattison.
Excellent. And we got a little weight change there for all of the lanes. We have Anita and Nichelle in lane 1 and 2 at 90 pounds. And then we have, who's in lane 3 right now? We have Chandler and Rich over in lane 3 and 4 at 120 pounds.
120 pounds.
And Chandler's using a unique technique. He's actually doing a staggered grip clean, but then he is releasing his hand and catching it in the rack position. It looks like he's slowing down a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah, a little misplaced hand right there.
So we're starting to see a difference between he's got the work ethic, but he's trying to make sure he's staying stable at the top.
Yep. There we go. So Chandler's back to it in lane 3. Rich is busting out the repetitions. Nichelle and Anita are just working over here with the 90-pound kegs. Yeah.
Nichelle holding up her face.
Yeah, Nichelle just laughing because she got a little tired, I think, is what happened right there, and that's okay.
It's not like they just did some sprinting earlier. But
Yeah.
So for those of you at home, you'll understand what we're talking about as far as chaos. Watch when these athletes get it up to their shoulders, and watch how chaotic they are at the top, trying to stabilize all that lead, water, and everything that we put in there to make these very challenging for the athlete. But if you get a press, you've earned it.
Absolutely. And so in lane 1, we're going to have Adela. In lane 2, we're going to have Caroline. In lane 3, we're going to have Dan. And then in lane 4, we're going to have Anderson Ross.
Yes.
All right. Same weights being posted. Lane 1 and 2 are 90 pounds. Lane 3 and 4 are 120 pounds. And if I'm not mistaken, this is Adela's first contest over in lane 1. Is that correct?
I'm not positive on
Not
that.
positive. Okay.
I know I haven't seen her in. I think she has, but I'm not sure about the history there.
Yep. So it looks like Adela is taking that staggered grip clean approach, and it looks like
Yeah, and Anderson Ross is doing he's the first one to see what I've been coaching my athletes on. When it comes down to the pad, don't bring it back down to the ground. When you put it on the pad, clean it from the pad. It's 5 inches off the ground. You save yourself a lot of energy.
absolutely. Yeah. So we
Guess
see
who he's
that.
coached by?
We see
World
that.
champion Aaron Murray.
Nice. There you go. So we see that Viper clean and press style in lane 3 and 4 from Dan and Anderson. And we're seeing that staggered grip clean style in lane 1 and 2 from Adela and Caroline.
Yep. Dan has just stayed consistent this whole time in lane 3. And so is Anderson.
3, 2, 1.
Nice. Everybody got some reps. Everybody got some points.
And I can tell the crowd loves this event.
This is just a fun event. It's a very fun event, but it's also extremely challenging.
It is.
It is the most unruly 90 and 120 pounds you'll ever touch.
It's so true. It's so true. And it's fun when the crowd loves to see people put out maximum effort, right? Mm-hmm. And they're getting a chance to see it. All right, we've talked about this battle before. We're gonna see it again. I really am curious to see how these ladies do in lane 1 and lane 2. We had lane 1, Jamie Navarro, lane 2, Tasha Whalen here. And they've been battling it out here between them in their weight class with Brian Morcade in lane 3 and Tyler Young, the collegiate basketball player, in lane 4. Still at 90 pounds in lane 1 and 2, 120 pounds in lane 3 and 4.
And it'll be interesting to see if we see a different style. So we have Brian taking that staggered grip and tossing it into the same side grip in the rack position, then pressing overhead. He looks very comfortable with that. And we have Luke doing what looks like the Viper style. And we saw a small misstep, a very rare misstep from Tasha, cleaning it up.
And Tasha, for as great of an athlete she is, press is not her forte, right? But I know that she's put in the work to make sure she can be as technical as possible to make sure she succeeds. And you're seeing it right there.
Yep. Yeah, an incredible overall athlete. And, you know, sometimes some of these components of strongman can take years to develop, you know, and you know, believe it or not, for me, it took me a long time to develop my press, you know, and that's something that is very strong, you know, towards the end of my career. But you know, you may see that with different athletes. You say Tasha may not be the best presser, but she is a supremely skilled competitor, and I always tell people that competition is a skill. Being good at competition is a skill in itself, and she is a level 99 competitor.
Yes, and I think what you're trying to say there is, I guarantee she walked off and is not even thinking about that.
Yep, no, she's already on to the next one. She said, hey, got the points, I'm good, time to drink some water, time to eat some food, time to get ready, because guess what? I'm about to hit a PR on stone loading.
Absolutely, and the clash of the 160s is back here in lane 1, lane 2 with Leia and Laura. Here in lane 3, we've also got Scott Sherman, and lane 4 is going to be empty here. Scott Sherman representing the 175s.
All right. So this is a fun heat, especially lane 1 and 2, Leia and Laura.
And the weights have gone up to 100 pounds as well.
Yep, 100-pound keg. It's going to be interesting to see how this goes. Staggered grip being taken by both athletes in lane 1 and 2. They're both up to the rack position. Laura is good for 1 rep. Leia is pressing and then lost a little bit of control overhead. That's all right. Plenty of time to work for these athletes.
And you know, part of being a 99 competitor, like you were talking about before, is how to perform under pressure. You know, maybe your plan is not going, maybe your plan's not going exactly to plan, but you have to be able to adjust in the moment.
Yep, and that's okay. Yep. You know, I think that you couldn't have put that more perfectly.
Oh, thank you.
I felt like I had something more to say, but no, there's nothing more to say. You said it perfectly.
Yeah, coming from you, I take that as a great compliment. And yes, you have beautiful eyes. I'll say it right now.
Well, it takes one to know one.
I know. We got Scott Sherman here. I think he got one. I've been focused on this battle in lane 1 and lane 2.
Yeah, I couldn't take my eyes off of it. And an excellent effort by every athlete there. Again, Leia being the undisputed world champion of fun having in strongman competitions.
It's a heat between her and Dustin.
Yeah, it is. I mean, he's the male world champion. She's the female world champion. But I think... I hate to play favorites, but I think Leia would edge him out.
It's okay to have multiple favorites,
I think so.
And here comes one of your athletes, once again, the grinder. We've got Ashley DeAndre coming in lane 1. Lane 2 is going to be empty this time around. We got Dick Brocker in lane 3, and we've got Deacon Morales in lane 4.
Yeah, so this will be a fun heat to watch. You know, again, Ashley Gianandrea in lane 1, she is, she's a first-time competitor. This is her first swing at the contest and first swing at the sport. She's coming from a powerlifting background, excellent deadlifter, but, has never performed an overhead press in competition before yesterday. And so this keg is going to be very challenging for her. It's going to be interesting to see how she approaches it. And she's elected to not go into novice. She's competing in the open class because she says, you know what? I want the full meal deal. I'm ready for it.
That's awesome. And I'm impressed with what Richard Brockner's doing in lane 3. Very efficient, taking the momentum of the keg and continuing to press forward. Very important. That's great. That's great form.
And this might be a case of the tortoise and the hare. Again, we do have Richard just cranking out repetitions in lane 3, but it looks like he's starting to fatigue. In lane 4, we have Deacon with a very steady, clean and press.
Right.
Very controlled, very methodical approach to it, and we can see Deacon kind of overtaking the repetition game.
Absolutely. In an event like this, I like to have the 60-40 rule, and this is for myself. And I coach every now and then, but be technical with all of your energy on the front loading of an event like this. The first 30 or 40 seconds is going to be the most energy that you're going to have. So make sure you don't mess those reps up. Stay focused. Don't get too wild, because you're gonna, when it gets harder in the last part of a heat like this, I mean, that's when you can forgive yourself.
Yep.
You can forgive yourself if you miss a rep where you're exhausted, there's 10 seconds left, but you can't forgive yourself if you're in the first 10 seconds you miss a lift because you went too fast.
Yep. Very true. And so in lane 1, we have Jenny Draper. In lane 2, we have Nicole. In lane 3, we've got Todd Baker. And in lane 4, we have Jeremy Eccles.
Todd Barker, and you have helped me so much.
Oh, sorry,
We're going to
Barker.
tag team this as well. Listen, guys, we're human. We're great looking, but we're also human. So, change in weights here as well. Remember, lane 1 and 2 at 110. Lane 4 has gone up to 140 pounds. Now, Jeremy was one of those in lane 4. He was like, man, I'm tired. But I know Jeremy, and I know that's what he's saying right now, but I promise you, he's going to give everything he can, and he's fine. Look at this. He's fine. He's tired. He's going to get through it.
Yep, a little bit of loss of control by Todd right there in lane 3.
Yep.
He's taking some time to get it back. He's competed a couple times at this point. And it looks like he's very composed, which I can appreciate. When you lose control of an implement like that, a lot of times that can completely destroy the mindset of a competitor, and they just cannot regain their composure. But he brought the implement back, took a second, said, hey, I got a little bit of time left. I'm just going to breathe, and then I'm going to reapproach this event. And I think that shows a lot of maturity as an athlete.
Agreed. And Todd's just knowing that he doesn't have that, but he's going to make sure his training partner and fellow gym member at Dungeon, Jeremy, finishes strong.
Yep.
And I'm proud of Nicole. Listen, Nicole knew coming into this that was going to be challenging, but I knew that she was going to put everything that she had. And honestly, even though she had a couple of drops, I could tell she's put a lot of work in on trying to build stability at the top. So.
Absolutely, yeah. And this is a very challenging event. Again, most of that keg is empty at the 110 weight, and then we get up to like 140, and that is about perfect for the 1/3 of the keg being empty, and that makes it incredibly unstable.
Yes.
So in lane 3 and 4, those kegs are going to be very unstable. In lane 1 and 2, they're going up to 120 pounds, and those are also extremely unstable. You have a bunch of water sloshing, and you can get the water rolling and churning but you can also get it sloshing back and forth between your left and right arms. So it is a very unstable load. And again, the center of mass is several inches above the hands. So all of that movement is happening, and the center of mass is still above your wrists and above your hands. And so you're having to attempt to keep that center of mass directly above your hand, your wrist, and your elbow so you can effectively press the weight overhead. So it's a tremendous task that we're asking of these athletes.
Absolutely.
I mean, there's a reason that this event has not been done before, in this way, intentionally. And this is the Chaos Keg Clean and Press, and it is meant to be extremely unstable.
We're having a keg check here in lane 4 to make sure that, obviously we're doing a QA on each one of these kegs to make sure they're okay before we get started. And I agree with what you're saying. I think this is one of the beautiful parts about Strongman, once again, is having being tested in multiple different ways, right? Mm-hmm. And one thing that I'm interested to hear about from you later, especially as you're talking about the weights getting bigger, as in lane, let me make sure we got our athletes called out here. In lane 2, we've got Shauna Russell. Lane 3, we've got John Coy, and lane 4, we have Eric Shetty. But I'm really excited because as a technical lifter, and you're one of the most technical ones I've seen. I've seen, and one of the things I love about this is a lot of people are going to try to use their legs, and they're going to try to use like technical lifting like a jerk or a press. But what's really interesting to me is when I was training for this, for me, I was able to keep the weight more stable with a strict press versus using my legs, because the elements, they lose gravity at the top and they come crashing back down, right? And which is pretty interesting. So I'm curious here eventually to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I definitely think that a strict press is more stable than a jerk. It is just the nature of the lift. You have to continue to apply force the entire way. There's less, less overall force output as the weight is accelerated more slowly, and there's less moving components. You just get to press the weight overhead and stabilize. It is a more challenging feat of strength, but it is a less demanding from a balance standpoint. So a lot of times, if you can strict press this kind of implement for a lot of repetitions, I would suggest you do it. It's easier. But for a lot of these athletes and for a lot of these weights, if they were to strict press, they may not be able to get any more than maybe 1 or 2 repetitions, whereas if they were to jerk or push press, they could potentially rack up 5, 6, 7 repetitions. So it depends on the athlete specifically. Some people are pressing monsters, like the guy sitting next to me, Ryan Terry, and others need to use their big old beefy legs, like this guy talking right now.
To my left. Absolutely. And in lane 1, we have Tara Simonson. In lane 2, we have Maria Barwig. And over there in lane 4, we got Arlo. Now, I know Arlo has also been putting a lot of work into this. I love how technical Maria's being as well. And Tara, and Tara knows Aaron's going to be strict with her on that. You have to lock out. And we've asked the athletes, do your very best to try to get it on the pads. We completely understand. Your safety comes first, right? So it's unstable. We get it. If you got to bail, you got to bail, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. And so long as they're not intentionally throwing it on the ground, they will not be penalized in any kind of way. We always prioritize the safety of the athletes first, and equipment is replaceable. The health of our athletes is not.
And we did, trust me when I say, when we were thinking about doing this event, we did multiple tests with heavy kegs hitting the ground over and over and over again to see, could these kegs be durable enough for a whole show? And they passed our rigors. So, I'm very confident that we might see elite keg 1, but I don't think we'll see multiple.
Nice.
We've done a lot of testing on these. All right, so now we're just going to be using lanes 3 and 4 here for the next little bit, featuring Pablo and Benusa and Matt Earhart. We talked about him earlier, representing our 200-pound amateur males. And now we can see a little head-to-head action.
Absolutely. Yeah, and so, again, these are 200-pound athletes, and they are lifting 140 pounds of very unruly weight. And that is, that's only 60 pounds away from their body weight. They're lifting about 75% of their body weight in a very unruly fashion.
Right. you know, you get that up to your shoulders and you're like, how am I going to get this up?
Yeah.
And you're going to notice athletes are using their chin, they're using their forehead, they're using their nose to help stabilize, which is completely legal, right?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah, so long as they do not use the top of their head to assist the lift,
Yes.
they can lift it any way that they deem to be appropriate for themselves.
So close from Matt. What an effort.
Excellent effort by
And
Matt.
Pablo's just giving it a good effort as well. You know, and once again, Pablo, I know he's a great deadlifter, but he's going to say, hey, man, I'm going to save my energy for later. No, that's not going to count. That's what we talked about.
Yeah,
that's the old way of living.
Yeah, so Matt said, you know what? I know it doesn't count, but I'm going to grab this with a stagger grip. I'm going to press it anyway. How about that? How about that? I lifted it anyway. Get out of here.
Give me a half point.
Yeah.
Give me a half point. Yeah.
The lane coach, Big Tommy Burns over there in lane 4 was like, no, and he knew what he was doing. He knew what Matt was doing.
Oh, absolutely. All right, now we continue the battle of the 200s here. We got Dr. John in lane 3, and in lane 4 we got Dylan Lassich.
Say it with me. 1, 2, 3.
Dylan
Lassich.
Yeah,
there we go.
there we go.
Okay, we got it. We got
All
it.
right, here we go. Now I've been impressed.
Woo!
Now listen, he knows me. We're friends, so I'm talking a little bit of smack. But I am very impressed with the amount of work that he's putting prep into this. He's taking it very seriously, and he wants to make his family proud. I'm talking about his gym family and his actual family that are here to support him over there. And Dr. John, of course, always a worker, and I just love that. He knows. He's like, listen, I'm going to get points so I don't get a 0. Pressing's not his thing. But I love what he's doing. He's going to make sure Dylan knows he's behind him. And I love it. They're strategizing. And it's great sportsmanship. I love watching those two together.
Very well done. Yeah. So you could see that Dylan came out in front on that in that heat, and
He knew what he had to get. I think.
Yep.
And he did it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
And it's the way that he came out, the way that Dylan came out in that first repetition, Dylan being in lane 4, he just like ripped that keg up and just pressed it, waited for the down call, got the down call, and continued and proceeded to do the same, the same speed and ease of repetitions until he took first in that event,
Absolutely.
or until he did what he had to do and then walked off.
Dylan is definitely impressing me here. But honestly, all the 200-pound athletes are doing a great. They're all fierce competitors. All right, in lane 3 we have Abdullah. In lane 4 we've got Darren. Had a chance to talk with Darren, and he had some really great feedback for us. He's loving the show so far. He hated that last event, but he's excited for this one, I think. Great
Oh
show
wow!
control.
Impressive movement right there by Darren. The first clean for Darren did not look so great, and then he just whipped it up and kind of viper pressed it real quickly.
Now we're starting to see the weakness of keeping your hand in the same place through the clean and the press. Remember that there's weight moving back and forth, and that's tremendous pressure on your wrists. And you're going to it's going to be very bicep-y pretty quick. And you saw how the water hit himself in the face when he's doing that clean. You have to strategize, and it's important to be efficient with these reps because you're only going to get more tired.
Absolutely, and Abdullah getting a couple cleans in there, but can't quite get that press yet. Getting that stagger grip clean.
Yep.
Darren busting out a couple repetitions. Definitely, Darren is pressing in that style that is more akin to your favorite style, the more strict pressing style.
Right.
And that can lend itself to a much more steady press.
Yep. Now, announce lane 3 real quick for me because I think you're nailing it.
Yeah. So in lane 3 we have Melvin, and in lane 2 we have Nolan. I'm going to try to say Melvin's last name here. I just have to read it a couple times. Melvin Muimba.
Nailed it.
Muimba.
Nailed it.
Muimba.
And Nolan Schwartz is out here.
Muimba power.
And these guys know. They know each other from the gym. They're like, listen, we're friends, but not for the next 60 seconds.
We're about to fight. We're about to fight.
Yeah, we're about to fight.
Yeah. I'm excited to see them because both of these guys are excellent competitors. I do think Melvin has a little bit of an advantage in this event. You can see that he's a tremendous presser, but Nolan is coming out and has excellent control. He has longer limbs. He's got to, press it a little bit further, which can be challenging for a lot of people, but
And I was about to say, both these guys are great at deadlift. They've got the right, they're great at deadlifting, but Melvin actually, from a pressing perspective, I know he's trying to put a lot of work into it, but he still has a ways to go, but he's showing out why he's gotten better at it. And Nolan, you're right, with the long arms, is showing a lot of control and stability.
Absolutely, yeah. And both of these athletes are very impressive. I'm not sure who is taking the lead at this point because they've just been busting repetitions out.
I think Nolan's ahead by like a rep or two. Because I don't think Melvin's gotten a couple of his.
Yeah, it does look like Melvin's gotten a couple cleans, and Nolan taking a step forward onto the pad on accident. That's a tough one.
And Melvin gets one last one at the end. Wow.
I think Nolan might have edged out Melvin on that one by one repetition, but we could be wrong. We'd have to look at the scorecards, and those are not available to us right now. So the best that we can say is it was a close race.
It was a close race.
Yeah, that's the best we can say with certainty.
Well said, yeah. Well
said. So next up in lane 3, we're going to have Derek Brooks. In lane 4, we're going to have Tristan Lee. This is going to be a fun showdown as well.
This is it. These are the top two.
Yeah, the top two 231 male athletes.
What a battle. Also, both dungeon athletes. We have such a great, stable middleweight athletes or, weight class athletes at Dungeon, and I love watching them compete head to head here.
Absolutely. So it'll be interesting to see who can take the lead here. Both of them with a very clean, simultaneous down call for both of them.
They have the exact same technique.
Yeah, looks like Derek's struggling a little bit more with stabilization. Tristan with a 3, both athletes with 3. Tristan's got 4 now. Both athletes with 4. Tristan with 5. So Tristan's ahead by 1 repetition. It's tied right now. Ahead by 1 repetition. Yeah, they're just going back and forth. Tristan is probably paying a little bit of attention to Derek right now and saying, I got to stay 1 repetition ahead. Because Tristan's got 7, Derek's got 6, and Tristan's going to keep going. He says, hey, I'm just going to keep racking up these repetitions. You give me as much time as possible. He wants 1 more. Oh, that was a
bail on that one.
And that was a very good bail. That was a very smooth bail. So sometimes when you lose control of an implement like that, the only thing to do is just to get out of the way.
You just have to move.
Yeah, just move. Just move and let it fall. It's fine.
Yep.
Tristan did a great job of that. But Tristan winning that heat and Derek putting up a very respectable number. That might have been 1 and 2 in the class. I'm not sure how many Nolan and Melvin got, but there's going to be a lot of moderately high numbers of presses in that class.
I know. I'm pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, I think that was probably the most consistently high repetition class, the 231s.
Agreed.
Yep. And so next up in lane 3, we're going to have Christian. In lane 4, we're going to have Justin coming up. Both 265-pound male athletes. And that weight change, the class change, is going to come with a weight change, I should say. The keg is going to move up from 160 pounds to 180 pounds. Now, if you're curious how much a keg full of beer weighs, that was 160 pounds. That was the last weight class. A keg full of beer weighs approximately 160 pounds. So these athletes will be lifting heavier than a full keg of beer.
And more unstable too, because that's full of liquid, which means it doesn't move around a lot, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So you took part in more of the manufacturing of these than I did. So what was that process like for manufacturing a keg? How do you make a keg heavier than full with water?
Yeah,
how do you make it?
A lot of testing. So Lucas and I took a lot of time to, we got a keg and said, all right, what is the amount of water, for the amount of poundage that we're trying to get to, to make it feel as chaotic as possible. For some of the kegs, for the 180, 190, 100, 200, there's actually less water or more water depending on how much it was going to weigh, right? I'll tell you, though, 220 that I did in my Instagram post, that one's about 121, I think it's like 120 or 130 is what we ended up going with, and then both of them are exactly the same. I think it was 130 in water and then the rest in lead. It was like the perfect, and for everyone to reference, and I did a little bit of a challenge. Now that we're getting to the bigger boys, a lot of people were like, hey, this is unsafe. I was like, all right. I actually did a full run with the Pro-Am 220K to say, all right, who can beat me, right? It was my challenge out to these athletes as we get to these heavier kegs. because I promise you, you can do it if you train and you do it. I know it's hard, but it's possible. But so the manufacturing took we took a lot of joy out of it, right? Because it was a lot of fun to say we want to make sure this is a challenge, and for everyone's reference at home, whatever weight that you're seeing for these guys pressing, put about 25% more weight on top of it. And that's and what I've been telling athletes is like if you have 180 for your weight class, plan on it being around like feeling like a 220 of just dirt, like a keg that's got dirt and sand in it, because they're about the same type of difficulty. When it's solid, dirt, and when you clean it and it sits, and then it's might as well be a barbell at that point, right? But with these kegs, like we talked about before, it's gonna rock you back and forth. It's gonna be chaotic, and you have to let it settle and then press, right? And so, and for everybody's reference at home, when you see 180 that these guys are about to do, it's gonna feel more like it's 220, 230. And I told a lot of the pros and the guys that are in the back Pro-Am, they asked like, hey man, how does it feel? I'm like, doesn't feel good. But I told them, I hope that you've been training, with 250, 260, 270 at your gyms that you're at. Because I promise you that 220 is going to feel bad. Now I was able to do 6 reps in 60 seconds, so I'm really excited to see what the big boys can do here. The gauntlet has been laid.
Yeah, so you perform well, you got the beautiful blue eyes, you got this gorgeous trimmed up beard. Where'd you get that?
Oh, that's a great point. Zach and I had a great, just wonderful chill out experience. We got everything set up on Friday, and I told Zach, you know what, dude? Let's go have an authentic barber experience and just relax. If you've never been to a great barber,
that was me, by the way. I'd never been to a proper barber. Yeah, never had the straight edge treatment on the head.
It looks so good. Look at that. Yep. And I've been going to the same barber now for a couple of years. He has his own barber shop at his parents. His mom has a boutique shop, and he has his barber shop in the back, and I love it. Because he just has it set up where you can relax, hot towels, you can get a chance to just chill and talk. And Zach and I had the opportunity to do that, and we were in there for a couple hours. The reason why it took so long is because he takes attention to detail. So Joe Elizalde, shout out to you, at BarberJoe3 on Instagram. Go check this guy out, man. There's a reason I go to him and don't go to a regular barber shop. It's because he pays attention to detail. And I mean, look, let's get face to face. I mean, look at this. You can't argue. Yeah, look at that. I mean, strong, beautiful, great. We keep talking about our eyes. It's true. But the beard now, the beards are just so precious.
My beard's not thick enough. It's kind of thin.
Yeah.
It's okay.
You're a growing boy.
I'm still my grandma says that I am a very handsome young man.
God, I love you so much. All right, so we finally got the keg set up here. Wanting to make sure that, we wanted to make sure we made these exactly the same so the athletes could go head to head. And so we're making sure that the 180 kegs are ready to go as we have Christian Berghoff in lane 3 and we have Justin Johnson in lane 4.
Excellent. So this is the start of our 265-pound class, and again, these guys are lifting 180 pounds on the kegs. You can see Christian cleaning up that keg, and Justin making his best effort to get the clean. These are very unruly, as Ryan mentioned, extremely challenging weight. Justin says, you know what, I'm going to save it for stones. I'm not going to hurt myself with this keg. Yep. And then Christian lifts one and waves it off, says, hey, I'm in the points. That's good enough for me.
Points. He's going to dare someone else to get it.
Yep, hey, that's okay.
I dig it, man.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I feel that. So next up in lane 1, we're going to have Justin Johnson. In lane 2, we're going to have Charles Trinidad, a.k.a. Chuck.
I'm going to give him a hard time later. Chuck, I'm going to give you a hard time. He's putting chalk on his grip shirt.
Hey, you know what? Maybe he's a sweaty boy. Sweaty boy.
You know what? What do I know, Chuck? As the competitors give themselves a knuckle, they both know this could be challenging, and but they have a lot of respect for each other.
Yep. So again, 180 pounds. In
one
these
rep
kegs.
is the mark to beat.
Yep. One rep's the rep. The number to beat.
All right, now so Chuck's going with he's getting it on one shoulder, popping it up to the other hand. Let's see if he can complete the rep here. He shows control.
And there's the down. That's one repetition.
Now, nope. So Justin did not quite get the lockout.
Yeah, so one repetition for Charles in lane 4 and a very close call in lane 3 for Justin Johnson.
Good adjustment. Now, yeah, it's a decent technique from Chuck, but that weight is staying up there for so long, and that's just taxing.
Ooh,
You know?
that is a tough way to receive that keg.
Tommy is not going to get that rep.
Absolutely, yeah. So Charles over in lane 4 was able to press it, but could not control it. Again, this is most strongman events have a skill component, a strength component, as well as a control component, and he was not able to perform that control component, so he did not get the repetition because he did not get the down call.
Right. Quick shout out to the production team. If I can get a charge out here on the iPad, that'd be great. All right.
Next up in lane 3 we have Nathan Heddick, and in lane 4 we have Zachary Hash.
All right. So what's the? So did Chuck end up getting 2 there? Is that the amount to beat?
I think he only got 1, but he pressed it twice.
Yeah, he didn't get the rep. That's right.
Yep.
So
Could not quite control it right at the
wins
top.
it in this class right now. So
in all honesty, last heat Chuck pressed it so fast that I think he lost control at the top.
Whoa!
Just like that, pretty much.
Yeah,
Pressed it so fast that he lost control at the top.
Yep. You have to be technical with this. You have to respect it. And Zach figured it out, but just like what I talked about, you're going to be frustrated.
Yep.
If you use a lot of your energy, you don't get that rep.
Yep. So right now in lane 4, Zach is tied with the lead with 1 repetition.
He completes a second rep.
He takes that second, he takes the lead.
Nathan gets a rep. Very nice.
Yep, so Nathan in lane 3 with 1 rep, Zachary in lane 4 with now 3 repetitions.
Let's see if he just stops right here. I don't know.
It may be wise for him to stop, honestly. I mean, there's no one else in the class. This is the end of the 265 class here.
And he's
waiting.
saying, like, I've got 3, right?
Yep, I got 3. He should be looking over to his competitor, Nathan. And he's just clapping. He knows that he's in the lead. He knows that he was able to rack it up. And actually, this is one of those circumstances where there is a tie with 1 repetition, a several way tie, so the points will be split between those athletes. There's going to be a very large gap in points between Zachary Hash, who took first with 3 repetitions, and the 3 athletes that got 1 rep, tied for second. So they will take the points combined for second, third, and fourth. They will divide them evenly, and there will be a larger point gap between Zachary Hash and the other 3 athletes that got 1 repetition.
Now, I just heard that the decision was made on the floor to stay at 180 for the Open. It was originally at 200. I'm not sure if there was some issues with those kegs in the back, but once again, you make those adjustments when you need to.
Yep.
And Chance already has a completed rep here. Big man. So tall. He has put in a lot of work on this keg. I'm proud of him. Dealing with shoulder injuries and just getting back to being healthy. And
Absolutely.
Dustin's just doing it. He knew going into this once again, being the showman. He's like, all right, let me calculate. Let me figure this out.
I do have to say, Dustin is a very smart guy as well.
So Dustin.
he's just gonna
What if we shoulder it?
Okay. Shoulder squatting.
As Chance continues to rep out the correct rep.
Dustin over here stealing the show.
Yeah.
He understands the showmanship of it and having fun. And again,
I dig it, man.
He just loves being out there. I love watching him.
I really do hate to see athletes take strongman so seriously. Listen, I'm competitive. I get it. Mm-hmm. But,
Same.
You work so hard for your 5 to 6 minutes of work. Enjoy it. Get the crowd amped up. I competed a few weeks ago, and I did, way too many reps on biking that I didn't need to do biking press. It was because the crowd wanted to see it, and I loved it, right? I mean, just have fun, and don't overthink this, because when you do, that's when you start to mess up, in my opinion. So
Absolutely.
yeah. All right, so we have Ty Gillian here in lane 4. Lane 3, we've got Aaron Burns. This is going to wrap up our day 1 here with the amateur, or day 2, with the amateurs. And solid press from Aaron Burns. Nope. Now see, this is what we talked about. You're not going to get away with the lockout lean. You have to lock out, show control before you bring it down.
Yeah, an excellent discipline by the judges.
Yes.
Making a good ruling on that, waiting for the athlete to display control and having that component of the sport upheld.
Yes.
I think that that's very important. Because anybody can just like move a weight, right? But it is challenging. The most challenging thing of this event is not to lift the weight. It is to control the weight.
Correct. That's right. And that's the challenge here. You know, most people doing a 180-pound overhead press with a barbell, any of these guys can do that.
Yeah, every single
time.
Yeah, every single one of these guys you see can do that.
But you're starting to see what a weird implement with 180 pounds can do, and it's fun to watch.
Yeah, it is. It is interesting to see how challenging 180 pounds can be, because a lot of these athletes are pressers in excess of 300 pounds. They can press in excess of 300 pounds, and we are taking less. We're taking 60% of that, and it is an extreme challenge.
You know, no one's risen to the challenge yet. No one's risen to the challenge. I think Zach Hash got there. You know, the 265s with 3.
Did an excellent job.
And even the open man had a discount. So it must be 200. I guess luckily for us, lucky for them, they got to stick with 180. That's okay, right? I mean, but I'm excited. I can't wait for this. Kind of brings up to the afternoon here with the Pro-Am. The Pro-Am men are going to be doing, 40 pounds more. The Pro-Am women are going to be doing 150 for their weight, which is what really close to what the 265s we're doing for men. Yeah. Right. I mean, I can't wait for that. And you're going to see some great feats of strength.
Oh, absolutely. This afternoon is going to be very exciting for all 3 of the events, and I have heard a little rumor that there are some extremely strong stone loaders, and we might actually be seeing a world record today.
I think so. And it was a rumor yesterday. It became a reality.
Yeah. The rumor was that someone might be taking a swing at that log clean and press yesterday, the women's all-time log clean and press world record, and it wasn't just broken, it was shattered. Most of the time when world records are broken, they're broken by little chip plates and a half kilo or 2 pounds or whatever. The record was broken by 1 pound just to get the record. And then she said, you know what? That was kind of easy for a world record. Let's throw 10 more pounds on. Wound up breaking the record and taking the record from 308 all the way up to 321, a huge 13-pound world record. That's a large jump, and she looked good for more, honestly.
I agree.
Yeah, so that was Inez Carrasquillo. Sorry,
Carrasquillo. You're getting better.
Carrasquillo. That's the one I can't get. That's the last name I can't pronounce. I am sorry.
Carrasquillo. Like
Carrasquillo.
You're skiing down a hill, right? So you're Cara, like you're carrying Carrasquillo.
Carrasquillo.
There you go. Nailed it.
Excellent performance by her. Very impressive. The crowd here was just absolutely, everyone was on their feet. Everyone here was on their feet. Nobody was seated. And everybody was just screaming and yelling. So many people posting things on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. Just everybody was extremely excited to just be here and be part of it. And it was just a celebration of strength.
It was. And I couldn't agree with that more. And we get to see one more event. And it's going to be the max stone over bar. And I know a lot of athletes have been looking forward to this, and we'll talk more about that here soon. But once again, thank you to the event sponsor here, Puget Sound Pizza, out here serving great fresh pizza. They got their brand new food trailer out here, and I can see the crowd all over the place enjoying their food. So if you're out here, make sure you go support them. Get yourself a nice slice of pizza. Thank you again for the kegs, Puget. Once again, another sponsor that's been with us since the very beginning of the Rainier, and a local business.
I don't mean to interrupt, but if I'm not mistaken, is their main location over in Tacoma, or where are they located? Where can people go get them?
Great question. So, and then the interview I did with Nick, which we're about to show, he actually gives all that information.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, and so while you and I go and enjoy some lunch, you have a nice sandwich right there. I'm going to
share it with you.
Oh, you're such a sweetheart. Wait, did you say you were going to share it with me?
No, I'm not.
Oh, well.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I said I was.
No, you shouldn't, because I'll eat it for you.
No, you have. There's 2 of them. Come on.
But no, so Nick and his family, Nick and his brother own, and they have multiple locations, and they also do a lot of catering and everything like that. Nick will go into it. So we're gonna take a break here as the team gets everything set up. As Zach always points out, take your time. Go get some food. Go get some drink for yourself. Go to the restroom if you need to do it, right? And we will see you back here in approximately 10 to 15 minutes. So stay tuned.
We'll see you guys then.
All right, see ya. All right, this is Ryan Terry with Dungeon Strength, our ex-promoter of the Rainier Classic. I'm here with Nicholas Cannell with Puget Sound Pizza, good friend of mine, and sponsor of the Rainier Classic since day one. This will be our third year. And so, Nick, honestly, like without you guys, like obviously the Rainier wouldn't be happening, and you and I have been friends for a long time. And we're both entrepreneurs. We both started our own things, and we both have grown gray hairs, because all the work that comes with being able to do it, right? But obviously, us being friends and you being an athlete here at the gym, and we all have friends that are working in and out of the community and strength and elsewhere. But tell me a little bit about how important it's been for you and your brother to have Puget Sound here locally, and tell us a little bit about your locations and what you're looking to expand to in the future.
Yeah, I mean, just being a local, small business owner is definitely big. Being a part of the local community, being more involved. Like I thought, us doing the Rainier Classic and some of these other events that we do throughout the year. Especially now that we have a food trailer, it's a lot easier for us to be a part of all these other events instead of just delivering food. We make it on site. Everything's really fresh. So it's a lot easier working with the local community. If you can't come to us, we can go to you. Especially with the Rainier Classic being away from all of our stores, we can essentially take our mobile unit and go up there and bring a pizza to you guys. So it's brand new. Everything's completely customized on it. And so, yeah, the Rainier Classic's actually going to be one of our first events that we.
That's awesome. And I mean, we're probably going to have a couple thousand spectators. We're going to have over 100 athletes competing, and you guys are going to be able to handle that no problem. Easy.
Oh, easy. Yeah, we can pretty much handle any amount of volume. We got into the Taste of the Northwest this year. So if you're, going to be at the Taste of the Northwest, we'll be there.
Nice.
As well as a few other miscellaneous events here and there. A 16-inch pizza cut into 6 slices, so they're large slices. Okay. We're going to be offering a cheese, a pepperoni, a Hawaiian, and a margarita. And then we'll also have bags of chips, cookies, and Coke, Diet Coke, Sprite, and then waters available.
Oh, cool.
And then we also have our cheese balls, which is, I don't know if you've ever had our cheese balls, I think you have. So it's a little ball of dough with cheese stuffed inside that you can dip in ranch or marinara.
Oh.
They're very good.
That sounds amazing. And I kind of wish you were able to just pull a sample up right now, because I really want one now. But so that's going to happen there at the show. As a competitor and being a strength athlete, and it's pretty interesting how we have to watch. We have to watch our diets, but at the same time, we have to eat a lot as well, especially if we're doing it the right way. What I love about Puget Sound is you have so many different options in the ingredients that you guys use. But I know I've talked with you, and the way that you source your ingredients, I can confidently send all of our athletes to go eat at your locations and know they're going to get a quality meal. I think a lot of people think pizza is terrible for your diet, but honestly, with you guys, you have so many different options and healthier options. Isn't that right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously pizza is pizza. It's not the healthiest thing in the world, but we make our own dough, which is a lot healthier. We make our own sauce. All of our product is localized and fresh. So we make our meatballs in-house. We do the extra steps to make our pizzas the highest quality that we can get, while still not big crazy priced. But yeah, we use everything as fresh as possible, local. I think our cheese is out of Washington.
Yeah.
Our dough is made locally. It's our own recipe. We hire a company to make it, but you can only get that dough through us.
Oh yeah.
And then we make our own sauce. We make everything as custom as we can get it.
Yep. Awesome. So I know that being a sponsor this year, you've done great offers for people that have attended and for athletes and everything like that. So what's the offer this year? Anybody that's attending the show, athletes, what are you planning on offering to the community this year?
So at the show, we'll obviously have our food trailer there. But outside the food trailer, we're going to be offering 20% off to anybody that goes to the show, or anybody that really just wants, that sees this promotional ad. If you use the code Rainier 2023 through our website, you'll get 20% off. The offer for the 20% off will be from now until the end of July. We'll have that live. And then the delivery zone is roughly, for a downtown store, it's pretty much anything north of 56th Street and then over into Fife. Okay. And then the one in Spanaway, that one's pretty much anything from 224th up to 96th and then over to the Freeway and Canyon.
Gotcha.
And then obviously the Lakewood store is not open yet, but
when it happens, you'll let the folks know where they can go to. Yeah.
If you want to work with us with renting our trailer, all you gotta do is just email us at psptacoma98402@gmail.com, and we'll be able to work out something something and get our trailer to you.
Okay, attention all athletes. Alicia Oden, can you raise your hand? Alicia Oden, raise your hand. Okay, she's putting together the de-tacky station. I don't want you to clean up tacky in the porta potties or in the dealership or anywhere. The only place you clean up tacky is at that table. We have WD-40, we have rags, we have Goo Gone, we have everything you need, and throw away your rags right there.
Event 6 here, the end of day 2 for the novice and amateur athletes. Now, with most shows, it's pretty typical to end with stones, right? Because obviously a lot of athletes are going to be using tacky in order to help them with this event. We started the show with static strength. We're going to end it with static strength, right? So these athletes had to do log clean and press for the beginning of the show, and now they're going to be tested. Can they do it with a stone? Now, we couldn't forget about the amateurs here either, right? I mean, you have to be able to have a max event of some kind, and that's what it's going to be here for the stones.
Match 1 athletes. 3-minute warning.
Once again, I'm Ryan Terry, owner of Dungeon Strength RX, promoter of the Rainier Classic. Thanks again, everybody, for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying the experience. I'm here partnered with my crew, Filthy Filming Productions, and their team of 8 here, helping us on the ground, providing action shots for you on the floor, and being able to display Zach and I's beautiful face. And we're almost done here, getting everybody set up. Now, for those of you that don't know how this will work, it's going to be done in a last woman, last man standing format. We saw this yesterday with the Pro-Am athletes for log when they were going for a max attempt. Every weight class is basically going to stand in a line behind these yokes. Now, depending how big their divisions are, it can be anywhere between 1 and 8 athletes, right? So the line could be, 8 athletes long. The line for, another weight class will be 2 athletes. But once one athlete completes their stone, they go to the back of the line, and everybody else completes the stone. And then when it comes back up to them, you go to a bigger stone, lift it until you can. When you can't, you're out. Now, if you're wondering to yourself, hey, how is this fair, right? How is is an athlete getting the same amount of rest as another if there's a shorter line? Yes, they are. It doesn't matter how many athletes. It does not mean athletes that are in a bigger weight class are getting more of a rest. We've already thought through that. Everyone's going to have the same amount of rest, depending on whatever the biggest weight class is, right? Because they're going to set the place. My partner in crime here, he and I have been pounding food here because, listen, not only are we great looking, but we're also athletes. We're getting ready for shows, and oh, look at this guy. He gave me some Agua de Botel. Thank you.
Yeah.
And he and I are, listen, we got to eat too, man. We're getting ready for shows. We're training. Hey, dude, check this out. I got to shout this out while the team's getting this set up. Oh. Okay, well. All right, so we're making sure we want to make sure our volunteers are fed all the time. And so we get snacks from Costco and little things like that. And how cool is this? Little yogurt packs sponsored by Frozen.
That are meant to be frozen.
Well, think about that. Why is the movie Frozen so relevant to yogurt?
Because kids really like the Go-Gurt brand.
Frozen?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, were you making that connection? I wasn't seeing it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because
my
Go-Gurt
bad.
is usually frozen. It's usually frozen. You put it in the freezer and then you open
See,
it.
now I'm embarrassed.
No.
I know it's brilliant.
It's because I grew up in the time of Go-Gurt, I think. Go-Gurt
I think
came
so,
out,
too.
and I have 4 younger brothers. Love you guys, Michael, Nick, Josh, Joseph. And and we would just have Go-Gurt in the fridge sometime. And
Yeah.
we loved it. No, I'm good right now. Thank you.
No,
though.
you got your
Yeah, I got plenty of food over here. Are we rolling? Are we live right now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you guys ever seen this before? Strong man feats of strength. Okay, whoa!
And that's why he's world national champion Zach McCarley.
You can rip bananas in half. I don't know if people knew.
You don't
that.
want to mess
You
with
can
him.
snap them though. I think it's more of a snapping.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, there you go. That
That's
sounded better.
Yeah, that was much better. Oh, wait.
Ooh,
I don't think I can snap this.
I just had flashbacks. I've torn my ACL 3 times, and that sounded eerily.
I wonder if the mic picked it up.
I think it did. Anyways. All right, so Lucas is getting everybody last-minute instructions on how this is going to work, and so I gave everybody who's tuned in, they're getting ready, just kind of review of how this event's going to work from a last woman standing perspective. Everyone's going to get into a line. Everyone's going to do a stone. And if you get the lift, get in the back of the line. It's just going to get heavier.
Yep.
We saw this yesterday with the log, right, with the Pro-Am athletes. Now this is the amateurs' turn. Who's going to make it to the end? What are your thoughts on that? As I eat my Go-Gurt.
I'm really excited for this event. This is a very rare event, and even when it does happen, it is rare to have so many stone selections. Again, we're very fortunate and spoiled in the Pacific Northwest to have a gym like Dungeon Strength RX in Federal Way, Washington, where you can, people from Tacoma, Olympia, Seattle, Auburn, the Maple Valley area, all those places have access to this gym. And this gym, how many stones do we have over there? There's like 30 stones.
Today, I brought over about this morning. That's why I'm a little sweaty, sorry. I was sweatier, I'm drier now. But I brought over about 8,000 pounds worth of stones, and we still have like 4,000 at the gym. So,
jeez, how many, do you know the number of stones at the gym?
I have not counted them, because we made 4 more.
Oh,
for more of the Pro-Am, we're going to see some world record lifts later.
Absolutely.
So I made 4 more really heavy ones. We have too many. We have a lot. But
yeah, there are so many stones. There's got to be at least 30, right? It's probably on the order of 40.
I would agree.
Do you think it's more than that?
Honestly, I think 40 might be the proper number.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe mid-30s. I think, maybe somewhere around there.
At least 30.
I truly haven't.
Which is like, it's an absurd number of stones. Forever, I trained on like 3 stones. I remember being at Ellensburg CrossFit and having 2 stones available to me, a 330 and a 390.
Well, shout out.
That was all I had.
Shout out to Higa Monster, Grant Higa. I would say probably about. Sorry, guys, I need to eat. But shout out to Higa Monster. About a third of those stones are his. And I love. That's another thing I love about Dungeon. We have so much equipment from the OGs in the area. We actually have a stone here brought up by Jeff Walling and his team down in Oregon. It was a stone that Jesse Marinda used to use. Now, if you don't know much about strongman history, go look. Jesse Marinda was the first athlete from this area to put strongman on the map as a competed at World's Strongest Man multiple times.
Took second in 2005, I believe.
That's correct.
Yeah, and a great guy as well. And speaking about other extremely influential people in the Pacific Northwest, Grant Higa, I was fortunate enough to have him as my mentor, and so he's I got to learn from one of the greatest strongman athletes to ever be, and just very fortunate. But we have the athletes getting ready for their first lifts. In lane 1, we have a few of our Special Olympics athletes getting ready to lift the 110-pound stone, and that is a successful lift for Aaron.
Baker, Brianna Nasman in lane 2. In lane 3, we have Zane Terry. In lane 4, we have Chandler. No, we don't. That's not right.
All right, next group up. Lane 1, we have
Rich
Patterson.
Yep, Rich is over in lane 4. I think Chandler already cleared the bar, possibly.
I think so.
And sorry, Miss, was it Nasom? Brianna Nasom was in lane 2. So now we have Dante in lane 1, Mariah Duncan in lane 2, Isaac in lane 3, and Rich Pattison in lane 4. Looks like Rich and Isaac were successful. Looks like everybody was successful that way. Is that correct?
Yeah. So Zach and I need to be on point with the names because like we talked about before, they just go to the back line and it's the next athlete.
Yeah. So in 1, 2, 3, 4, we got Joey, Erica, Joseph, and Luke. Looks like
Luke got his.
lanes 2, 3,
Joseph got
4 are
his.
good, and
Yep.
we got Joey in lane 1 getting ready to lift this 110-pound stone.
Judges ready.
Did he get it, or was it not looking?
No, they're just giving a little bit of coaching.
Okay. Yep, so we're giving Joey a little more time to give it a go. Looks like Emma is good in lane 2. We got James Terry in lane 3 and Brian in lane 4.
And lane 3 completed. It's now Anthony and Gracia.
And Dan Stevenson in lane 4.
Athlete ready. Lift.
And looks like Mariah is back up in lane 2. There's been a weight change, so lane 2 is 145 pounds right now.
Yep.
Lane 3 is 180, lane 4 is 200. And we are going to be cycling through these athletes pretty quickly. You're gonna see the same athlete
Judge ready.
up within 2 or 3 minutes.
Yes.
For some of these classes, and especially some of these classes that have fewer athletes in them.
Judge ready.
And I made sure the audience knew, like, hey, if some weight divisions are bigger than others, do the ones that have more athletes, will they get more rest? No. Lucas has thought about that, and he has built this process to where everyone's going to get the equal amount of rest. As you can see, the weight class before them is doing their stones, and then so see how the lighter weight classes are getting to rest right now while they're waiting for the next stone to come. Right? So
Yep.
if there's less athletes, they get just as much rest as the athletes that are waiting in a bigger line. Really smart job. Great job by Game Master Lucas Hatton.
Absolutely. And so we didn't get to mention lane 1 earlier. Damon was successful at the 110. We got Aaron back up in lane 1.
All right. Stones are rotating. Get heavier.
I think there has been a weight change. I don't think that's the 110 anymore. I think it may be a heavier stone.
I think we're at 220. 220 in lane 4 now.
There we go. Yep. 220 in lane 4, still at 180 in lane 3, and we got 150 in lane 2.
Next athlete up.
Production team, if I can get a charge on the monitor, that'd be great.
All right, we got our loaders and helpers. Again, huge shout out to you guys for being out in the sun, roasting, trying to stay hydrated, trying to stay fed, but also trying to make sure that this contest keeps going, because you guys are the real stars of the show. It is tough being on the staff at a strongman contest, because you don't just work for 4 or 5 minutes. You're working all day in the sun, roasting and flipping plates and trying to keep everything nice and sharp for the spectators and for the people at home, for the athletes competing. So huge shout out to you guys. Thank you so much. And again, if you want to come out and see this in person, you can. We're out at Burien Chevrolet, our sponsor for this event. Huge shout out to Burien Chevrolet for allowing us to lift here. And later today, we may very well be seeing a world record attempt on the stone load in either the men or women's category. Going to be very exciting to see that. Okay, still cycling through athletes for this event. Rich Pattison over on lane 4 with 225.
Almost there. All right, judges ready.
We got Isaac on lane 3 with 200, and Mariah in lane 2 with 165.
Lane 4 success.
Rich is good. Isaac is good. Maria is good. We got Joey back with the 125-pound stone in lane 1. And he's up into the lap. He's squeezing it nice and tight.
Determination. Come on, Joey.
I honestly think those wrist wraps might be hurting him a little bit. I don't think those are helpful. I think they're probably preventing his forearms from contacting the stone properly.
Oh, but he still gets
And
it.
he still just muscles through it. Fantastic work, Joey.
Just, as always, giving a great show to the crowd.
All right, next athlete ready.
Great job.
He's just a natural showman. Like,
Ready.
he's a fantastic showman. Along with, like, Damon is an excellent showman as well.
Damon's going to have a lot of fun with this.
Absolutely. Damon's so strong. He almost just one motioned that. Like, he could have one motioned that stone, no
And
problem.
of course, just make sure the crowd knows I just did that.
Yep.
I love it.
Absolutely. We looked away, and Joseph and Luke in lane 3 and 4 had already loaded their stones.
You're doing a great job of keeping up. And sorry, guys, we're going to do our best, but I mean, they're just mowing through, right? It's last man, last woman standing.
Yeah, it looks like in lane 3 we got James Terry, the father of that father-son duel in the lightweight novice men's category. In lane 4, looks like
All right.
we have
Anderson
Anderson Ross up.
Here we go. James Terry in lane 3, as you mentioned before.
In lane 1, we have Aaron back up. Aaron Baker.
Aaron Baker, yep. Come on, Aaron.
Taking a swing at the 150-pound stone.
James
It looks like,
Come on, Aaron.
yeah.
Come on.
Looks like James Terry in lane 3 was good. Anderson Ross in lane 4 with 225 was good.
10, 9,
And looks like Aaron Baker's taking another swing at the 150-pound stone.
5, 4,
Aaron Baker's got great mobility. I'll tell you that much.
1 out of time. Give Aaron a round of applause.
Yeah, excellent effort. He did not quit at all. He was fighting all the way through the end of that time. Fantastic effort, Aaron.
Lane 2's gotten their next stone. And so they're going to start loading here pretty soon. Yep, first it's going to be Mariah, right?
Ready.
Yep.
Gotcha. Judges are ready. Athletes are ready. Lift.
Got it. All right, so we got Anthony Ignacio just finishing his weight. In lane 3, Mariah got hers, no problem. Lane 2, we got Joey Beltran in lane 1 for the Dungeon B Special Olympics team at Dungeon. Come on, Joey. Nicole Cook and Taylor, both the coach of the Special Olympics team, just coaching, just unfortunately again. They never quit. That's what we love about those guys.
All right, next athlete.
All
David's
right.
still in it. See what David can do over here in lane 1. All right,
All right, so
athlete ready.
as we've got our, as Damon comes up and gets this next stone,
Here they
we got
go.
lane 2 and Erica getting her stone.
David gets it.
Lane 3 gets theirs, no problem. Of course, David just walks away. Super strong. All right, Emma comes up here in lane 2. All right, in lane 3, I believe we have,
Athlete ready. Lift.
who do we have there?
Here comes Emma.
All right, Emma's got her stone. I think it's Justin Johnson. Great lift from Justin Johnson.
Next athlete. We have Gino.
All right, we got Gino Santa Maria coming up for his in lane 3.
All right, judge ready. Athlete ready. Lift. Let's see if Gino can get it.
All right, Gino in lane 3 is
Looks like
going.
it's easy. Easy
And
lift for
he gets it
Gino.
easily. Yep, and we're moving on.
Nice job, spotters and loaders. All right,
Yeah, once again, our Masters of Ceremony, Saul Peterson, just shouting out to the volunteers. Our spotters and loaders are doing phenomenal work. And it's a sunny day out here,
All
guys.
right, moving up in stones. Here we go.
All right, who's next? All right, volunteers doing a great job making sure the stones have as much debris off them as possible.
Each one of these stones is made with a lot of effort. They take probably about 10 to 15 days to actually mold and seal together. Then you have to wait another additional 2 to 3 weeks for them to actually work.
All right, we graduated stone weights, and now we're gonna see if we can update the cards. We're gonna get lane 4 updated here.
Serve
Lane
decades
4
of
is updated to
generations.
252. 252 pounds in lane 4. Lane 3 at 235. Lane 3 at 235, and lane 2 at 200.
Lane 2, you ready?
All right, we got Mariah. I lost the feed. Are we still live?
Ready.
There we go. We got Mariah here in lane 2, and of course Damon once again in lane 1, 165 pounds.
Easy limit.
Yep. All right. Come on, Mariah. Almost there. Did you get it? She gets it. Mariah goes to the back of the line.
6 seconds is sparing. Next lifter.
Okay, so we have Rich Pattison in lane 4 doing 252. Lane 3, we've got, I think we're going to figure out who that's going to be.
Athletes ready. Lift.
Is that Vladimir? It might be Vladimir.
All right, those stones are getting heavy.
No problem for Rich. Once again, as Zach was mentioning before, it is his first contest. Oh, almost over the bar. And this is 235. In lane 3. Once again, if you aren't able to lift the stone over the bar and the amount of time given, you are out. And yes, fortunately for Phil, that's going to be it for today. All right, Luke Young in lane 4, Emma in lane 2. Lane 4 at 252 pounds, lane 2 at 200.
Emma's got a good roll. Joseph gets his. Emma gets hers.
All right, Emma gets it. Good job. Luke is just able to use those levers to his advantage to be able to make that easily. 252. Once again, this is Luke's first show. I'm excited for him as he continues to get in strongman shape. And Damon here once again from the Special Olympics team at Dungeon Strength. Their team name is called the Dungeon Beasts. And Damon is just such a strong guy. And he's about to attempt 178.
Judges ready? Athlete ready? Lift.
Mariah is in her lane doing 220. Or excuse me. Yeah, I believe so. I believe that's 220. Damon gets his 178.
Damon got his.
And Mariah's just not able to get the grip that she needs. All right, so James Terry moves on. And we've got Anderson Ross now in lane 4. Anthony Angracia in lane 3. And in lane 2, we got Erica Tull. She's hanging in there. I think that's it for our Special Olympic athletes. And just so excited to see them compete. I know they had a lot of fun. Their families love watching them. As Anderson Ross and Anthony finish their reps. And Erica does as well. Back to the line, baby.
And just to show a little how intense the sun can get out here, you know, you can see a little bit of that sunburn on Emma's arm, but she's just tough. She cannot be put down, and she's going to go out there. She's going to take a swing at this 226-pound stone. And she's going to load it. She goes out there and she lifts. She picks heavy things up and she puts them down.
That's correct. And she's just back and forth with Erica right now.
That's fantastic. Emma and Erica are so fun to watch lift as well. They're both fantastic competitors, and they're both incredibly kind people as well.
Absolutely. And Damon's here going for 200 pounds.
Here comes Damon.
Come on, Damon. Come on, big Damon. Oh my goodness, he's so strong. Thank you. He just knees it over.
Fantastic. Excellent work.
And if I can get the camera back on me very briefly, I don't want to forget about this. So I got to give a shout out to Higher Power Strength and Fitness. They're a sponsor of this show. They got a booth here, and they took the time to put together care packages for the Dungeon Beast team. And everything in here, from water bottles to shakers to, I mean, just so many different things, and they just did it just because they wanted to. And so I just want to give them a shout out. I know the families appreciate this. I know they loved it. I'm going to bring you guys up again in the Pro-Am. Thank you for what you're doing. All right, let's get back to the action. All right. So, all right, Damon's just going to keep going, I guess, which is fun to watch. And we might be getting down here pretty soon to 2 lanes, in lane 3 and lane 4, but not till the battle between Emma and Erica finishes. 235 pounds. You know, Zach, coming from your experience, like, and I've had this at nationals too, where there's been a last man standing where you have to stand in line.
Mm-hmm.
Standing in line is its own, you know, it comes with its own fatigue, especially when you're outdoors.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can't sit down. You gotta stay out there, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
it really does, but it's also, it can really help to know how far out you are.
Right.
I kind of enjoy the process of standing in line and waiting for my
too.
turn and getting amped, like watching other competitors hit their lifts and going out there, and a little bit of the, like, I have a little bit of a fierce competitive streak in me, and so I like to go out there and just attack the event very aggressively, knowing that the person behind me is going to be taken off guard and has to lift immediately.
That's Erica here at 235 pounds. Can she get it over the bar?
It's going to
She
be
just
close.
has-
She has to get under it.
Oh, you
Oh.
hate to see that. I mean,
That was a fantastic effort. She got the stone all the way up to the bar and just could not quite get under it. She gave it a push forward. I really feel like if she could have gotten an
Just a little
arm
bit under.
or a hand under, she would have been able to shove it back up. Some of you at home may be wondering, well, why not just grab the bar and just pull the bar to you and push the stone over? Well, that is actually a forbidden technique. That was a technique that was used in the early 2000s. I should say late 2000s, early 2010s. And it got a little too dangerous because when you do that, you compromise your ability to maintain stability behind the stone. And what can happen is you can lose your footing and you can fall and get pinned by the stone to the ground. And that could cause injury, of course. So that is a forbidden technique. Just like the log on top of the head, you could break your vertebrae. Like a certain world champion that's speaking right now, I've broken a vertebrae, like with a stone that fell on my head, with a log fell on my head. So you got to be careful with those things, and we don't want to encourage those kind of dangerous techniques.
okay,
I talked through the fact that Emma was able to load that 230 stone.
She was. Now she's tacking up again. I'm not sure why. I don't think she's going against anybody, but maybe she just wants it. Damon is, of course, trying to get that 226 over. Same one that was used in the previous lanes. He's getting a little bit of coaching. And, you can tell by the coaches, hey, call it a day. You've had a blast. Very proud of those athletes. And yeah, I guess she just wants it. I dig it. Go for it, Emma. All right, and we missed that. So we got to remember the action over here that's happening. Now there's a stone switch happening in lane 4. It was at 285. And now we're going to go up to, we're going to figure it out. But 255 is currently in lane 3, easily done by Anthony.
All right, let's go. Next athlete. Looks like we're going to move up some stones. Getting near the 300s now.
Is this Vlad over in lane 3? Is that correct?
That is correct. And you know what? I just realized it. Like, hey, this is your last event if you're an amateur, and if you already know you've won the event, why not go for a bigger stone? I get it.
Absolutely.
You don't have to save yourself for anything else.
There's PRs and there's contest PRs, and if you can hit a proper PR in a contest, that's a huge win. It doesn't matter where you place, that's a win.
Well said.
You got nothing to be ashamed of.
All right, next look for the Joe.
Doesn't matter if you're first or last in that case. PR is a win.
All right, so we still got most of lane 3. We've dropped a couple. We still have most of lane 3 going after that 255 stone, I believe this is.
Joe's got his lap.
Lane 4 upgraded to a 295. But we're gonna, like we talked about before, everyone's got to have an equal amount of rest, right? So they're waiting until they get their next stone moved over before the shorter line goes to ensure that everybody gets the same amount of rest. All right, great job by Gino there.
He made that look real easy.
Really easy. Yeah.
Here we go. Those rocks get heavy.
Oh, he's fine right there. He's okay. If he needs some shade, he won't be able to. He's fine. Like right here? Yeah, he's fine. Okay.
Joseph and Emma.
Emma's
going for a PR stone here.
All right, so Emma's just going for it, right? I'm pretty sure this is a PR for her.
Mm-hmm.
I think it is, so let's see how it goes.
I think it is as well. 252-pound stone.
Let's go, Emma!
Emma taking her
Lucas is
time
her
on
coach, right? And is also, he's playing multiple roles here as coach and game master. And he knows that from the ground is where she's got to get that grind. She's got to get it over her knees.
Yeah, looks like she's slipping a little bit at the arms. It's a little challenging.
And she's like, hey, I gave it a good old touch, right?
And she still did fantastic.
Yep. So, all right, so now we're down to 2 lanes here. We're going to have lane 3 and lane 4. And we're going to start getting to the big world weights. All right, so now we're going to start seeing 281 in lane 3.
Yep, so 281 with Joseph called up right now.
And
he's going to have to gather himself. This is an athlete that is definitely capable of a 300-pound stone.
Yes, he is.
He's going to have to rock those hips under. He's going to have to pull himself tight into the stone.
He's not able to
I know he's I know he's going to be a little upset with that one, but that's all right. You
Yep.
know, after a long weekend of competition, sometimes we just don't have our absolute best in us.
Absolutely, and you can't understate what you said before about the sun, right? I mean, it saps the energy out of you, and you know, this goes back to how important it is to, as you were saying before, you're resting and recovering in between events, and you know, sometimes it's just not there, man, and that's okay. All right, as Rich gets 295.
Fantastic work by Rich.
And the older Terry here. Now, he's got to be a little careful there. So we teach a lot of lifters, be very careful how you're getting your biceps involved with the stone, right?
And it is fun to see this father-son, competition going on. Senior Terry did not quite get it, but he goes over, gives his son a couple fist bumps and says, "I love you, son."
Yeah, that's awesome. Love to see it.
I should remind everybody, when I get to 0, if you've initiated the load, you may still complete the load and it'll be credited to you. If I say 0 and you were
All
still
right,
in the
Anthony Ingrassi with 281 in lane 3. We got Luke Young.
Athletes ready.
Luke in doing the smaller stones is really funny. He's got such long arms and he was just like basically hugging it twice. To get over.
So we have Anthony with a strong 281 in lane 3. Luke popping that 290 over the bar.
I think we've got a natural stone loader.
Absolutely.
Remember, Luke is just brand new. Like
He is fresh in the sport, very fresh.
Yes, and he's naturally great at it. Now, everybody, I haven't had a chance to really shout out Brian Moricade in lane 4 has one of the most unique styles of lifting. Watch
He's
this.
strong.
He gets it up on his right knee and then just pulls it over. And Brian's aware, man. We've talked about this, like, dude, that's so cool. And he's like, listen, I'm a big man, okay? And I'm strong. I know if I can get it up onto my knee, that I could do it. But I'm big, right? So I need the best advantage possible. So he's literally the only one I've ever seen do it, but it works for him. He's super strong in it.
Absolutely. And so, at the end of the day, sometimes we see these small variations in technique, and sometimes that's what you need to perform the best for your body. Holy cow, Anderson Ross almost threw that a foot over the bar. He just lifted that so high.
I'm pretty sure it was Justin Johnson that just went.
Over in lane 4, I meant to say Anderson Ross.
Looks like we are just doing team.
No, you were right. I was just mentioning lane 3.
Oh, gotcha.
Justin got his stone. Okay, so now after Gino goes here, let's see if he gets a stone. Okay, so now the stones go up. The 295 moves into lane 3, and what is the new stone going to be in lane 4? I think it's going to be I think they're going to jump up. I think it's a 320. That's our 325. No, 320. That's our 320 stone. Okay. Yep. Makes
Fantastic.
sense. And hey, this is the reason why we have so many stones, right? It's really hard to find a strongman gym that's got decent jumps and weight, and we wanted to make sure if we were going to do a last man, last woman standing, that we weren't having crazy jumps, from 220 to 280 or something like that, right?
Yeah, that's a really challenging jump to make. Even for an advanced athlete that could load a 400, a 320 to 380 is a bit high of a jump.
Absolutely.
And if you're one of those athletes that could barely load that 380, making a 60-pound jump into that may be too much. That may be the deciding factor in not being able to lift it.
Yeah,
you may be able to lift it, but you may not be able to lift it in that circumstance.
Correct.
So in lane 4, as Ryan mentioned, we've moved up to 320 pounds, and in lane 3, we've moved up to 295. Anthony in lane 3 has been looking really strong with the 280 load. I think he's going to toss this thing right over the bar.
Yeah, he's zoned in, man.
Absolutely. And Rich, his first contest coming out with that 320 stone, he breaks it off the ground. He's trying to pull it a little bit too... He's trying to pull it through the knees a little bit too much. He needs to be pulling it straight up. Anthony tosses it over and celebrates in victory. Rich has it up in the lap. Can he pull it up? He's going to grind. He's got to push. He's got to get under it. That is a tough one to lose.
Now, he will learn this as he gets better, right? It's such a temptation to go palms down.
Yep.
But you can't do that. Your chest and your upper body and your shoulders are so much stronger than just your biceps. It's very dangerous. You have to get your palms under and press up. He would have
Yep.
gotten that, but hey, that comes with experience.
Absolutely. And, you know, this is his first contest, and first contest coming out almost loading a 320 stone.
Absolutely.
That's pretty great.
I agree with that completely. It's just making sure everybody at home knows what happened there.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And I could not agree with your analysis on that anymore. I mean, I think for him, he came forward on the load a little too early as well. He still had some room to pull it up higher. He could have cleared the bar. He just, you know, these are the things we learn.
Yep. We have in lane 3.
We got Vlad in lane 3 right there with the awesome hat. Oh, he's clipped the bar on his way up.
Maybe
Lost a
had
little bit of control.
Oh, maybe it slipped. Okay, it slipped on him. Okay.
Yep.
All right, now here's where
He walks out and says, you know, hey, that's maybe a day for me.
Yeah. Oh, had a little bit of a knee issue. Okay.
Yep. Live to fight another day.
So Luke's going to run out of time here. All right, but hey, great showing from Luke on stones. He showed how much potential he has. He understands he's got the levers. Now we just got to build the strength, and he'll do that at Dungeon.
Absolutely. And that could be a fantastic in-gym rivalry right there between Rich and Luke right there. Both of their first contests, both of them
Ryan.
lifting that 300, not quite lifting that 320. Ryan is here.
See, that's just
he's
so
here
cool.
for it. He's just tossing that thing around.
That is so cool. I can't wait to look at that replay. It's so cool, man. All right, and here we go. Yeah.
Excellent work in lane 3.
Justin Johnson? Was that Justin Johnson? Okay. That was a great lift. They're fired up, man.
That was a fantastic load.
Look at the faces in lane 3. They're all like, come on, man.
Yep.
Who wants it more? As Gino goes up there. Oh, Gino, great pick.
This is a fantastic battle.
I love this sportsmanship. Anthony's telling you can do it. Come on, push me harder. Anthony wants that.
Fantastic work. Anderson successful at 320 over in lane 4. And Gino successful at 295 in lane 3.
Someone's got to get my boy Logan Sad some suntan lotion. Oh man, those calves are red. Are you seeing that?
Yeah.
So somebody get him some sun.
Get him some aloe. It's too late for the
I was
sunscreen.
about to say, my man. But also Logan's, he's military. I think he's like, whatever, man. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right, so looks like we have gotten some weight changes for lane 3 and lane 4 simultaneously. Lane 3 going up to 320 pounds. Lane 4 going up to 340 pounds.
340. It's a 340 style. This one gets a lot of work.
So Anthony first up in lane 3.
All right, let's see if the fire continues here with Anthony.
Was successful at 295. Can he make the 25-pound jump?
As Brian goes and gets his technique.
Brian popping that 340 up to the knee and just tossing the 340 over. That is fantastic. Love to see it.
Oh, Anthony might have pulled his hamstring there. Let's see if he's all right. You hate to see that, but once again, they're out in the sun. They just did a lot of big lifts.
Yeah.
And standing up this whole time, when you're standing and you're engaging your hamstring and your back, I mean, it's only a matter of time, honestly, if you start to cramp up.
Absolutely, and you know it is challenging. And these are some of the risks that just are apparent when you are, in fact, testing your body to its maximum limit. Hopefully, that is just a cramp and not a full-blown injury for Anthony. Anderson up in lane 4 with the 340 stone, up to the lap, looking up, loading that stone.
Oh, love to see it.
And lane 4 has gone 2 for 2 on the 340 stone.
Yeah, it's true.
Which means we are going to have to see
A bigger stone.
the next stone up, which I believe is going to be a 360.
Now, Justin missed it on his stone. So if Gino doesn't get this stone, they will have all tied on their top stone, I believe.
Yeah, that will be a tough one.
Oh, great pick.
Gino making it to the lap.
Gino's got a great pick.
He's got to reach deep on this. It looked like he was struggling with the top half earlier. So he's got to reach deep, and he's got to really throw those hips in and pull the stone up the body. There he goes. There he goes. He's going. He's got to push. He's got to push.
Oh,
Good effort.
5,
Anthony rushing back, miraculously healed.
4, stop. Looks like Anthony's hamstring is better.
And Saul, you can't hear it at home, but the announcer saying, looks like Anthony's hamstring is better.
The Norseman of Nature on Instagram. This guy's cool, man.
Yeah, he gets some awesome drone footage out in the
He
wilderness.
gets great photography.
Yeah,
fun. And we were talking earlier about who are the cheerleaders at Dungeon.
Absolutely.
Anthony Rossi is in there. He will push you. That's just who he is.
Absolutely. Just a great guy. Like I do really enjoy having him in the gym.
I agree. 356 now, lane 4. All right, so here we go. We got Brian Borkade. I think he's by himself now. Oh, no, he's with Anderson.
him and Anderson.
Dude, awesome.
Yeah, just those two.
Come on, Brian.
Lane 4, 356.
Come on, Brian. Come on, hold it, buddy. Hold it, buddy.
Impressive. Wow, that is impressive.
This is 360 pounds.
That might be.
Anderson, like, come on,
That might be the most anyone has ever loaded from a single leg.
We need to look that up. Isn't it crazy?
That is a interesting technique that is very unique, and it's very similar to a side load, but it is not a side load. It's definitely different.
All right, let's see if Anderson can rise to the challenge here. As the last event of the Rainier Classic is here.
Anderson comes up to the lap. He's got both arms around it. He's really going to have to lift that chin up. He's going to have to throw those hips in. He's going to have to fight for it. He's got to get under it. Don't let it roll. Wow. Wow.
Let's go.
Two successful lifts at 356.
This is
and
cool,
so
man.
we go up.
This is cool, man.
They're going to need a little rest, but this is quite exciting.
Well, and they've earned it, man. All these athletes have earned, their time. They've enjoyed themselves. I hope that they have, beers tonight, they have Gatorades tonight, whatever they want to do to celebrate. But you have all earned it, and it has been Zach and I's pleasure. And honestly, it's our genuine pleasure to watch you. I've really enjoyed this as a fan, and as honestly, the leader on this team. I just am so proud of everybody, especially the athletes from our place that have stepped up, and of course for everybody else. I'm a little biased, but that's just me.
Supposedly, this is a Rainier stone.
Okay, so that's a pretty big jump. Now, I didn't know this. So for my 356, it's I believe this is a 26-pound jump. Or excuse me, I'm wrong on that math. No, it is 26 pounds. It's 26 pounds. 26-pound jump from 356 to 382. And I'm pretty sure Brian got a PR in this last one, maybe the one before. I'm really excited for Brian. And I know Amanda and their family over there are just loving it as well. Come on, Brian. Let's see it, buddy.
I'm really excited to see this showdown right here. They're both going to be giving it their best efforts.
And Anderson wants it too. He's like, come on, I want this for you.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if you can see this on the camera, but there are competitors in the back just screaming. There are competitors in the back cheering louder than anybody in the crowd.
Come on, Brian.
I can see Rich Patterson back there just screaming for Brian. He wants him to get this so badly.
Great job, man.
Excellent effort by Brian.
And I think, wait, hold on a second.
I do think Anderson wants a piece.
Did Brian go open?
That was heavyweight novice.
Yeah.
This is our heavyweight novice, man.
A heavyweight novice came
That is some
second.
heavy stone loading.
Heavyweight novice came in second in this Max Stone over bar at the Rainier Classic. Love seeing that. And is Anderson? He's novice.
Yep. So we had two novice athletes load a 350 plus pound stone. That's pretty crazy.
Anderson is going to decide to forego the 382, and he's going to take the time points with Brian.
That is probably wise. That is probably wise. It was a very close load for him in the 350, and I'd agree with that decision from him.
Yep.
I think that's wise. Live to fight another day. It's a tie. You can share the points. It's totally fine.
Absolutely.
Now I don't know where the points are in that class, but it may have been that he could afford to just tie. He may have had a point lead coming into it, and a tie means a win for him.
Tie means win, yep. All right, so we got Group 2. Now, that was a big Group 1.
Lane helpers,
Now,
let's
Group
get,
2
the
is
signs
smaller
set for the crowd here. Make
from
sure that
as many athletes that are going to be out here on the floor. But the majority of our athletes are going to be in Masters, actually. We're actually going to have 5 athletes, right? Yep, 5 athletes in Masters women. And then we're going to see the battle between the 140 and the 160s, right?
Yep.
Jamie and Tasha and Leah and Laura are going to go back and forth with the stone.
And this will be exciting, yeah. So in lane 1, we have the Masters women, and in lane 2, we have a 140-pound class for the women. In lane 3, we have the 160-pound women's class. And in lane 4, we have the 180-pound women's class.
Yep.
So the first athletes we'll see, in lane 1, we have BJ Sagan. In lane 2, we have Jamie. In lane 3, we have Leah. And in lane 4, we have Ashley Jean Andrea.
Yep.
Everybody's getting set. Lane 1 weight is going to be 120 pounds for that Masters women's class. Lane 2 weight is going to be 150 for the 140-pound women's class. That's 10 pounds over their own body weight. Lane 3 is going to be 173 pounds for the 160-pound class. 13 pounds over their body weight. And then lane 4 is going to be starting with 100. They're adjusting the weight right now, so I'm waiting to see.
So lane 3 is actually 160, and then lane 4 is...
Oh, so my apologies. Lane 3 is going to be 160, which is their own body weight, and lane 4 is going to be 100, and is that 75?
This match, in case you're not
I think that's 165.
165 pounds for lane 4 for the 180-pound women's class.
Or it is on the ground, or excuse me, if you have not started the load.
All right, Leah getting her dance moves on, enjoying herself, the undisputed world champion of enjoying herself in strongman.
Lane 4, I can't see it. There you are. And lane 4, could you get on this side, please? So I can see you.
And again, athletes getting ready. In lane 1, BJ. In lane 2, Jamie. In lane 3, Leah. In lane 4, Ashley.
Lift.
And it looks like Jamie is good for that weight real quick. Leah is good for 160. BJ is good for 120. And Ashley over in lane 4 is good for 165. Next up is going to be Adela in lane 1, Tasha in lane 2, Laura in lane 3, Nicole in lane 4. Athletes are getting ready.
Yeah,
Tasha's probably going to just toss this thing straight
I was
over.
about to say.
She's getting ready. Laura tosses that stone right over the bar at 160. Everybody clears.
All right, and Tasha had to jump over hers as it snapped back at her.
I'm just going to say everybody tossed that stone straight over. That's too many people to say successful at the lifts and weights. I have a feeling we'll be seeing all of those athletes again. Jenny over in lane 4, one motioning the 165-pound stone. Very impressive from Jenny Draper in lane 4. And Anita was so fast I didn't even get a chance to see her lifting.
Doesn't surprise me.
In lane 1. So we have Nichelle coming up in lane 1.
Yep.
Again with a 120-pound stone. She's going to slay this. It's pretty easy for her.
Is
She
it
actually...
Caroline? Is it Caroline that goes? I guess so.
Well, it looks like Nichelle was next up, but she is passing. I think she said, you know what, I'm good on 120. She's a pretty strong stone loader.
Yes, she is.
So that doesn't really surprise me that she says, you know what, it's kind of hot out here. I'm going to go back to the shade. I'm going to make sure that I'm all set for a heavier stone. Caroline comes up in lane 1, 120-pound stone, just pops it straight over.
Yep.
And that is tricky. You could see that stone was, that spider tack is what it looks like. Spider tack is very sticky. If the people at home are unaware of what the athletes are utilizing on their arms, that sticky stuff, why they have their arms taped or wrapped, they're utilizing a substance called tacky, and that tacky is very similar to a tree sap. It's very sticky, so it allows you to hold on to the stone. It prevents your arms from slipping from anything like sweat or moisture or debris. And it keeps the lift more safe because you can secure the load in your arms, and it makes it it makes it easier to lift, but it also secures the lift, makes it a bit safer for the lifting.
Yeah, and we actually we flame throw all of our stones before a competition. And if you're wondering what, you heard me right. That is the best way to effectively clean your stones of tacky and to give them a fresh, fresh shape. But, as Zach mentioned, a lot of athletes are going to be using tacky. If I was in the group 2, 3, or 4, me personally, especially with these lighter stones, I'd be waiting to put my tacky on. I really would be. Because tacky, the more you use it, the more it breaks down.
Yep.
And if you're having to go one after another, I would want to save my tacky for when I know it's going to count. Now, I don't know how that's going to come into play, but if you use it too early and it wears out for your bigger lifts, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, yeah, and it can get dirty, which makes it more slick, which makes it not perform as well.
Right.
Yeah, and there's so many facets to that, including like how you're going to wrap your arms and different things you're going to do, conditions, if it's warm, if it's cold, if it's wet, it's, whatever. But we had successful lifts in lane 1 from BJ and Adela as well as Anita. Everybody's cleared that 150 stone in the Masters women so far. We had a pass by Jamie, or it looks like Jamie and Tasha are waiting to lift, perhaps, going up in weight. Leia and Laura both cleared their next stone. I believe it was a 165. It might have been a 170. And then at least Ashley had cleared the 178 stone. So getting back to where we're at in lane 1, Caroline lifting the 150 stone in the women's masters category. Laps the stone effectively, pops it over. It looks like she's going to be good for quite a bit more weight. What do you think, Ryan?
I think so too. And listen, the last woman, last man standing stone. We designed this. We wanted to see a lot of stone lifts. One thing that you don't want to see in this type of, you don't want to start too heavy. I know it sounds a little silly, but you want athletes to have a proper, scale up to what their max stone's going to be, right? And you don't want them to find their max too soon or too late, and it's a hard science. But we were really, we worked hard to try to make sure these weights start as well as we could, make sure they're scaling appropriately to the max weight, as we see a lot of athletes complete their stones.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that was a very successful heat. All 3 athletes with successful loads. Looked like BJ in the lane 1 had loaded the 160. Leia in lane 3 loaded the 178, and Ashley Jane Andrea in her first contest loaded the 200-pound stone. So now in lane 1 we have Adela, in lane 3 we have Laura, in lane 4 we have Nicole, and all of which are successful at their stone loads. So Anita coming up in lane 1.
Yep.
With Jenny Draper over in lane 4 and Jamie in lane 2. Looks like they gave lane 2 a little bit more time to kind of recover. That might have been at the request of the athletes. That might have been at the pacing of the other lanes. We're not sure.
Well, yeah, like I said before, the weight class that has more athletes, right? They get just as much rest as the athletes that don't have as many athletes, because as the stones move down, right? The weight class down gets the next heaviest stone, right? So no matter if your line is short or longer, it's going to look like athletes are just sitting back and resting, when in fact they're pacing the same with the longer line of athletes.
Yep. And so it looks like every single Masters women athlete has been successful in their lifts at the 160. Last athlete up in that class is going to be Caroline, and she's been looking really good today, really strong with these stone loads. I think she's just going to pop it straight over. We had successful lifts with 178 pounds in lane 2 from both Jamie and Tasha. It's going to be a brawl in that class.
Yes, it is. Keep your eyes out on lanes 2 and 3. These are legitimate, straight-up one-to-one brawls for these weight classes.
Absolutely, yeah. Jamie and Tasha in lane 2 are duking it out for the 140-pound women's class. And then Leia and Laura are duking it out for the 160-pound women in lane 3. Right now, we have BJ up in lane 1 with 178 pounds, Leia up in lane 2 with 200 pounds, and Ashley Jean Andrea up in lane 3 with lane 4 with the 226. Leia successful with the 200-pound stone. BJ fighting to get that stone over the bar, just can't quite muster the 178.
Ashley's got to get over her knees.
Yeah, and Ashley has broken the stone off the ground a couple times now, but It looks like she comes back with a strong grip. It looks like she's sitting back just a little too early. I think fresh, she would absolutely be good for that weight, but this is the 6th event in 2 days.
It's a long show, man.
Yeah, how do you think that stone feels after this after the deadlifts yesterday?
It's a combination of 3 things, right? The Rainier's not an easy show by design, number 1. Number 2, it's been sunny for the first time in Rainier's history for the majority of the contest. And I think a lot of these athletes that have been here before, they're starting to feel that fatigue. And then number 3, just like you said, it's a lot of events over 2 days, right?
Absolutely. Looks like Adela was good in lane 1 with 178. Laura cleared the 200-pound stone in lane 3. And then Nicole tossed that 226 over the bar in lane 4.
Yes.
Very impressive.
And here goes Anita in lane 1 at 178.
Yes, Anita clearing that 178-pound stone, as you said.
As a reminder, she's probably in her 32nd thousandth event this year, and and she's a masters athlete. So impressive to see her do well.
So we finally have Nichelle back up in lane 1 with the 178-pound stone. Easy pick for her.
Oh yeah, I've seen her work on her stones
and just tossing that stone right over.
That's chump change. Bring it on.
Absolutely. Jamie successful in lane 2 with a 200-pound stone.
All right, let's see how Tasha answers.
Tasha will be joining her this round as well.
It'll be interesting to see what happens with a 200 to 226-pound jump. That's a relatively large jump, percentage-wise, for these athletes. And that might result in a couple ties right there. If athletes can load the 200, the 226 might be a little bit too big of a jump. Lane 1, Caroline successful with the 178-pound load, and lane 2, Tasha successful with the 200-pound stone load. Lane 3, Leia getting up with the 225, the 226-pound stone, getting ready to take an attempt at it, and then Nicole getting ready in lane 4 with the 235-pound stone.
Yep. So now Jamie and Tasha are waiting for that 226 to get done, so they can roll over to their lane.
The Masters women are already up to 200 pounds on this stone.
The Masters women are surprising.
Wow. Nicole successful with the 235-pound stone. Very impressive. Leia up in the lap with the 226. This is going to be a big load. It is a big gap from 200 to 226.
Couldn't get the hips under.
And that's a tough one. That's a real tough one. As you said, I completely agree with that analysis. Her hips were hanging back a little bit. It was tough. Could not push those hips under the stone to pull it up the body to get a little bit of height on it.
All right, so if Laura completes this 226, she wins this event for her weight class at 160. And she's fully capable of this.
Yep.
Here we go, cheer them on.
So Anita in lane 1 with the 200-pound stone, Laura in lane 3 with the 226-pound stone, and Jenny Draper tossing the 235-pound stone over in lane 4.
She's got to grind if she wants this. If she can do it, she's go.
Came off with the stone. That is unfortunate. Her right arm, I'm not sure if the camera caught it, but her right arm came off the stone. And she tried to re-grip once it came off. But once your hand comes off and you're in that compromised position where you're starting to pull the stone back, the load is almost always over.
Yeah, that's good eyes. So I don't know what the standings are. We're not going to be able to stay updated on that here, but that means that Laura and Leia are going to have tied in this event. So I'm not sure who was taking the lead before that event.
Yep, and we still have, so that was a tie in this event, but in lane 2, we still have that showdown in the 140 women's with Jamie and Tasha still going head-to-head, both successful at 200, taking the 226 as it comes up. Very exciting to see that. Nichelle tossing that 200-pound stone over the bar in lane 1 like it's just nothing.
Oh, yeah, she's capable of a lot more. Okay, now the new stone that's making its way down the yokes now, starting in lane 4, is 252 pounds. So if all the Masters ladies finish this 200, that 226 is going to come down. And if they are all successful at 226, or some are, that 252 that's all the way down there is going to roll its way this way. And I would love to see it personally. Like I said, I think our Masters women are about to put on a show.
Absolutely. Very impressive load. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it looked like everybody had loaded the 200.
I think so.
Every Masters women competitor loaded the 200.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Except, well, I think, did BJ get it as well?
Yeah, I think she did. She's still out there.
That's incredible.
All right, so here we go. We have the showdown between the 140s. Now, the 160s couldn't get this. Now can the 140s?
Yeah, we got Nicole with the 252-pound stone. She got it up on the lip and it slipped back down. Yeah. Honestly, if she could put it right back in that spot, the exact thing that you mentioned earlier, if she could get her hands on the stone and push it forward and up, she would have been able to load it, but it looked like she contacted the lip and then her hips came back, the stone started to sink back, and it could not be done.
All right, so Jenny Draper here in lane 4 going to attempt that stone. There goes Jamie Navarro. Decent
Jenny tossing that 250.
Wow, so our 140 lady, our 140 athlete got the 226. So the heavier stone that was up in the 160 is now, it's a battle in the 140s.
All right, Tasha's up.
So here's Tasha the Wolf Whalen.
Ready here pretty soon.
An amazing friend, an amazing person, amazing trainer.
Lift.
Great athlete.
So fun to watch compete.
Yes.
Wow, that was fast.
That's a great pick. So technical.
That looks really easy.
Yeah, she understands what she needs to do. Yeah, it's execution. You can always count on Tasha to execute.
These are quite the numbers in the 140-pound class. Not to take away from any of the other classes,
Not at all,
but that was a very easy-looking 226 from the 140-pound women. And Jenny Draper earlier, I don't know if I got a chance to mention it, but that she tossed that 252-pound stone in lane 4. She tossed that stone over the bar like it was nothing. Last one in the class to be lifting successfully. Walked away, decided, hey, 252 is good for me for today, but it looked like she was good for a lot more.
Okay, I would agree with that, honestly. So the 226 has now made its way, 225, has made its way to the Masters women. The Masters women are putting on a show. I am digging this. Every single one of them have made the lift up to this point, I believe. I think so. I'm almost confident of that. Or BJ's out there just cheering them on, but Anita's got it to her lap.
Yep, she's got to reach far over that stone. She's got to bring her hips in.
Got to bring her hips in.
Yep, and there she goes. There she goes. Stay with it. She got to stay with it. Push the stone up and over. Up and over.
Oh, just could not push it through. But of course she goes and tries to get it in.
2,
1.
And it looks like, I gotta say, that was an incredible effort, but it also looks like, if you look at her arms, it looked like the tape slipped down a little bit.
Yeah, you can see right here on the replay. You're 100% right.
Yeah, and that is going to, that's gonna totally mess up your stone loading. That's a tough one.
Michelle the Punisher Pena taking a shot at 225. And this, I was about to say, this is no surprise.
She made that look pretty easy.
Jenny wants to play too. What do we got there, Jenny?
All right, so Jenny Draper's kind of in a lane on her own here. At 281, she's now
Judge ready. Athlete ready.
All right, so we have Jenny Draper trying 281 in lane 4. Lane 1, Caroline from the Masters working on that 225.
All right, Jenny's got lapped.
Caroline to her lap. Jenny Draper, 281 completed.
All right,
wow. As Caroline gets her 225.
This is some very impressive stone loading.
This is awesome, man.
We got the Masters women loading 225-pound stones. We got Jenny Draper over there in lane 4 tossing the 280
just
over the bar, thinking about, do I want to keep going? Why not?
Exactly.
Sure, why not?
It's my last event. I have nothing else. Like we talked about this before. Have some fun. Enjoy the sun.
Jamie taking a swing at the 252 in lane 2.
Here we go. The battle continues. Now, this is a jump, man. This goes from 235 to 252. And Jamie's going to bow out now. I think Tasha wants to win this. She's a competitor. And she's more than capable for 252. So Tasha the Wolf Whalen.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think she is absolutely capable of this. She is a very strong loader. She popped that straight up to her lap.
She's so technically sound. Taking her time, getting in the right position to get that done. I'm not surprised.
Seeing the way she loaded that 250, I reckon she is good for 280 or more.
Yes. Which, think about that.
That's double
her body weight.
That's incredible.
I wonder what double my body weight would be. 820 pounds.
Hey, we'll tell you what, this afternoon we have a 605 if you want to take a swing at that. There's only a couple of them on the planet, and we got one of them here at Burien Chevrolet.
Yep. Man, that was such a fun stone to build. I'll talk more about it later on, but that stone build was
absolutely. In lane 1, we got Nichelle.
Nichelle putting on a clinic here. 235.
Start. Here she goes. To your arm.
Come on, Nichelle. She knows what she needs to do. Oh, just the grip isn't there.
Yeah, it looks like she's having a little bit of tacky issues.
Or body. Maybe both.
This goes back to what I was saying before, right? This is when your talking matters, not when it was 150 or whatever, and it might actually become a divider a little bit.
Yeah.
Because you have to stand in line. You can't go back and get your bucket of tacky and keep applying, right? So, you know, she could, I don't know if that was a factor or not, but we'll have to see how Caroline does here.
Yeah, I mean, another factor may very well be that there was, you know, perhaps there's a little bit of excess tacky on the stone from the previous athletes.
It's a great observation. Yeah, from your experience, I mean, you've got the experience here, Zach. As Caroline she goes after this 235 and gets it to the lap, but yeah, she's just gonna say that's I call it. But
yeah, broke it.
Experience in events like this where there's a lot of tacky being used, it gets to a certain point where it gets gooey.
Absolutely.
Not necessarily sticky anymore because of all the tacky that all the athletes have used, right? And so, you know, you have to take that into mind when you're thinking, oh, Tasha's going to go for 280. Hey, you called
This
it.
is a double body weight stone load.
Double body weight by Tasha and Wolf Whalen.
This is something that only a few men have achieved.
Yes.
And I'm not sure if any women have achieved a double body weight stone.
I know, right? She just has to get this over her knee.
She's incredible. Wow. She's just got to stay with this. She's got to stay with the load. She's got to get that chin up, hips in, keep pulling, keep pulling, keep pulling.
She has to adjust. She has to adjust right there.
Yep, came forward a little early. She's absolutely capable of that. I'm positive.
She won.
Yep, she wanted to do it for the love of the game. That was fantastic. She is a fierce competitor and an incredible athlete. I know that she is capable of that weight. I'm positive. I have not seen her lift that weight before, but after seeing what just transpired, I know that she is capable of that weight with a few technical adjustments. And then in addition to that, this is the 6th event of the weekend.
Yes, exactly.
She did a ton of deadlifting yesterday. We did that turn and burn this morning, a very unique event, 90-second time frame. You got to do a certain set of calories on the bike, and then you got to carry a sandbag for max distance. That's going to burn up your back. That's going to make it almost impossible to load a true max for your stone, but that's still being tested here.
Excellent, absolutely. I got to have a shout out here as we're bringing out a new group. Great shout out to the Filthy Filming Productions team. I mean, those guys were standing out. I mean, it's one thing when you're standing in line to be a competitor, but it's another thing when you're standing and you're carrying a big, heavy camera out there in the sun, right? And I'm glad that they're getting a chance to, get back and get a drink really quick. I saw one of the guys come back, and so as they're doing a group switch out here. Great job, guys. All right, Group 3, we're going to be featuring our open amateur women.
Absolutely impossible.
Our 175 men, our masters men, and our 200-pound men. Now, I'm pretty sure in the 200-pound we have a pretty tight race going on. I'm excited to see this. Once again, shout out to our
Alright,
team
the first lifters
out
of
here in the
this
sun,
class,
spotters and loaders. I mean, making sure that each one of these stones is brushed, ready for the next athletes. Very proud of all of you. Make sure you're drinking some water. And I have full faith in Kayla and her ability to make it. They've been coming out with water bottles, making sure everyone's staying hydrated. Great job. I mean,
So lane 3, Todd Barker, successful lift at 235, and in lane 4, Pablo with 252 successful lift. Coming up next, it looks like we have Tara in lane 1 with the open amateur women.
Scott Sherman in lane 2.
Excellent. And then lane 3 is going to be Jeremy Eccles, and then lane 4 is going to be Arlo.
Good load for Jeremy, good load for Tara.
All right, here we go. The grind begins. Now, I will make a call out here. We have Richard Rocker, the 175 men. This man is capable of a high 300 stone.
Judges ready.
I've seen it. Now, I don't know how the events have affected him so far, but it could be a big deal today. So you might see something special from the 175s.
Absolutely. Successful load from Richard in lane 2 at 226. Successful load from Eric in lane 3 with the 235. Or sorry,
I think you were right.
was that John? I think Eric's up right now. Is that Eric? A little mix-up. Anyway, we got John over in, it looks like Matthew was successful in lane 4. John is up now in lane 4 with a 252.
Dr. John, Maverick Sports and Rehab, our in-house sports chiropractor at Dundon Strength.
Athletes ready.
Great friend, great athlete.
Yep. Maria in lane 1 with the open amateur women.
John will give a
Just
One
one
motion.
motion, 165. Why not?
Why not? It's fun.
If
It's
you're
just
wanting to
fun
make
for
a
her.
statement to the open, like, let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the people at home know what class is where. Lane 1 is going to be the open amateur women. Lane 2 is going to be the 170-pound men's division. Lane 3 is going to be the masters men's division, and lane 4 is going to be the 200-pound men's division.
All right. This is the last event, right? It's 1 o'clock, right? And here in the Pacific Northwest, during the summer, it stays sunny a lot, right? So the sun rises here at about 4:50 in the morning right now, maybe a little bit later, and then the sun doesn't fully set till around 10. So right about this time, and maybe like the East Coast, the sun might be getting to high noon. If we were in your world right now, it would be about 9 or 10 in the morning, and the sun is out bright, right? So, these athletes want to get done. They want to be done, and they're showing a lot of grit being out here.
Absolutely.
Yep. All right, we got Todd in lane 3. He's getting ready to go.
Yeah, it looks like Shauna in lane 1 is coming up with the 178-pound stone.
Yep.
Deacon is coming up in lane 2 with the 235-pound stone. Todd Barker in lane 3 with what is listed as 235, but I think it might be different. And yeah, it looks like lane 3 and lane 4 may have incorrect weights listed at the moment. That's all right, though.
Todd's having fun. He's just like, why? Let me just go, guys.
Come on.
He's just talking to the staff like,
He is fun. I like him. He's a very direct kind of guy.
I love Todd Barker.
He's a very no-nonsense. He will tell you 110% exactly what he thinks.
And I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I gotta love this. Pablo in lane 4 is wearing our More Power Baby contest shirt for
More
the
power,
Stones.
baby.
For the Stones.
Yeah.
That's a fun show we put on every year. I love seeing it come out. And we gave the athletes a throwaway shirt. When I say throwaway shirt, it's a Strongman Corporation Explosive Ape shirt, but it's a shirt that we wanted them to be able to enjoy their athlete shirt, not get it messed up with tacky, and they don't have to use their competition shirt, but I guess some have their own stone shirts they like to use.
Yep. And maybe some of them like to get a little tacky on that shirt, a little memory.
Yeah, and I know Jeremy would.
Yep, here he is with the cutoff in lane 3. Jeremy, very strong.
Very appropriate song. Jump around.
Yep. Arlo with a little side load action there. That was interesting. He looks like he might be kind of moving funny after that load.
Yeah.
right. Looks like a weight change for lane 1, going up to 200 pounds for the open amateur women.
Yes, sir.
Start.
Lane 3 with 252 pounds. Looks like that is John Coy. And lane 4 with Matthew Earhart.
And Tara's going to join lane 1.
I always want to call him Eckhart. I don't know why.
It's a football player.
Oh, maybe that's why.
Start.
Yeah.
All right, who do we got here?
All
We got
right.
Tara in lane 1 with a 200-pounder.
Easy load for her.
Once again, I gotta speak again about our women at Trojan. I'm proud of everybody that's been training for this show, but all of these women train together, they push each other, and I've just seen so much growth from them, and Stones being one of them. Very proud of their performance overall, but I'm loving watching it here in the Stones. All right, in lane 4 at 281 pounds,
Very nice load by Dylan.
Dylan.
All right, Shauna's
Last
here.
it.
There we go.
Okay, wait, you got to count me down.
Yeah, here we
I
go.
just want to count down to the last name.
Let's do. You're right. That's a better way to do it.
Yeah.
All right, ready? 3, 2, 1.
Last itch.
Got it. Nailed
Got it. Yep.
Good job, buddy. Great load at 281.
High five on
High five.
pronunciation.
Yep.
Pronunciation PR. Okay, we got Maria in lane 1 with the 200-pound stone. Cannot see who is up in lane 2. Looks like Scott Sherman in lane 2 with the 252-pound stone. Todd Barker in lane 3 with a 281-pound stone.
Yep, so
And
281 moved up a lane. Yep.
and Pablo cannot see the stone. Wait a minute.
295.
Okay, thank you very much. Pablo in lane 4 with a 295-pound stone.
With his Mo Powell baby shirt. Let's
That's
see if we can get Mo Powell.
That's the only way to say it. You got to say it like Ryan if you're going to say it. Todd's good for the 181. Maria is good for the 200. Scott is good for the 252. And Pablo is good for the 195.
Now, Arlo needs to watch
Sorry,
himself on his 295 with that.
Yeah, I said
last
295, sorry.
No. You were right
Okay.
because they just moved it. But you were right. That was a weird load he made for 281.
Okay.
You got to be technical. You don't want to hurt yourself on these stones, especially when you're tired.
Yeah.
Eric with the good load. Dick with the load.
Some of these athletes are just tossing those stones straight
All right,
over.
let's go, Arlo.
The disrespect.
Oh,
15 seconds, Arlo.
Looks like Arlo is struggling a little bit with this stone. This 295-pound stone is a bit challenging. I don't know exactly how it was made, but getting the chance to actually lift it, I will say it is one of the harder 295-pound stones I've ran into. It's a little bit of a strange one.
it's one of the OGs. So that's one of the stones. Like before, there were like the Steven Slater and their team made their molds and the hyper volts and all that stuff. That was one of the stones that I don't know. I need to talk to Grant one day about how they poured those Atlas stones in the past. But some of those stones, man, made out of plaster. You don't know what's in the middle of them, but it's kind of what makes them fun.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And much anymore, there are tried and true ways of creating stones that are very easy to replicate. There's inserts that you can get, and there's all kinds of different loading, like heavy materials that you can put in the center. It used to be that if you wanted a stone lighter, you would just put an empty gallon jug in the center of it. And if you wanted a stone heavier, you would either fill up a gallon jug with lead shot and suspend it in the middle, or you would hang literal weights in the center of the stone when you cast it.
Yeah, you're totally right about that. Huge left by Dr. John.
Absolutely.
295 in lane 4 is Shauna gets hers in lane 235 in lane 1 as well. But yeah, you're right, dude. I mean, and you had to do your own math. Like, displacement math, it's been a lot of fun to learn about the pouring stones. I've gotten really good at it. Displacement math is hard math, as Dylan just makes easy work at 295.
Wow, he is a good stone loader.
Dylan has put on a show.
Yeah.
He has put on a show here.
He's been an all-around just incredible athlete.
Yep.
Athlete, ready?
He hasn't had a single bad event.
I don't think so. He's been consistent.
Yeah,
All right, let's go, Scott.
very impressive.
Oh, he's
We got Scott in lane 2 with the 281-pound stone.
Great pick.
And Maria good with the 231-pound stone in lane 1.
I love that.
That was one of the hardest fought loads I've seen in quite a while, and he got every pound out of it. Headed back, celebrating a little bit with his competitors, with his direct competitors. Again, something that you see pretty frequently in strongman. Fantastic sportsmanship amongst the competitors, but also those are the guys that are going to be the first ones to help you. Help you get the lift, to cheer you on, to loan you some tacky. If you need something, they're going to get it for you, and they're your fiercest competition.
That's right.
People here doing it for the love of the game. Pavlo really leaning back, going for that load, giving it everything at what looks like 320. Just could not muster getting it over the bar.
It's Mo Powell banner shirt. And that's actually, not only is it the More Power shirt, but that's, that was, the athlete shirt was that hot pink. It was awesome. So we got Matt Earhart here in lane 4 attempting 320. We got Deacon Morales, right, in lane 2 attempting 281.
Excellent load by Deacon right there.
And Jeremy Eccles disrespecting 295.
I love it.
That was a disrespect.
I love it.
Yeah.
Let's go.
He ripped his shirt. He ripped his shirt. All right, hey, crew, I want to make sure we get a close-up of Jeremy before he gets off the floor. Doesn't have to be now, but that's fantastic. That's
That's awesome. He's like, I'm good. Did you see him? Somebody was like, "Do you want help?" He like waved him off. He said, "No, look at me, I'm fine."
All right, Dr. John going for 320. And this is a big stone for John.
Tara good with the 250 stone in lane 1.
Come on, Dr. John.
Dr. John in lane 4 with the 320 into the lap.
Come on, John. Come on, John.
Stay with the pull. He's got to stay with it. He's got to get those hands under. Push, push.
Oh, just lost it. What an
Oh, that is a tough one.
effort. What an effort.
Yep. Excellent effort, though. Excellent effort. He is definitely good for that weight to that height. You know, it's, you hate to see it that close and then for it to come back down on that side of the bar.
Yeah. All right. As the master ceremony saw just said, Dylan's specialty, stone loading and grip. It's true. All right. Come on, Dylan. All right.
And apparently he's pretty darn good at everything else, too.
Gotta squeeze this. Yep, there we go.
Successful load in lane 3. Dylan coming up in lane 4 with the 320. He looks good for 340, 350.
He is bringing a lot of pride to the name. 3, 2, 1.
Last ditch. There we go.
Yeah,
That's right. Nailed it. You got to give me a second to think. I almost missed that one.
No, you're quick enough. You're good. I'm still getting over you saying PR. Pronunciation PR. That made me happy. So.
All right. We got Shauna in lane 1 attempting that 250.
Yep. Come on, Shauna. Oh, got the pick.
Up to the lap.
Look, that's so deep.
That is a deep lap position.
Wow.
Good for 250.
That's so impressive.
Fantastic work.
So impressive. And it's, her competitors are just like, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, so we got Todd here. Still in it at 320, it looks like. Jeremy turned his shirt around. That's what he did. So he might as well be in an apron.
I would just load shirtless. Just let it be.
I mean, Jeremy, I'm not getting you another shirt. I mean, you're gonna have to go and.
He deserves it. Okay. He deserves it. Tell him what. Oh, here we go.
Come on.
We got a 320 in lane 3 being attempted by Todd. Almost got it.
Almost got it.
Yeah, looks like Scott taking a swing at the 295 in lane 2. Just a little too heavy for him.
Just a little bit. Yep. All right, Jeremy in his apron.
Looks like it's going to be Richard up next in lane 2 at the 295. We got Maria in lane 1 right now with the 250. Jeremy in lane 3 with the 320.
Great pick.
Jeremy, great load.
Jeremy making that 320 look easy. If he threw it any,
There goes the other side. All right.
Maria up with
Maria
the 350.
Gets
I'm sorry,
it.
250.
Sorry, I interrupted you. You were all over that. I interrupted you.
Oh, no.
Maria
All
with
right, Dylan's going for a personal best.
We get excited about strength sports, all
Yes, we
right?
do. Dylan's going for a PR here, both personal and contest, obviously. 340 pounds.
Yep.
Come on, Dylan.
Looks like Richard is taking a swing in lane 2 with the 295. Successful lift in lane 3 at the 320. And in lane 4, we have a 340 by Dylan. Richard is successful at 295 in lane 2. And Dylan Lasich giving his best
He's going to do it one more try here.
at 340, gathering himself.
We don't want him to run out of time. He's like, nope.
He waves it off, says nope.
Great show today by Dylan Lacey. Excellent.
But I believe that was an event win for that class.
That is a correction. That was a
I believe
383
so.
pound stone. Dylan was attempting, not 360.
They put
Hey, we're gonna give
the.
him a little rest and let him take 360 if he
Okay, so what happened on that one? I was thinking to myself, like, wow, 340 is glued to the ground. That is weird because he looked good for 340, like I said. Thought he was good for 340, 350. You know, the loader looked at the stone and said, hey, oopsie, this is the 380.
Was that what it was?
Yeah, it was the 380.
Well,
You know,
he
sometimes
broke
that
the
happens.
ground.
Oh, he did. Wow. You know, sometimes that happens. They're going to give him a little more rest and another attempt if he wants it. In lane 1, we have Tara taking a swing at the 281.
281. Wow.
Looking like she got it almost to the lap. In lane 3, yeah, in lane 3, we have a successful load at 320. We still got a few athletes up in lane 3 for that Masters men class. We got Jeremy Eccles fighting it out with Eric and John.
What an extension from Deacon Morales in lane 2 on a 295. That was awesome.
I looked down and I missed it for a second. It must have been her fast load.
It was consistent, but I probably has the most flexibility I've seen so far.
That's
that was
really
a hell
nice.
of an extension. Yeah.
That's fantastic.
All right, with what's left of Jeremy's apparel, he's going to try 340 here.
Let's go, Pops.
And just, oh my gosh, keep going, Jeremy.
Just tosses that 340 over the bar in lane 3. Very impressive.
All right, Shooty's going to try and match him in.
All right, here we go. So Eric Schutte here. They're going back and forth here.
You ready, Eric?
340.
All right, time starts now. Oh,
Good
he's
pick.
big. All right.
Successful
Nice
load.
load.
Okay, here we go.
Good
Got that.
technique on the load, too. I really like how he's rocking his hips under the stone, pulling the stone up the body, being very efficient with his loading technique. He made the 340 look easy.
He did, and that's coming from the best.
Looks like we have
Once again, world and national champion Zach McCarthy here, commentating with me as we get.
All right, you're on. Then one motion.
Looks like John
John
Coy.
Coy up here. Decent pick.
340 going up. He's got to stay with it.
Nice. Good
All
pick.
3 of those athletes still in the running for the stone load win. Looks like we had an attempt by Shauna over in lane 1 at 281. Could not quite get it. That's okay. That's a pretty darn heavy stone.
Yes, it is.
That's a heavy stone.
And I gotta say, the show outs today are coming from novice and masters.
Yeah.
That's as Dylan comes back and gets 356. Is this off? I can't hear myself.
Dylan Lasich with the 356. That was very impressive. You know, there was a small misload earlier. He took a swing at the 380, broke it off the ground, could not get it to the lap. One of the spotters noticed that. Huge shout out to the spotters and loaders for staying sharp and seeing that, not letting that one go by. Gave him a little bit of rest, and Dylan came back for that 356 and tossed that thing over the bar. Fantastic load. Right now on lane 2, Deacon Morales up with a 320-pound stone. This is the 175-pound weight class for men. Maria up in lane 1 with the 281-pound stone. Deacon in the lap with the 320 stone in lane 2.
Getting it in that right spot.
He's got to squeeze it tight. Richard comes up from behind and is yelling at him, don't you quit. Don't you quit. Stay with that load.
What an
Excellent effort.
What an effort. And Maria is able to get that 281 unit. Athletes have a chance to push each other as they're in each other's lanes. And I believe now it is a battle of the Masters men. I think that's what's left.
Yeah, the Masters Men is really the only class that still has more than one person lifting.
Yep. In this group. Yep.
Yeah, and so we have Jeremy Eccles making 340. We have Eric Schutte making 340, and we have John Coy making 340, all in lane 3, all for the Masters Men. The next weight will be 356. Jeremy will be up first, and it's going to be whoever can lift the stone wins the class.
Yeah,
Very simple.
Unless they all do it and can't get the next one, which has happened before. But here goes Jeremy.
Just pick up the stone, put it over the bar.
It's simple.
It's simple. Here we go.
Great job,
Jeremy good for 356.
I'll tell you what, man. The only thing that's hanging on for dear life for that man right now is his shirt. Everything else is on point.
Yeah.
I'm going to start calling him Tarzan. That's his, you know what?
I really like that. That's a good
your
look.
nickname from now on is Tarzan. Jeremy Tarzan Eccles. You just, he looks like a chef.
It's fantastic.
All right,
Eric up to the lap
Come
with
on,
the
Eric.
356.
356.
Coming up, looks like a hard stop.
Yep. Oh, please try again. Okay.
Yep.
He's got that. You can do it.
Looks like he has a little bit of a challenge getting fully extended right there with the 356. He's got to stay with it, though. Stay with it. Stay with it. Keep pulling. He's got to keep
It's a
pulling
little
it
bit
up.
of a pulling adjustment.
Yep. That's okay. That is a fantastic effort. Yeah, so Eric is out credited with 340 pounds, missing the 356. Fantastic effort. He got the 356 all the way up to the bar.
And, just getting a lot of encouragement from the volunteers and the competitors there. Like, hey, man, that was a hell of an effort. Great show.
Absolutely. Gave 2 efforts at that 356. Got it up to the bar. That's fantastic.
Now I'm sorry. I apologize. We still have Richard. We still have the 175s.
Yep.
So we got Richard Brocker, Deacon Morales, and Scott Sherman still in it?
So right now it is only Richard in lane 2 that is still in. Deacon missed the 320 if I'm not mistaken, and I believe Scott Sherman missed the 295.
Like I said, this guy at 175, he's capable of this stone. I've seen it. So let's see if he can pull it off.
Yep, his competitors staying behind to cheer him on. They want to see this 340. They want to see a 5-pound man load a 340 stone.
Wow.
That is fantastic.
Wow. Awesome. That is a 175 man doing a 340-pound stone. So that's 2 double body weight lifts we've seen today in the stones.
Oh, almost. Yeah, only.
I'll give it to him.
Yeah.
I'll
Give it to him.
those
Give it to him.
extra
Okay.
Now, he may just want to try 356, and then we can actually legitimately
No,
call it.
right? That's what I want. That's what, and they're flipping the stone to it. They're flipping the numbers to it, so we might see a 356 attempt here.
They're going to allow him to take his time.
Good.
You know, get his breath. We want to be able to see this. The crowd wants to see it. We want to see it.
Do we have any takers in lane 2?
Miriam Chevrolet wants to see it.
I really want to see him load this double bodyweight stone. That is a very rare accomplishment.
It really is.
Last one was a PR. He's getting greedy, going for 2.
All right, so
What do you think, guys?
I think Jeremy's low at this point, and he's just going to try to
All right,
get
get behind him. Let's go.
He's going to try to get
Let's go,
383 here.
Jeremy.
Fantastic.
All right,
Let's go, Jeremy.
athlete ready. Start.
Here we go.
Let's go, Jeremy.
Come on, Jeremy.
Let's go, Senator.
Just come on, buddy. No, you mentioned this before. He started to bring his hips down too early. You've got to deadlift it up over your knees.
Yep. Got to bring it up. Cannot let those knees get in the way when you're trying to pull the stone into the lap. That 383 has skunked a lot of these athletes.
Yes.
But fortunately, in Group 4, we are going to be seeing some very heavy stone loaders that I happen to know are capable of 400.
Yes.
And so we may very well see our first 400-pound stone load of the day in the next group of athletes.
And just to mention as well, that 383 stone is the historic stone, right? So that's the stone that, just as a fan of strongman and of history, that is the stone that Jesse Mernday used to work out with when he was prepping for shows. And so what an honor it is to have that in a show decades later. So,
I was unaware of that, actually. I'd really like to hear that whole story.
and I'm not the
here
one to
very
tell it, to
shortly.
be honest with you. Honestly, that's a story that I'm only going to leave for the people that trained with him. And did you ever get a chance to train with him?
He and
I know Grant did.
I got the opportunity to meet him and be around him. I never actually really got the chance to train with him.
Okay.
Yeah, so Grant Higa trained Grant and Pete Markov, Rocco, a lot of that training crew. Got the opportunity to train with Jesse, quite a few times. Sarge and everybody out in Squim. I can go on and on. Nate, Mike, everybody.
Richard at 175 gets ready to attempt 356.
This comes up. It's in the lap. He's got to squeeze this nice and tight. If I were,
Come on, Dick.
he's coming straight. He's coming straight up. I would like to see those feet a little closer. Is what I'd like to see.
Oh. Yeah, no, but he's got to put it down.
That's
What an
okay.
effort.
Yep, fantastic effort. Notice that he taped the shorts down. That is a technique that you can utilize to keep the shorts away from the stone. And that's something that I definitely encourage my athletes to do. Either pull the shorts up and get the shorts out of the way, or tape the shorts down to your own legs. It prevents the stone from grabbing the shorts and pulling the shorts up, which can totally throw off your load. So,
For sure.
very, I don't know, I like to see that because I know he didn't hear that one from me. So I love that he found that one.
Yeah, for sure.
There's those little gems that.
Well, and like I said, that Richard Rocker, Kyle Brockway, and Nathan Heddick is competing. I mean, they're the Whidbey Island boys. I mean, they're just out there in the country. They travel all over the state, volunteering and helping at shows they're not competing in. They respect the sport, they understand it, and they learn from people with experience. They love being around it. So that doesn't surprise me that he had that technique. Great human being too. Special needs teacher. Has been doing it for a lot of his life. So just a great human, great competitor. And I love watching him.
I feel like I need to make a trip out to Whidbey Island.
It's beautiful out there. I've been out there once, yeah. And actually, before this gets too hot, I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break.
Yep.
I've been trying to stay hydrated, so I'll be back. I'm going to leave you in the wonderful hands, unless you need to go too. No, okay. I'm going to leave you in the wonderful hands of Zach McCartney.
All right, we are just getting set up for Group 4, which is the last group that we will be seeing in this morning session of the Rainier Classic.
All right, let's get our first athlete up.
All right, so we have 3 active lanes right now. Lane 2 is going to be the 231-pound male class. Lane 3 is going to be the 265-pound men's class, and lane 4 is going to be the open men's class, unlimited weight class, you could say. Lane 2, Abdullah Good with the 280-pound stone. Lane 3, Christian Good with the 283-pound stone, and lane 4, Dustin was good with the 320-pound stone. Up next, we have Darren in lane 2, James in lane 3, and Chance in lane 4. Everybody looks good for their loads. Up next in this third heat of Group 4, we have Nolan in lane 2, Justin in lane 3, and Aaron Burns in lane 4. Nolan good for 280.
Nolan's good.
Justin good for 283, and
All right, next athlete.
looks like Aaron was good for the 320.
Athlete ready. Start.
If you can see the screen right now, lane 3's weight that's listed in front is incorrect.
Easy load.
Right now, lane 2 we have Melvin up, lane 3 we have Chuck, and lane 4 we have Ty. Looks like everybody is good for their stone load effort. Next up, lane 2 we have Derek Brook in the 231-pound class, and Nathan Heddick in lane 3 for the 265-pound class. All right, Nathan's good for the load, and Derek is good for the load as well.
Easy lift for Derek.
Guys moving real quick right now. very, we have some very strong guys in these classes. Lane 1, we have Tristan Lee. This is going to be one, he is going to be an athlete to watch. Actually, both of these athletes. Lane 3, we have Zach Hash. Both of these athletes are capable of a 400-pound stone load, so I think it's going to be very fun to watch those two go. And the fact that they're in the same heat, they'll be lifting close to back-to-back. Lane 3 is a little bit ahead in the weight of Lane 2, so we will see Zach taking weight attempts before Tristan, but it will be interesting to see who can load the heaviest stone between the two. That is not to discount Chance or any of the open men, Ty, Aaron, or Dustin. All right, next up,
Looks like we are all about set.
we have that first heat
All right, Joe's ready.
back up. Lane 2, we've got Abdullah with 295 pounds. Lane 3, we have Christian with 320 pounds. And lane 4, we have Chance with 340 pounds. Chance is up to the lap. Everybody's up to the lap. Abdullah is successful with the 295. Chance is successful over in lane 4 with the 340. And Christian's taking a swing at this 320. Gets it over the bar. Fantastic load.
All right, next one.
I'd say looked like Christian came forward just a little bit early, but was still able to clear that bar. Excellent effort by all of those athletes.
James and Dick.
Up next, we have Darren in lane 2 for the 231-pound men with the 295-pound stone. We have James Moore in the 265-pound class in lane 3 with a 320-pound stone. And you are going to be seeing Aaron Burns here shortly with a 356-pound stone.
All right, next one.
All right.
Everybody successful on those attempts.
All right.
Lane 2 with Nolan, 295-pound stone.
Excited to watch Nolan on the stone today. Yeah.
Lane 3, we have Justin with the 320-pound stone. Nolan tossing the stone over. And Justin loading that stone pretty easily.
Nice.
All right, next one. We got Chuck and Melvin. Athlete ready.
We got Melvin in lane 2 and Chuck in lane 3. And it looks like we got some athletes waiting in lane 4, waiting to load, getting their energy back.
Yep.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, as soon as these other weight classes finish up, obviously the 265s and the middleweights are a little bit more athletes here, but rest assured everyone's getting the same amount of rest in between stones here.
Yeah, we got Derek Brooks in lane 2 with a 295-pound stone, successful there. We also have Nathan Heddick in the 265-pound class, lane 3, 320-pound stone, successful lift. We see these athletes burning through these stones pretty quickly. If you're in the area, this is the first half of the day on the site at Burien Chevrolet. If you're in Burien or anywhere around there and you want to come out and check out what an actual strongman contest is like in person, you can come out to Burien Chevrolet. Got some great vendors here. We got Puget Sound Pizza, and we have several other vendors that are doing fantastic work. We got Intuitive Medicine over there. They have B12 shots over there with Dr. Lacey Mallard, and we have a few other vendors. We got coffee. Ryan, who else do we have?
Out here we have several. We've got higher power strength and fitness out here, Heart and Soul. We already talked about Dr. John earlier. We've got Sunbelt Reynolds. Has Been Coffee out here with Colby Fasoli and his team. That's about it that we have out here.
Excellent. And we got Abdullah in lane 2 with a 320-pound stone, taking a swing at it, almost getting it up and over, but not quite.
Not able to finish that out.
Yeah, excellent effort by Abdullah in lane 2.
All right, coming up in lane 2 here, 320 pounds, Darren Revito. We got Big Chance here in lane 4 at 356.
Yeah, and we got Chuck in lane 3 with a 340-pound stone. We're going to see who can load this up. Chuck to the lap with the 340. And Chuck over the bar. Chuck good for 340 in lane 3. Darren to the lap with the 320.
Chance getting it to the lap.
And Darren good with the 320. Very excited about that.
Yeah.
And Chance up with the 356. Fantastic work by Chance. You mentioned he's been battling a couple injuries.
Yeah, no, and honestly, it's one of those things where he might have some injuries, but here's the best part. If he laps that stone, he only has to get over a 48-inch bar at 6'9", right? So as you just saw, if he laps it, he doesn't even have to get full hip extension to get over the bar. And hey, it's an advantage for him. And I know he's been dealing with some neck injuries, but he's pushing through it.
Fantastic
I think
work.
it was Aaron Burns who just finished that there at
Yep.
356.
Yeah, Aaron Burns successful in lane 4. Looked like Nathan Heddick successful in lane 3, and then Nolan successful in lane 2. Right now we have Melvin up in lane 2 with the 320-pound stone. We have Ty in lane 4 with the 356-pound stone, and Zach Hash in lane 3 with the 340-pound stone. All successful.
Yes.
But it does look like we are starting to get to those weights that are a little more challenging for the athletes. We might see them starting to take a slightly slower pace.
Agreed. Yes. As Derek gets here on lane 2, laps 320. Appropriate song for this event. You gotta dig through the trenches, baby. You gotta find that power.
Yep.
And I just got to shout out to our volunteers again. I mean, all these other athletes have been able to sit under their tents, right, to get ready for their group to come out. And these volunteers have been out there all day. You cannot have a show like the Rainier without them. They are the backbone. And all these athletes, and it's been so great being back there. All the athletes are taking the time, everybody, to make sure that these guys know how much they're appreciated. And that's the great part about Strongman.
Absolutely. Looked like James Moore successful with a 340-pound stone load in lane 3. Was that? Did you see that?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I think you're right.
We got Dustin Tubbs up on lane 4 with the 383-pound stone. That is the historic stone, as you mentioned. I was unaware of that.
Yep. And that stone is going to come up later. And it was brought up here for a very specific reason. And we'll talk about that more later.
Fantastic load by Dustin. Excellent double bicep. Perfect form. We have Darren up in lane 2 with a 340-pound stone. Very amped about that. I'm certain that that's a PR for him.
Just as Justin Johnson gets his, right? That's Justin.
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
What a great lift.
Fantastic work from the 265-pound athlete loading that 356-pound stone. Right now in lane 2, we have Nolan up with the 340-pound stone. In lane 3, cannot see the athlete, but in lane 4 we have
Chuck.
Okay, sorry, lane 3 is Chuck with the 356, successful at 356 pounds.
Big chance lapping it. He just has to stand up a little bit.
Yep, 383.
Come on, buddy, a little bit more,
and that
champ.
is a tough one. That's
on,
a tough
champ.
one. He was coming up and he scraped the bar.
This is important.
Yep.
This is important. There it is. Chance is like, I'm over this.
Yeah.
Like,
So that-
oh my God, yeah.
Yeah, if you watch the playback on that, you will see as he was coming up, he scraped the front of the stone on the bar. Honestly, I think if I would have been loading a stone and would have scraped the stone on the bar like that, I would not have been able to load that stone. He really stuck with that load. He kept pulling up. He said, no, I'm not quitting. And that was fantastic. He earned every bit of that 383-pound stone load.
And I know he would appreciate hearing that from you. Right,
Yep.
Melvin here trying to second
like Aaron-
pick here to get 340.
Yep, Aaron Burns successful in lane 4 with the 383. This is Melvin getting that 340-pound stone up to the bar for the second time in the time limit. That is real tough. He just could not quite extend and get it over the bar.
I agree with you. Yep. I agree with you completely. And I got to talk about Aaron Burns just disrespecting these stones. That's awesome.
All right, you fellas ready?
And I have to do a quick apology here as we get 383 being attempted by Ty Gillian, 20 years old.
Wow, that was fast.
Won last year, trying to do it again this year. But Derek Brooks gets 340. You know, I keep on getting Derek finishes 340. I keep getting Aaron Burns and Aaron Baker mixed up. I've done that multiple times. Aaron Baker's one of our Special Olympics athletes, and I've been switching their names several times. And Aaron Baker's mom actually was like, hey, Make sure you get those names right. So I apologize. I got it right now. We're good.
All right. Yeah, Ty really tossed that stone straight over the bar.
Yes, he did. He's a great stone loader.
Yeah, those 383 pounds, and he just looked over to the crowd and nodded once and said, yeah, you just wait. You just wait.
Tristan did the same thing with that 340. He loaded it, and no problem, and looked at those guys and said, let's go.
Yeah, what you going to do? Come get me.
I'm proud of what we were able to do here. So we were able to make bigger stones, but make, decent weight jumps, right? So we're going from 340 to 356, 16-pound jump, and then and then a 26 up to the 383. It is very. I can't tell you how the science of making stones is very difficult. We do our best to try to make it as easy as possible, but it is what it is. It's strongman, baby. As Darren Revito gets up here in lane 2 at 356.
No 265-pound man?
Absolutely.
Now there's a little bit of wind up at the. We don't like it so much for our microphones, but these competitors should like it. All right, Dustin the Showman with 400 pounds. Let's see if he can do it.
Needs to get a little bit lower on that stone.
All right, Darren in lane 2 with the 356. He's almost into the lap.
Rolls it up into his lap.
Dustin in lane 4 taking a swing at the 400, bows out, says, hey, it's been fantastic. Thank you so much. Darren narrowing up his stance a little bit, losing balance. That is a bummer.
You have to bail. Yeah, I was going to say, you can't, you won't survive on a stone if it's like that. But that was impressive. Ability.
Yep. And that is, he had a real chance at that 356. He's still walking away with a 340. That's a fantastic number. I'm sure he's very happy with that. But I think he does know that 356, he had a chance there.
Justin Johnson here in lane 3 at 383. Big chance with 400 in lane 4. And Nolan Schutz with 356.
he just gave a little twist on that one.
He's like, come on, Tristan. Come on, Derek. Chance worked hard on the last stone.
Yep.
He's just like, man. What is
Seems that he's holding his leg a little bit. Might have been a hamstring issue.
As Justin Johnson finishes at 3-3.
I believe we're going to have Chuck take this as well.
Derek taking a swing in lane 2 at the 356-pound stone.
This is interesting. I haven't had a chance to watch a lot of Derek's stone work, so I know he's a strong, athletic guy, but I'm curious to see what his picks are going to be like. All right, Chuck's waiting here for the go-to to pick up the Marunde stone. And a lot of these athletes know about that stone, but for those that don't, when you're watching this later, you're lifting history, man. All right, here they go. So in lane 4, we got 400 pounds attempted by Aaron Burns. Now, Aaron's a very stout dude, but a little bit of a shorter athlete in this weight class. Derek gets 356. Well, I'm impressed.
Yep, Chuck successful in lane 3 with a 383.
Awesome.
Impressive load. Again, that historic stone. Kind of jealous that they're getting to lift it.
we just see Zach waddle out there with a polo. And
time to lift this thing in a polo.
Now look at it. So Ty's got that game face on. I think Ty understands he needs this event. I don't know what the scores are, but I think he knows he needs it.
Yeah, he is hungry. Tristan with the 356 in lane 2.
And Ty getting 400. Yeah. And there's Ty. He did the same thing in the last event last year. Very fired up. Wants to win.
Very impressive. Yeah, very impressive athlete, Ty.
Zach Hash with 383 here. Yep. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, no. Fantastic. So, yeah, we have Zach Hash at the 383. I fully expect him to be able to load this, and I expect to see him get real close with that 400.
Oh, almost let that slip. That was close.
To be able to save that stone in that way was that's quite impressive. I'm not sure anyone else in the field could have done that.
Yeah, and we do the best that we can to make sure that these yokes are prepped for this. But if you notice, if you're watching at home, where people are loading those stones now, that tape is worn off, right? So if you're in one of these later groups, you have to keep that in mind, that if you're trying to push that stone over, it's going to slide more than it did for the earlier classes, right? And that's just inevitable. It's going to happen.
This will be a personal best for Nolan.
So this is a PR that Nolan's going for at 383. It's not 382, that's fine. And so now the middleweights are getting to use the Grande stone. And I believe I think we moved up to the 430 for lane 4.
Make sure the platforms are nice and clean.
And do you happen to have another one of those liquid IV? Yeah. Can I borrow one of those? Thank you.
All right, James and Nolan.
Dr. Lacey Mallard sitting here right next to us, taking care of us.
Athlete ready. Start. Let's go.
All right, here we go.
Two guys going for
Once
the best
again,
right here.
a PR for Nolan here if he gets this. Come on, buddy.
Feet together, Nolan. Feet
Come on,
together.
buddy. Yeah, that boy. All right,
Fantastic load.
And then we've got, what do we got here in lane 3 to 400? I think that's James Moore.
James says it's good. Give him
Yeah,
a applause.
James Moore, he's like, yeah, man, that's good. I've had a great show.
Absolutely. You know, we mentioned this with Dr. John earlier, competing out in the field today, but, you know, being a doctor, having it be in your profession, having it be your passion, you just can't turn that off. You know,
really
some
can't.
people just have that. Some people are just healers. And, you know, again, want to give a shout out to Dr. Lacey Mallard. You can find her at drlacymallard.com. Yeah, go give her a check out.
Yep.
You know?
Hamstrings are giving
Oh
us.
man,
James says it's good.
so this is where Derek has to bow out of the stones, right? So that's interesting. So Nolan's getting to flex his stone prowess a little bit, but Tristan has been just mowing through it. He's showing the reason why he qualified last year at the OSG regionals run by Dungeon Strength. Go to OSG. He's going to try to do it again this year.
There was a slip, and you can look at his forearm. It kind of looks like his tape is slipping on his left arm. He looks down at his left arm. He's thinking, oh, crap.
That's exactly what he's thinking. He knows it too. He's even walking over to the crowd like, hey.
Yeah, he's saying, hey, I need some tape. I need some fresh tape. And that is actually Nolan's wife, Nicole, one of the additional competitors here, taping Tristan's arm, his direct competitor, her husband's competitor. She is helping.
If that doesn't tell you enough about our culture, I don't know what else will. See that right there, man. Chills down my spine.
Absolutely.
I mean, we will beat the crap out of each other in competition, but we do really care about each other at the end of the day. I love to watch it. Thank you for pointing that out.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we've got 400 pounds here from
Nathan Hedich.
Is this Nathan Heddick?
Heddick. Thank you.
Drop the hips truly, buddy.
Just can't get it up over his knees. It's one of the Whidbey Island boys.
You have all these larger diameter stones, a lot higher than you think.
Come on, buddy.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
All right.
So that's enough effort.
Right, this is it, right? This is the last group of day 2 of the amateurs, and thanks for hanging in there with us. And we knew this was going to be a longer event, but what a way to end such an epic show, right? I mean, getting to see folks grind as we see Ty go for 430.
This is an epic heat right here. We have Zach Hash in lane 3 going for the 400, and Ty over in lane 4, the 20-year-old phenom trying to load that 430. I think he's going to get it. It's up to the last.
He's capable of it.
420 over for Ty. Fantastic load. Zach taking a swing at this 400. I think his feet are a little bit wide. I'd really like to see his feet more narrow. He's going for it. He's going to give it a go. He's got to push. He's got to get his hands under it.
But can he put enough pressure on the bar? Yeah.
Just not quite. That was very, very close.
And it just unfortunately ran out of time.
Yep.
Great effort from both of those guys.
Fantastic effort. And this being the 6th event of the weekend for these guys, you got to wonder how much they would be capable of if they were fresh.
And I think it's funny you bring that up, but that's the other beautiful part about a show like this. And I think this is very common in a lot of strength sports. I mean, there's a reason why there's 9 lifts in powerlifting.
Yep.
There's a reason why there's 5 to 6 events or even more in strongman.
Yep.
Is feats of strength is very impressive in and of itself. And when you take strongman back to its old history, and I'm going to shut up here in a second when they get this done, but you know, when it was in the circus and everything like that, it was, they come out, they do a feat of strength, they go home, right? The sport has evolved to where can you be strong under the elements, right? And that's the beauty of it. As we see Nolan here go for 400 pounds in the middleweight class, he will be doubling. This will be another personal best for Nolan.
I'm really excited to see this. I think he is absolutely capable of this weight.
This would be incredible, actually.
400 coming up. Wow.
That's crazy.
Fantastic work.
I'm going to go ahead and say that was a top 3 thing that happened today. A middleweight getting 400, and especially Nolan, who's beating his PR by already 60 pounds.
Wow. That is fantastic.
And as he goes over to Nicole, who's like, that's awesome, and takes care of him over there. All right, as Ty goes for 450, this is our next jump here.
Yeah, lane 4, Ty.
450 pounds. All right,
Ty Gilliand.
I think if he gets it past his knees, he's strong enough to do this.
I absolutely think so as well. I think that is one of the harder parts about these larger stones is clearing the knees, actually getting to the lap.
Yep, and he's going to call it there. And I think the only thing we have to wait on now is what Nolan wants to do. And I think Nolan's going to take that as a win. And I think it's impressive enough, but.
Well, we've still got, so Ty did a great job. We still got Tristan Lee in lane 2 with the 400. It is still a showdown between Nolan and Tristan. Both of them capable of the 400. Nolan already loaded the 400. Tristan having a mild advantage coming in and knowing that he has to load this 400. It does look like his arms are slipping a little bit, and I would guess that that is actually the tape on his arms.
Yep. Come on, Tristan.
Oh, that is heartbreaking to see his arms slipping in that way. If I were him, I would turn that stone about 90 degrees, rotate it a little bit. You hate to see it because I know that he is capable of that 400.
I've seen it myself, but just as much as I feel for Tristan, as excited as I am for Nolan Schutz.
I agree.
You know, it's important when you come to a show, and this is why we have these shows. It's what we teach our folks. It's what we teach our guys. Like, you're a very strong, athletic person, but you have to prepare right. And Nolan did a great job of this, I think, today.
Yep.
And I'm not taking anything away from Tristan. I honestly, once again, I don't know what the scores are right now, but I know Tristan's right there at the top. So, but kudos to Nolan, putting in the work and hitting a 60-ish pound PR to win this event. Like that's amazing. That's great.
Absolutely, and such a good technical loader as well. The way that he's moving his body is very impressive. Wide stance.
416.
Yeah, wide stance, crowded up on the stone, coming up. Let's see how this 416 goes. He's having a little bit of slipping on the arms.
Yep. He's just tired, man.
Yep.
Hey,
And that's okay.
It's okay. At least he gave it a shot. He did it for the crowd. And with that being said, we are now officially concluded for the amateur, master, novice, and Special Olympics divisions of the Rainier Classic 2023. Wow. Your thoughts?
I think you hit the nail on the head.
Yeah.
Wow.
Everything I wanted about the show happened, and even blew my expectations away. The camaraderie with the athletes, the type of PRs that we've seen, the incredible feats of strength, the determination, right, and the will and the burn and turn. It's everything that I wanted to see, and honestly, I think we've done our job as leaders in this community and in this area. We've done our job to prepare these athletes for what comes next.
Absolutely.
In their strongman careers. And so now we're going to go ahead, and I'm going to go ahead and meet with the team to figure out where we still have the program coming up in day 2, right? Now, we were planning on having the award ceremony right after this. So I'm going to go meet with a team and figure out, we're going to figure out what's going to be best for everybody to make sure everybody gets out of here on a good time. And I will be back to make sure that we update everyone. But once again, congratulations to these athletes. You did it. And I hope the one thing you can take away from this is that you showed up. And I don't want to take this away from anybody else out there, but this is a show you have to have some guts, and you have to invest resources to be here. Like I said, we're a little bit of a premium experience here, and if you're coming from across the country, you're investing in a flight, right? You're investing in gas, to get here. You're investing in we're a 2-day show, right? I can't say enough about how much it means to us and how much more we want to improve on the show because of you. And anyways, I can't wait to see who podiums, from these divisions. And so,
absolutely.
What are your final thoughts there? Just kind of hearing those things, I'm very curious. What would you be saying to these athletes, and as well as to the staff here, kind of concluding the event?
Well, I think it's important to mention that just to tack on to what you mentioned. Sorry, the feedback on that's really loud.
That's our event coordinator, Kayla Roper, announcing to the staff to eat, and which they need to. And
drink water. Exactly. It is hot. But to reiterate what you said, this is a premium event that we are looking to expand. Every year we're gaining more sponsors. Every year we're finding more ways to give back to the athletes, for them to get an opportunity to try these unique events that have not been tried before. And it is our pleasure and largely our responsibility as the leaders in this community to do that. Now, what people can do in order to support us in that endeavor is come out, enjoy yourself, support the show, watch the stream, share it with your friends, share it on social media. You can support the companies that support us,
right,
and show them that it is appreciated by the community.
Well said.
And we have some fantastic sponsors.
We really do. And if I keep talking about me a little bit more emotional, we still have a lot of day left, right? So, but I will say that there's been sponsors with us since the beginning on this, and they have gone to bat for us to be able to put this together because they believed in the vision, right? The vision of, we have to take the next step as a sport and as a community to provide more opportunity and a better experience. And there's nothing wrong with where Strongman has been and where it's going, and it's going to continue to grow and evolve. But, we wanted to take an amateur show and put respect behind it, right? Not have it be in the back. We don't want to be in a random field where we just dumped a bunch of equipment, we did 5 events, and everybody goes home, right? We tried to take every detail into consideration because the community deserves it. You said it, right? And I have a dog that's pissed off back there. He's probably pissed off about the heat, yeah. But so anyways, back to what I was saying. And it really starts off with the sponsors that believe in what we're doing, right? And appreciate you all. We're going to continue to build on your feedback as a community as well. So you mentioned sharing the stream, but give us feedback too. You're not going to hurt our feelings. Now, I request that you don't be dicks about it, right? But we want to hear constructive feedback to say what could have been done better, right?
Yeah, and do leave that in the comments. I mean, you and I have that conversation, and I appreciate that we are both mature enough to have an honest conversation and not have to sit there and massage each other's egos and say, this and that. No, hey, we could do better here. We could do better there. Also, we did awesome here and we did awesome there. We can take that kind of criticism, and we want to make the best experience for not just the athletes, but the viewers and the sponsors. So if there is any feedback, we want to hear it.
Yes.
We want to hear the honest feedback of it.
I appreciate you saying it that way. So with that being said, we're going to take a quick break here. We'll keep you up to date as far as the schedule, when we're going to be coming out with the Pro-Am Day 2. A lot of exciting things to see from that, but hang in there with us, and we'll let you know here, when to tune back in, but just, keep your stream up and we'll update you accordingly. So Zach, we'll see you here in a bit. Let's figure this out.
Can we give them a time, maybe 15 minutes?
Let's go with 20.
20 minutes. Okay.
15 to 20 minutes.
Okay.
And I already see us. We're getting ready for the award ceremony here, and we're probably not gonna commentate a lot during the award ceremony. It was a big thing for me. I'll say this really quick before I head out, but it was a really big thing for me when it comes to award ceremonies to do things special. It drives me, and they thought I was crazy last year, and rightfully so.
That's awesome,
because if you don't know it, I'm gonna leave it as a surprise, but It always bothered me. I get really good tickets to the Arnold Classic. This is a world level show, and they put the podium athletes on boxes. I hate that. You have been out here for 2 days in the heat. I'm going to get passionate about it because I'm pissed. So you've been out here for 2 days in the heat. You paid a premium. You came across the country. You got a hotel. I'm not going to put you on jerk boxes. That's not going to happen. I refuse. If you worked your ass off and you podiumed in a way, I will not let that happen. And I will continue to think of cool ways to make sure that you're honored and appreciated for what you did here, right? And that's there's a reason for why that our show and our show only is awarded with pro card opportunities, with cash sponsorships and things like that. And it's because we have that kind of passion when it comes to it, right? So
absolutely,
I really appreciate that you put it that way. So yeah, 15-20 minutes, and then we'll show you. We'll take you through your award ceremony. It'll be about those athletes, and if you're friends and family of those athletes, you'll get a chance to see that, for them instead of just pictures that show up on social media later.
Absolutely.
Okay, we'll see you here soon.
Fantastic. I'll catch you guys in about 20 minutes. Go get some water, go get some food, hit the restroom, do what you got to do. Call your mom, tell her you love her, because you do, and we'll catch you back in 20 minutes.
That's what our sign-off's going to be from now on. All right, I'm going to leave it at that. That's great. Call your mom, tell you love her. That's awesome. All right, see you guys.
Nick. Oh shit.
This is Ryan Terry with Dungeon Strength. I'm here with Thomas Steingrieb here from Northwestern Mutual. Thomas and I have been friends for years now, and he has been a staple like in the Rainier Classic, and he's been with us since close to the beginning. So honestly, without your guys' support, like our show wouldn't be able to happen. We wouldn't be able to have pros up here, be able to offer prize money, and give amateurs a real shot at what they're wanting to pursue in the sport. So thank you. So Thomas and I, since we've known each other, a lot of people don't know this about me, because everybody mostly knows me from like strongman at the gym and stuff like that. But I used to work at Northwestern Mutual, so my internship out of college was Northwestern Mutual. Honestly, it was a great experience. It was a challenging one for me, just because honestly, if you're working specifically in the planning field, you have to love people on a different level. And I say that as kind of a cliche, but it's just the truth. Like planning, people don't think about it, and you have to, when you talk to them, you have to reveal that they do need to be thinking about it. And when they do, they're realizing like, wow, I have a lot to think about. So with that in mind, tell us a little bit about the firm that you have here locally. I mean, you've worked with the strength community quite a bit, but tell us a little bit about what you're doing here locally and where your offices and everything like that.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're located in downtown Tacoma. We've been there for about 3 years now. And really when we started to design this practice, we wanted to change the way people thought about planning. I think traditionally finances and planning, it's a very taboo topic. Not a lot of people like to open up about it. And really from our perspective, it's a conversation that just needs to happen. And we really try to have a relationship with the client first. And we want to work with them for 40 or 50 years, even generationally. Just bringing a different conversation around planning to where it's not stressful anymore. We want clients to walk out of our room and walk out of that Zoom call feeling better, feeling less stressed about their finances than more.
Yeah, that does make sense. And that kind of brings up to the event that you guys are sponsoring for the Rainier Classic. I think this just makes all the sense in the world. The event that you're specifically sponsoring is the Not CrossFit Medley. That's what we're calling it this year. The CrossFit Games they've been putting in a lot of strongman implements in their shows, and we just wanted to keep it fun. And the assault bike is something that allows an athlete to be able to show how much power they can put out in a short amount of time. Now, a lot of the athletes were like, we don't want to have to do that, right? But the people that are here and are making it happen, like, it's awesome. But they have to do that sprint. Then they have to pick up a heavy sandbag and carry it for as long as they can, and the whole thing's for 90 seconds. And when I was creating this event, I was thinking about you and we were talking, I thought about what I did from a planning perspective. So I'm 6'5" and 420 pounds, and I've been a big guy all my life. And one of my mentors growing up, and he's still a mentor of mine, used to work at an insurance agency as well. And he said, Ryan, while you're younger, get your whole life into play earlier so you're older. Because when you're older and you're big, there's no way your blood pressure is not going to be what it was. That's true. Listen, I'm still like the healthiest. My doctor laughs at me sometimes because he's like, yep, you're still the healthiest 420-pound person I know that has normal-ish blood pressure. And I'm like, all right, let's just keep that going. But no, so I took out a whole life plan every year since from 23 to 28. And so, obviously, sponsoring an event like this, you're kind of reinforcing how important, planning is. So what are some examples of, what folks aren't thinking about? You're not thinking about right now that you need to be thinking about, for the future?
And Ryan, that's a great question. There's really 3 areas that we see day to day where they're just not being talked about enough. Mm-hmm. The first one is the risk management, something you did just from a health perspective, planning for those what ifs. What if I'm disabled? What if I pass away too early? What if I lose my job?
What if I pass out on sandbags?
Yeah, pass out on sand or the assault bike. Just having those contingency plans in place and being open to that type of conversation, knowing that life isn't all sunshine and rainbows. We have to plan for that. The second area we see a lot of people not planning for is taxes, both today, but more importantly, taxes in the future. So making that plan to help keep a family
month and a half. They've done 2 powerlifting meets. They did a play. How long was the play? 4 days long? They did a showing every night for 4 days in a row. It was 2 hours long. Joey memorized like 1,000 lines. It's crazy. And then 2 weeks after that, they did bishops. They've been really busy. The parents have been awesome, carting them around, supporting a really, really great group of folks. Please give them a giant round of applause.
And Saul Peterson here, who's the master of ceremonies, is their head coach. And I know these guys are very proud of them.
Those hats are from who, Kayla? Sunbelt Rentals.
Sunbelt Rentals, our sponsor here today. I want to make sure they got a hat. And once again, a special shout out to Higher Power Strength and Fitness. They created these awesome care packages for each one of them. A lot of support in the community for these folks.
Take one more
We cannot wait to feature them in more shows in the future. All right.
I got a coach for calling Coach Taylor too. 100% not possible.
Absolutely, and we have to make sure that we get recognition for Nicole Cook and for Taylor here. Taylor's such a great dude, man. He's been, for some reason, I keep calling him Thomas. I don't know why, but he's always such a great guy. They call me Reginald now because I keep getting their name wrong. But once again, congratulations to those athletes. We're all very proud of them, and we're looking forward to seeing them in future shows. Okay.
All right.
All right, now you're about to see what makes our show a little bit more special. As you can see here on the main stage, we've got our sponsors, and then, of course, we've got some interesting things here out on the front. That's right. If you podium, the surprise is out. If you podium at the Rainier Classic, you get to go up in a scissor lift, not a box. And then also, I think we have some of the coolest trophies around. Just a big old chain with a big old 5-ounce medal.
Lift it up high into the sky. Send her up, Drew. The one and woman, first place.
So that is our novice lightweight woman. She competed alone. And no, we're good, Drew. And you know what? Our athletes are great, man. They enjoy the experience. And she's like, yep, I enjoyed my time. Please bring me down. Now, we do ask our athletes, to, like, hey, if you're scared of heights, we understand. We're going to get you up there. We're going to bring you down. I promise you, it's an experience like you've never had. All right, in third place here for novice heavyweight women, I believe is what we're doing.
Second place, we have Erica Toth.
We have Mariah Duncan in third place, Erica Toth in second, and Emma Georgiou at first. And can't be more proud of these ladies. They all train together at Dungeon. They put in the work, they put in the time, and this is their moment. This is their moment where they get to enjoy the victory that's there as we raise them up. And Erica goes up first here, as Mariah goes up next. And then, of course, Emma is going to be raised at the top. All right, stop. These guys are going to find their groove here on how high to raise them and how not to. But Mariah's like, all right, I'm good. You can leave me alone. And, of course, Emma, is first, so we've got to make sure that she's...
Here's your novice heavyweight winner. Give her a round of applause.
I'm telling you, it's an experience like you'll never see. You get the
sponsors there on the scissor lifts.
And of course,
the one in the middle is our gym, Garden Strength RX. I'm a little bit biased, but I think it's the best gym in Washington. Our second place is Filthy Filming Productions. They're out here doing a bunch of free stuff for us all day, being cool. And then Varian Chevrolet. That's where we're having this really cool guys.
And thank you to Sunbelt Reynolds for these scissor lifts.
You can buy one, take it home. All right. Novice lightweight men.
All right, we go to novice lightweight men. I mean, there were 8 different competitors in here.
He did not do that. He was working hard. Going up, Vladimir.
And in third place, we have...
Vladimir went to the hospital, so what's your name? I'm James Terry. Oh, James Terry. He's a good guy. He's going to accept on behalf of Vladimir right here.
Yeah, so Vladimir, unfortunately, he needed to go to the hospital. Not sure what was going on there, but I hope he's doing okay. He earned
But James is going to accept it in his
the right to be third place. And one of the other competitors is graciously allowing to take their place and stand in his place. And
in second place, keeping it close though, Joe Faulkner.
next in second place is Joe Faulkner. I really liked what I saw out of Joe. I mean, this might be one of his first shows, but I mean, he's definitely on his way to competing as an amateur here soon.
Headworks in Uniclaw.
And in first place here,
Headworks in Uniclaw. Wherever on Uniclaw.
we've got Gino Santamaria. Gino showed up the entire time, and he very much earns this first place. I got to say it was a joy watching him. And as they get lifted up in victory, and we lose one of the sponsor banners. Listen, hey, it's never going to be perfect. We're going to be better, but
Being Chevrolet is no longer your sponsor.
all right, well, he's still in third place.
All right, send him on down.
All right, we might need to tell second place not to go so
All
high.
right, now we're going to start with our open women with the lightweight amateur.
Johnny, if you can hear me out there, I know you're out there. If you could tell the lift guy on the left to not go so high with second place, that'd be great.
I am going to do this really slowly so they have time to fix the dam. In second place, we had Jamie Navarro.
Right, now we're going to our next group here. I believe we're going to do the one.
And in first place, the Tasha.
We're going to do one. Yeah, it's 140 amateur women. In second place, Jamie Navarro. First place, Tasha the Wolf Whalen. And I got to say, I enjoyed watching these two battle it out. It was a genuine pleasure. They're both intense competitors.
Go ahead and get in your chariot.
And let's go ahead and get their chariots. Their chalices of victory. As the Filthy Filming Productions team, just of course out there just making sure that we get great shots of these ladies. An incredible performance. They deserve this moment together. and I love this, right? I mean, a lot of these athletes don't get to experience what this is like. But
let's hear it again one more time for David.
So once again, congratulations to Tasha the Wolf Whalen.
Before we wait for them, I'm going to go back to the novice lightweight men and just go through order what they got. 8th place was Zane Terry. 7th place.
All right, now we're going to go to novice lightweight
6th
men.
place, Joseph Call. 5th place, James Terry. 4th place, Anthony Ingracio. And then we went through the podium already. That was 3rd, Vladimir. 2nd is Joe. 1st was Gino.
Oh, he's just recapping the novice
So
lightweight.
I'm going to do that right now. In 6th place, we have Chandler Ray. And 5th place, Donald Patterson. In 4th place, very first strongman show, Luke Young. In 3rd place, I also believe his very first strongman show.
Third place. First actual show. Great athlete though, and a good friend too, Dan Stevenson. We had him out here near the stream. We had him on here on the stream earlier to give us feedback. And of course, Brian Moorcade, the man, the myth, the legend that does the one-legged stone load going into the second place lift. And then of course, Anderson Ross being awarded first place. A genuine joy to watch. Really nice guy too. Really enjoy getting a chance to talk with him, and he was sweet enough to be able to come and tell how great of a job the team did out here. So now they get a chance to get their moment to be lifted up in victory.
First place winner gets a gift card email from Jim Daddy.
And that is a good point. I'm glad that Saul brought this up. Anybody that wins first place at the Rainier Classic wins a $50 gift card to one of our sponsors, Jim Daddy. Make sure that you go and check them out. Congratulations, guys. You've earned it.
All right, I'm going to move back to the women now. We're going to go to the 160-pound weight class.
All right, we're going to 160-pound women.
This is a great battle.
Another great battle.
People that can't be further away apart. We had Hawaii and Alaska. In second place, we had Hawaii, Leah Meredith.
And of course, Leah Meredith
In first
coming in second. It's always a genuine pleasure to have her
In
come out
first
and
place,
compete.
Alaska, Laura
And just
Hanson.
won second place. Lucas and her, great
Battle of
friends.
Fire Knights.
She came all this way out to compete and support.
Gift card from Jim Daddy on
But congratulations to Laura Henshaw and the victory that she achieved here today as they get up in their lifts of victory.
Real cool fight here for first and second. Even though it was just two, there's a lot of effort put out. Give them both a big round of applause. They gave it to you guys today.
And of course, no matter what, Leah's going to enjoy herself. Once again, thank you to our
Laura also
sponsors.
did a giant water cut for this long.
Thank you to our
20 pounds of
sponsors,
water
Filthy Filming
prior to
Productions
weighing.
and
It's
Burien
very
Chevrolet.
impressive.
We're going to be featuring our other sponsors here later on. But thank you for Burien Chevrolet for allowing us to be able to have this event here. And thank you again to the Filthy Filming Productions team for doing a stellar job. And we still have a half day left here with the Pro-Am athletes. There they are. First and second place in the 160 amateur women here at the Rainier Classic. Okay, waiting on my partner to figure out where we're going to go next year. So we're now doing 180-pound women. And once again, her first competition, and just foregoing doing novice and going straight in as an amateur. Very proud of her effort. Ashley Gianadre. And this was such a great battle between Nicole Schwitz and Jenny Draper. And, so Nicole Schwitz takes second place to get up in her lift. And here comes Jenny Draper. I was very impressed all weekend, honestly, with her performance.
Names again. In third place, we got Ashley Jean and Andrea. Second place, we have Nicole Schwartz. And in first place, Jenny Draper. And thank you for making it out, Audrey.
And I just love and I enjoy this so much, getting to watch them just be able to sit up above the crowd and just have the crowd just appreciate them.
Wow, this was so fun. The open one.
And I mean, this is strongman, man. You hear the construction, you hear the lifts alerts going off in the background, but I love watching this on the show. Okay, so now we are, I believe it is the Masters Women.
Little story about first place. She came here wanting to do the 100.
Open. Excuse me. Open amateur women. We've got a tie here with Tara Simonson and Shauna Russell, but due to countback, Tara Simonson got third, Shauna Russell's at second place, and Maria Barwig to take first place.
Is there a child up there, Tara? Cool. You're not going to throw her off, are you? Okay.
Everyone's not used to being that high, but that's okay.
There they are.
Yeah, Shauna's enjoying
Maria will
it.
be getting a gift card from Jim Daddy for Rainier.
Congratulations, ladies.
Give them a big round of applause because they were awesome. All right, bring them all down. Going to our Masters women now.
Okay, now we're about to announce Masters Women.
Fifth place, DJ Sagan. Fourth place, Adele Sugarman. Third place, the Anita Vargo.
And of course, the Anita Vargo. Loved watching her compete. I always like watching her compete, which is all the time. Congratulations, Anita, on third place.
And in first place, Caroline Friedenthal.
And then in second place, we had
Really great show for Caroline.
Michelle the Punisher Pena. Very proud of her. And then, of course, in first place, Caroline Friedenfeld. Congratulations. What a fight. Of course, our event coordinator doing an amazing job, Kayla Roper, making sure that they get their prizes for winning first. Thank you once again to Jim Daddy for supporting those athletes.
round of applause for Masters. They were awesome. It's almost the bedtime, so they need to get on out of here. Send them down. Dinner at 4:30. Supper at 4:30.
Okay.
Next we have our Masters Men.
Masters Men. Man, what a great fight there at the end. And so close here.
And a tie for second.
We have a tie for second, but the countback has Jeremy Eccles coming in at third. And I got to get him a new shirt. Jeremy, if you're watching this later, I loved watching you, man. What a show. And then I got to give a shout out to Eric Schutte as well. Tied with Jeremy. What a hard fought thing. What a hard fought competition. But definitely showed some grit there at the end. In second. And Jonathan Coy coming in first. Now, you have the right. You don't have to ride in the lift if you don't want to.
He's from Enumclaw too.
So we want to respect the fact that if you've got a fear of heights, so you don't have to ride the lift up. We just want to make sure you have that opportunity.
I know it's almost Jeremy bedtime. We got time for this.
Congratulations to those two guys. Well, very hard fought.
Look those numbers up. Come on. Let's see. Let's get a good picture. All right, bring the old fellas down. They need to get home. Someone touched the thermostat. All right, that's our Masters Men. Get one more round of applause, please. All right, now we're going to do the little guys. We had the little fellas. We have the 175-pound man.
Yeah, now we have the lightweight man, 175 pounds. These three guys put in a fight. I enjoyed watching every step of the way, but we got third place. We got Scott Sherman. And we've got Dick Rocker. Awesome loading experience there at the end with Stones. And then well earned from Deacon Morales. Stayed consistent throughout the entire show. Congratulations, man. You earned it.
Deacon will be giving a gift card. Give that to your cup.
And
all right, fellas. Let's see those medals.
second place needs to go down. I think you're too high. There we go.
Let's see that medal, Dick.
There we go. Congratulations, guys. You showed up. You earned it.
That's the lightweight man. Give him a round of applause. The little fellas.
The little fellas.
Little fellas.
Saul Peterson, my partner's teasing him.
Slightly less little fellas. In fifth place, we have Pablo Avanusa.
All right, now we're going through the 200-pound amateur men once again. Very competitive class. We have another tie. Honestly, this was another really close race here. Even more so, they want to make sure that we've got it right.
In third place, on countback, tied for second, is Jonathan Park.
So on countback, we got Dr. John coming in third place.
In second place, Matthew
Earhart coming in third. But once again, that was just on countback that John got in third. They tied in points and got a countback. And then well-deserved, honestly, probably one of the, like I said before, one of the cooler experiences. Dylan performed consistently well the entire time. And he has given a lot of pride to the name Lasich. That's right, Lasich. Lasich! And there's Jack. So my partner in crime, Zach McCarley, he's enjoying some food. Like I said, man, we're athletes. We gotta keep our food consumption going. Now I was about to say, we need to bring down second. Bring down, yep, all right. Great job. And I got to give credit. You know what? I'm going to do a shout out before I forget. Got to give a shout out to Rachel Peterson, who put these medals together. Burrito. Thank you. Dr. C, here's the deal. Dr. Lacey Mallard understands that sometimes you need IVs when you do a weight cut. You need hydration. during the middle of the show, and you need to go see her for B12 shots here. But also,
In sixth place, we
you
have
need burritos.
Aldani.
When you're a big man, you're hungry. Thank you. Dr. Lacey Mallardy, great sponsor here at the Rainier Classic. I don't know where I'd be without that sandwich from yesterday at that burrito day. Thank you very much.
Melvin Mawimba.
All right, so now we're up to our middleweight men. Wow. And once again, another tie here. What a close race here for third. It was a tie for third place. And Nolan Schutz unfortunately got count back down to fourth. But I can't say enough about how proud of him we are, and that's just an amazing stone. Congratulations on that again, Nolan, on those huge PRs there. But Melvin on count back is going to take third place here. We're proud of you too, Melvin. Derek Brooks ends up taking second place, and Tristan Lee ends up taking the gold. That was a great fight. Enjoyed that all weekend. Okay, so we're actually getting back on schedule here pretty soon, so hang in there with us. We got the 265 men and the open men here that we need to reward, and then we will be getting everything set up to bring you day 2 of the Pro-Am. And I got to tell you, these Pro-Am athletes are in for a treat. It's 2:30 in the afternoon on a beautiful sunny day. But you know what? They've been in their hotel rooms in the air conditioning probably for most of today, or they've been under tents, so they're ready. They're ready, and they're excited to build on the momentum from yesterday. We've got our 265 men come up here next.
All right, next up. Starting to get even more husky. The 265 pounds. Sixth place, Christian Berghoff.
And in third place here,
James Moore.
well, we're announcing the rest of the athletes here. I don't want to steal Saul's thunder.
Third place, Greg, solid show all around. Chuck Trinidad.
And Chuck Trinidad takes third in the 265 class. One of Lucas's athletes. I know they worked really hard on this event. With Nathan Heddick coming in second.
First place finishes and everything. Zachary Hash.
And Zach Hash coming in at first place. We're excited to see him once again go out and compete in the world's strongest firefighter. Once again, thank you to our film crew out, just making sure that everybody at home gets great shots of these athletes. So if you're friends and family, just enjoying, you had the chance, an opportunity to see your friends, family compete out here. Hopefully you're getting a great experience to see them risen up there on the lift. So
first place is
and not sure what's going on there with first. That's it. You know what? Technical issues happen. I'm not sure what's happening there. I know these lifts can go for hours.
Zach Hash will also be getting his car from Jim Eddy. Sent to his email.
Yeah. Not sure what happened right there, but it's okay.
Now for our sweatiest and biggest competitors.
Hey, that's not fair. Saul called the open men the sweatiest and the heaviest. There's only one of those things that's true. And Chance Dolite, the big man himself, has taken third place here, with Aaron Burns coming in second. Aaron, great performance, man. I enjoyed watching you every step of the way here.
For first place, Ty Gilliland. Sure we want to send these guys up? Just send them up like a new church.
What is, yeah, so once again, Chance is 6'9", 340. So they're actually having to, he can't actually get through the normal gate. So they actually have to get him to the lift. And then Aaron Burns in second, and of course the 20-year-old winning for the second year in a row, Ty Gillian. And yeah, I guess the lift in the middle is running out of steam. So, so for first place, it's going to be on the bottom.
Athletes, sponsors, everybody right here with me. That is still here and not leaving.
So yeah, let's just bring them down to the bottom here. They're all on the same level. Yep. That's great. Perfect right
Everybody
there.
that competed in the Rainier Classic, come on out here.
Yeah,
Everybody that
congratulations.
volunteered in the Rainier Classic, come on out here. Yeah, I see you. Come on out.
All right. And then we're gonna get everybody here. We're gonna get everybody out, all the competitors out here for a group picture.
Busy, but I want you to, buddy.
And because all these guys have worked hard to bring a great experience to everyone. And of course, a lot of them need to get out of here, enjoy the rest of their day, but we still have more to come. There's still a lot more to come.
For those of you that don't know, this is Caleb. This is impossible. You guys all the work. I really don't have to do anything to show up. Just try to do, and it works out real good every single time. Please give her a big round of applause. Thank you very much.
Just once again thanking Kayla Roper, our event coordinator, just keeping us all on track and keeping us on, moving.
This is good time. He would be classified as one of the sweatier, heavier guys in the show. He was not in the show today. It was about a week. And 1 week he's going to be competing in Montreal, Canada. That's the biggest show in the country. Really good opportunity there. He is an awesome rock star for this Rainier class as well. He puts everything together, does the logistics, handles the volunteers, handles weights, and this is really easy. Give him a big round of applause.
Agreed. We can't say enough about Lucas. Excellent athlete, excellent part of the leadership team at Dungeon, and is a crucial part of
All right, everybody that is
our
left here,
staff.
come on the floor. We're going to try and do a full athlete picture. Everyone just wants to leave. That's cool.
Now, we've had some of our amateur athletes, go ahead and go home, today, but we're going to get everybody out that we can to get in for a group photo.
There's group photo on the arena floor. Let's go right now. And pretend you like it.
So the Special Olympics athletes, the amateurs, the masters, the novice are all coming out for, a great picture. And of course, with our volunteers and our staff, a lot of them being out there just enjoying their time and encouraging these athletes. As the sweaty guys are just going to stay up on the top of the lifts. I love it. Yeah. It's fantastic. Trying to get everybody gathered. It's like herding cats. Jamie Navarro can be out. All right, great picture. Love watching this. Love seeing it.
Hurry up, Jenny! Jenny, go! Jenny, go! Jenny, go! Maria, go! Wait! Don't take the picture yet. All right, now you may take the picture. Have a good round of applause. Let's go, man.
And, I don't know if Ty's just being goofy, but I'm pretty sure he hasn't moved from that one spot a lot of the time. All right, and that concludes the day 2 of the amateurs. Now it's time to finalize. We got a lot more stuff coming out with the Pro-Am, men and women. We're hopefully gonna see some more records broken today and some more exciting action to be had. So stay tuned. We're gonna go ahead and wrap up here. And let's go ahead. So we're gonna need to get everything reset back up here for the stage. And yeah. And we will be back here. You can take a little bit of a break here, maybe about 15, 20 minutes or so. And we're going to go ahead and get started with the Pro-Am women, more than likely, for... So Ashley's just coming and just saying, hey. Yeah, just saying hi to everybody. But yeah, we'll see you here in about 15, 20 minutes. Stay tuned. side.
Oh, yeah.
Set? Yeah, turn the key to the other side. And then you should be good.